adrenaline. Hey, you take it over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Hey, you take it hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Hey. Celebrate the day, yeah. Come on, just celebrate the day. The time is now, let's stop all our crying. We need to leave all our worries behind. We cannot hide, cause there's no denying. We're gonna take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Jump on this ride, cause destiny's calling. A place where people together can sing this melody. We've all gotta scream it. Come on, let's take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Celebrate the day. Oh, I'm gonna celebrate, yeah, the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day.
Spread your wings and fly over the sky. Spread your wings and fly over the stars. The day has come, let's celebrate you home. And that's what I like to say, that is what I pray. And I'm still looking for a way. Hey, hey, 100 steps to find you, 1,000 stairs to climb. Hey, hey, 100 ways to know you,
See, I've been waiting all night for you to come and make it right. I thought you never hurt me like the way you did tonight. I don't know what I'm feeling. In my head it just keeps ringing, and I just wanna press rewind, 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 rewind. And I tried to find the words I couldn't find in front of you, in front of you. Well, I guess I tell you now, I'm gonna leave it all behind and say goodbye, goodbye. 'Cause I'm gonna live my life, gonna get on with it after all this time. I'm gonna be alright, right? I don't need you, 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 I don't need you. Every time you call me, I thought you'd make me happy, but you just left me empty. Always just the same thing, around and around in circles while we're hiding all our feelings. And you might say it's worth it, but it's not. Well, I guess I tell you now, I'm gonna leave it all behind and say goodbye, goodbye. 'Cause I'm gonna live my life, gonna get on with it after all this time. I'm gonna be alright, right? I don't need you, 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 I don't need you.
Everybody's telling you what to say and what to do. How you doing, sifting through it all? Everybody's got the dream. Some are small and some extreme. How willing are you to risk it all? And people say that it depends, but with or without all your friends, you're the one who's answering the call. You might be wrong, 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 wrong. You might be right, 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 right. You really won't know, no, 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 no. Not until you try, 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 try. Here's something in your bloodstream telling you to trust me. Tell 'em that you must be free tonight. Don't be afraid to act out. Nothing that you lack now. Tell 'em that you won't back down today. Won't back down today. Hey, hey, hey. Won't back down today. Not today. Won't back down today. Not today. Not today. Not today. No one knows what you can do. Not until you show and prove. Taking what's within and send it out. No one knows just what's inside. Everyone can criticize. There's a voice that's in you, let it shout. And people say do what you're told, but not much longer till we're old. The time is now to show what you're about. You might be wrong, 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 wrong. You might be right, 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 right. You really won't know, no, 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 no. Not until you try, 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 try. Here's something in your bloodstream telling you to trust me. Tell 'em that you must be free tonight. Don't be afraid to act out. Nothing that you lack now. Tell 'em that you won't back down today. Here's something in your bloodstream telling you to trust me. Tell 'em that you must be free tonight. Don't be afraid to act out. Nothing that you lack now. Tell 'em that you won't back down today. Won't back down today. I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well. And it took too long, where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done. Now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should have been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, make me smile. You used to hold my hand. You used to tell me that you'd take me to Wonderland. We had it all, you know. We put on quite a show. You were my one and only, never let me go. Then you broke my heart and I fell apart. I couldn't understand what you did to me. But I'm stronger than you think. I'll make a brand new start. So don't come looking for a way into my heart. Don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over. You thought you had it all, but up against the wall I walk right through another open door. I'm gonna hold my tongue, it can't be undone. I'm taking all that I can get from you. I'm not thinking about you, nothing about you. Nothing you can say will change my mind. I won't be back for more, well that's for sure. I'll be flying now underneath the sun. So don't come looking for me when the party's over. Don't come crying to me when the party's over.
Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. Why do you speak on my name? Do you love me for real? Why do you treat me so bad? Do you love me for real? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Do you love me for real? Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, don't give me that. No, 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 don't give me that, give me that, give me, give me, give me, give me that.
Fly higher, fly. There's no holding back no longer. Fly to the sky. The music makes me stronger. 'Cause I'm gonna try. Living by the hours. Baby, I'm gonna fly. Like a butterfly to flowers, yeah. Flirt with me, baby, come on, flirt with me. Essentially, baby, won't you flirt with me? Whoa, 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 whoa. Baby, flirt with me. Yeah. Fly higher, fly. There's no holding back no longer. Baby, I'm gonna fly like a butterfly to flowers. Yeah, yeah. Flirt with me. Baby, come on, flirt with me. Essentially, baby, won't you flirt with me? Whoa, 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 whoa. Baby, won't you flirt with me? Fly to the sky. flirt with me. Sometimes you gotta flirt. You ever been so lost that you just can't find yourself? You ever been pushed back to the limit and now you need some help? Even if it's one call just from one friend that knows you best. Good things are coming, yeah, I know good things are coming. We had no time to react, things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know that now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. You ever find that all the little things in life are everything? And even though we don't know what the future looks like, I'll bet anything on every family to pull it together. Yeah, we can, yeah, we can. Cause love don't go away just like that. It can only bend. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast, yeah. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh yeah, ooh, ooh. We had no time to react, but things are getting better real fast. I can feel it in my bones, we know now it's time for a comeback. Oh, come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback. Come back, come back, come back, it's time for a comeback.
There'll always be a queen of the dance floor. No matter what the hell I've been looking for. The blood rush is a bright light, the heartbeat pumping so wild. I started playing with my tongue. How could I dance with another? Once I've seen her. How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another? Once I've seen her dancing so damn well. Get closer to the queen with my best moves. I try to show plenty of my best grooves. The blood rush is a bright light, the heartbeat pumping so wild. I started playing with my tongue. Put my heart on the line, going all in. You want to cheat, you have to bite. And I'm biting. How could I dance with another? Once I've seen her. How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another? Once I've seen her dancing so damn well. How could I dance with another? Once I've seen her. How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another? Once I'd seen her dancing
dancing so damn well. How could I dance with another? One's a sinner. How could I dance with another? How could I dance with another? One's a sinner dancing so damn well.
There's a voice in your head, and it won't say no. There's a fire right in front of your eyes, and you can't let it go. Let the fire burn in you. You are stronger than you know. Show me what you're gonna do. Tell me how you wanna play. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. Show them you can make it through. It don't matter what they say. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. There's a fear and a doubt in your mind that you can't let show. Just come out with your head held high. Let the whole world know. Let the fire burn in you. You are stronger than you know. Show me what you're gonna do. Tell me how you wanna play. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. Show them you can make it through. It don't matter what they say. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. You can make it if you try. You can make it if you try. Show me what you're gonna do. Tell me how you wanna play. You can bring it on. You can bring it on. Show them you can make it through. It don't matter what they say. You can bring it on. You can bring it
This is the time to take a stand, 'cause things aren't going as we planned. I think it's time to start anew. So many hurt and so much pain, but we won't let it be in vain. If we come together, we'll go through. Be the change you wanna see. Go make history. I can feel there's a change coming. It's in the air. Some people keep holding on, but I don't care. We've been waiting oh so long, and I feel it oh so strong. But I know that this ain't fair. But there's a change coming. keep holding on, but I don't care. We've been waiting oh so long, and I feel it oh so strong, but I know that this ain't fair. There's a chance, there's a chance, oh, there's a change.
Feel like a flood coming. You got my blood rushing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. I feel my pulse racing. You got my mind chasing. Oh, 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 eh. Oh, 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 eh. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. Your adrenaline, you take me to extremes, more than my wildest dreams. Just one call of my name, and here I go again. Here I go again. Pressure rising, can't deny it. Body galvanizing, you know that I like it. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking over me now, and I'm giving in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline. You're taking hold of me now, and I'm sinking in. Feeling you in my veins, your adrenaline.
Celebrate the day, yeah. Come on, just celebrate the day. The time is now, let's stop all our crying. We need to leave all our worries behind. We cannot hide, cause there's no denying. We're gonna take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by, never ending. heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Jump on this ride, 'cause destiny's calling. A place where people together can sing this melody. We've all gotta scream it. Come on, let's take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by, never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Celebrate the day. Oh, I'm gonna celebrate, yeah, the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day.
Spread your wings and fly over the sky. Spread your wings and fly over the stars. The day has come, let's celebrate you home. And that's what I like to say, that is what I pray. And I'm still looking for a way. Hey, hey, 100 steps to find you, 1,000 stairs to climb. Hey, hey, 100 ways to know you,
See, I've been waiting all night for you to come and make it right. I thought you never heard me like the way you did tonight.
You can take these bones, break them into pieces now, to make my soul and cast me out in the sea. You can fill me with hope, take it all away again. I thought you should know that you ain't ever gonna break me down. 'Cause it's better
小航一个进去，林伟强被条件交了闪，错入了狂野身上，顶端了盛大登场。小航拉马呀！哎，车许晋哲越选择直接逮葛赛，会不会应该输出的快马这个反击风暴把他给挡住了？哇，快马还没死，15回血了还在输出，仿佛战神一般。
但是您这个血量有点低啊！大招打伤了，我已经杀死了！这什么伤害？这个烟花！哇，直接闪现 Q 进杀没有？这啥呀？这个在小号脸上把虞姬给杀了，而且自己还没死，打出回血，真的回血，这里面还在回血！兄弟，这是什么怪物？结束应该是后不要走了。哎，兹卡走到之后还在拉扯呀！哇！
Give me all of your gold, watch me blow it all away. You can save my soul, so I can sin and lose it again. Gotta fix this head I'm in before it spins so far out of control. Before I lose it all, 'cause it's better than the devil you know.
有运动的感觉，对，有机会，给大招对了3个，这太完美了，托尔斯这个金身，哇，防不住啊！大概这个徐徐湖这边给了一个治疗，这一个孤单的俄菲琉斯，俄菲琉斯直接被秒了，马克这边好攻，突破天灵3被秒秒躲掉，突破王也要死，马克这波操作有点秀啊！
哎呦，死麻了，中路主要是连了好几波了，在中路，哎呦，这狂风又是你的狂风，又勾起了自己 DNA 里的东西。小步到了，小步，五大将军来了，他来了，疾跑疾跑，这波看到了，左边兵一个野2个 TP， 他们要守的是要守2守3个人，前期整去开通，打一下，这边感觉掉了，应该是偷掉了。 哇，逼我！
'Cause it's better than the devil you know.
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL Spring 2022 playoffs. I am Ushi, and I am joined, as usual, by the fantastical Ox as we come into our 4th day of playoffs. We've had some pretty I wouldn't say bog standard, maybe, but definitely a lot of expected results so far.
Yeah, I think for the most part, especially when you look at how people predicted, I think there was that BLGRA series where it was a little bit more even, but the others, you know, is pretty one-sided in people's expectations, and it went that way.
Yeah, it really, really did. But before we can move into anything today, we do have an update on our playoff bracket. And due to COVID restrictions happening now in Shanghai, in China, the playoffs will be delayed by a couple of extra days. So, to protect the health and safety of our players, coaches, team personnel, and staff, the LPL has decided to postpone the original playoff schedule until April 8th and onwards. The games will be played remotely. The time for the spring split finals will be announced later, so please stay tuned for follow-up updates, and we appreciate your understanding and support. We hope everyone stays safe and healthy in these very uncertain times. But what that does mean is that we've got a game today, tomorrow and the next day, so you still get 3 more days of games, but then after that point, we will be taking a little bit of a week hiatus.
Yeah, so a bit of a break, unfortunately, but that's the nature of the situation, and all we can do is just focus on the matches that we do have in front of us.
Yes, we do have a couple of matches in front of us. Before we jump into our match today, let's have a look at where we are in that playoff bracket. As we can see now, a couple of those results we were just talking about, and of course, we got ourselves EDG versus Weibo today, but Top Esports starting their playoff run with a bang, knocking out BLG.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of people really, when they saw Top Esports and the form they've had coming towards the end of the split, I think it was very expected they would beat out BLG. They'll go up against LNG next, which, you know, I expect to be a pretty big banger, but Top Esports, I think, despite being low in the bracket, I still kind of favor there. And then we're focusing today on the bottom side of the bracket, where we recently saw EDG manage to dispatch FPX in a pretty dominant fashion.
Yes, they really, really did. There was 1 or 2 moments of FPX showing a bit of light, and again, I think considering everything for FPX, they can be very happy with their splits so far this year, but unfortunately for them, that was the end of the road. And of course, we got EDG now coming back in today, going up against Weibo Gaming. They will now have a pretty significant task, but I gotta say, the weirdest thing is in my eyes at least, Weibo are the underdogs. I think Weibo are coming in off of a massive slump, and EDG a little bit more of a high.
Yeah, I think Weibo had such a strong start to the split that really carried them in terms of the standings, but they have been, you know, I'd say struggling a fair bit, and I think part of it is the expectations are pretty high. You know, the former Suning roster with the Shys, in addition, the Shy, obviously a super storied player, world champion, and also the fact that, you know, when you see new rosters being formed, there's an expectation there'll be some teething issues, but this was not a new roster being formed, right? It was a established roster with 1 adjustment, and, you know, the thought was they would be able to just convincingly deliver, but it's been a bit rough.
Been a bit rough, but let's have a look at how we would characterize Weibo Gaming. You know, the comeback kids, if you will, they generally do build up around the idea that regardless of what happens in the early game, they should be able to punch back.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that jungle proximity is very low across the board. You can even see that for SOFM, his proximity to his laners is 23rd in the league, so very independent and not necessarily setting up the most proactive plays in the early game, not necessarily setting up fights, right? It tends to be more focused on farming, and you can see that's where they really lead out. CSD at 15, they are 2nd in the league, goal difference 15, despite the fact they're not, you know, pairing up too much, still ends up being 5th, so able to accrue those early leads that help them be relevant later.
Absolutely, and the way they build their compositions as well. We've seen the Shy on Sion multiple times now. It's kind of become a little bit of a meme in terms of, you know, you think of someone like the Shy, you think of all these incredibly mechanically intensive, you know, top laners, and then he picks something like Sion, but it works with what they need in terms of the team composition. They've got things like the Orianna, the Jinx, which everyone has obviously been playing, but then again, the things like the Rakan that just sink in with that big 5v5 team fight to let that late game be that insurance.
Yeah, absolutely. Big team fighting tools, and I feel like, you know, the caliber of the players really can deliver on those situations. Despite the fact that the Shy has been on Sion duty frequently, it obviously lends into team fights, and he has been pretty stellar. But we do have some clips, you know, their series up against LGD, where we saw them really deliver, and particularly Wong Fong was someone who stepped up massively for the team over the course of the split as a sort of late game team fighter.
Yeah, and again, this is just Weibo kind of showing that their team fight prowess. Yes, they do take a couple of casualties here, but it does lead to the ace, and Huanfan picking up the quadra kill just shows you how much they need. And again, in this series, it just felt like it was Weibo constantly pushing forward, waiting till they had a moment of, you know, right, we're in a 5v5, then we can move forward with this. That's where we kind of see their strengths most of the time going forward.
100%. And I guess the other side of the coin we're going to look at is EDG coming up against them, and we've obviously seen them perform. We saw them go up against FPX, and it was a pretty solid performance.
Yeah,
there was
off to a good start.
Yeah, there was that game where we saw FPX managing to find an advantage, but I think in particular, EDG sort of looked like back to their own source. And I think a lot of people, when they eyed up this roster, had this sort of feeling that despite the fact they haven't had the best performance of the regular season, it was a big surprise to have them in the first round. In best of fives, they are such a scary team to play against.
Yeah, they really are. Remember, the last team to beat them in best of 5 before their World Championship run was Team WE back in summer 2021. And this is going to be, you know, a good test for EDG. Again, looking very strong against FPX. But again, like we always say when it comes to the gauntlet bracket, games get harder and harder as you go up the bracket.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, Weibo's current form, definitely a question mark, but we've seen teams step up substantially. It's interesting you bring up the WE point from last split, because we saw WE and LNG, who weren't exactly the most convincing teams of the regular season, make massive deep runs, and it was, as you said, WE who managed to knock EDG into the losers bracket. So pretty excited to see how this one pans out. Scout has had an absolute tear of a series up against FPX. You can see him in these countless clips just really delivering. And, I feel like it will be Weibo having that work out for them in this one.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be the onus on Weibo to find advantages, the onus on Weibo to make things work. Because again, EDG looks very solid in their series with FBX. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't think that was more so. That's no cause for concern, shall we say. I think a lot of the mistakes or anything that went wrong was because of FBX's proactivity and also just how EDG were kind of approaching the game in that particular sense. But when we're looking at these two guys and we're looking at these two teams, the eyes I always look at, and it's always going to be this way throughout the entire split, is going to be that bot side. Viper versus Huanfeng. These two guys are just incredibly pivotal because of the way the meta is already.
Yeah, I mean, the meta suggests that, AD carries are going to be the role that you lean on heavily, but particularly these two, I feel like, are the late game insurance. Viper, there has been so many wins EDG have secured, and it really came down to him individually stepping up when the team needed, especially on things like Aphelios, where he's been able to get some pivotal ults for them. On the other side, Huanfeng, he kind of is, we talk about the team fighting aspect of Weibo, that they lean into that. Huanfeng has been a very stable AD carry, and that's why I feel like, insurance really suits him, because they invest resources into him early, and he just always pays off. Another thing to mention is when you look at the champions, Xayah with 7 games, so we obviously had the nerfs from 12.5b, where some of the AD carries were toned down, like Jinx and Aphelios, and we've seen other things be picked up a bit more. Huanfeng was already playing Xayah before those changes, so very comfortable even if we're off those core AD carries.
Yeah, and I think the big thing as well with you mentioned obviously some of the nerfs that came in. Jinx is still the late game carry she was post level 9, the exact same, but it is what can you do with that opportunity cost? Can you do something with the early levels where she doesn't have as much mana, she doesn't have as much priority in the lane, and something like Xayah, which naturally garners that, is an opportunity for teams to maybe go. We haven't seen it just yet in terms of Jinx and Aphelios are so very, very prominent, but it is still creating avenues for different teams, and especially like a team like Weibo and EDG who have multiple threats in multiple lanes. That's where we start to see the diversity kind of come in.
Yeah, and I think particularly we saw in the series against FPX, Viper bring out Ziggs. I feel like there's that. There's also the fact that he was playing like a lot of Ezreal Karma. These are lanes that Jinx will struggle against more now that she has her early game toned down, because they were already like, especially the Karma Ezreal was a rough one because you could be harassed down. Jinx obviously isn't as aggressive as, other picks in the bot lane that can just sort of force an all in against those. And as a result, I feel like if something like that ends up getting played now, there's even more window to punish, because she'll be forced to use her rockets to contest minions. Just ends up making things very difficult.
Now, well, let's see what our English broadcast team had to say, who they think is going to be coming out on top of this series as we get yourselves the predictions coming up onto your board. I know what I went with. I went with EDG. You cannot count out the world champions that easily, even if they do have a little bit of a middling split. But Hysterics and Munchables, they're feeling the mojo.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's no surprise Munchables went for Weibo.
Yeah.
If anyone is not familiar, we mentioned a little bit earlier, but Weibo took the spot of Suning, which I think it's no secret is probably Munchables' favorite team.
It is, yeah. I mean, there's several clips of him in a lion costume. I'm just gonna put that out there. You can very easily find them on the LPL English channel on YouTube. But yeah, it is not surprising they're gonna go for it. But again, I think this is just kind of testament to our league and such like that. I wouldn't be surprised. I would be a little bit, but not as surprised. It wouldn't be a massive shock if Weibo were able to take the series over EDG. That's how stacked most of our playoffs is.
Well, I think that I 100% agree. I feel like, especially Weibo's performance at the start of the split, I think that the caliber of players they have is there. I do think EDG has the edge there, but I mean, come on, they just won Worlds. But either way, it really comes down to the form today, and time again, we've seen teams who have looked this or that in the regular season come into playoffs completely different beasts, especially since we have had a pretty significant patch change where we've seen a lot of the core meta picks tweaked. We've seen things buffed that haven't really emerged too heavily, but there's still definitely potential where, in a series, if someone brings out a pick you can't adapt to, it can just have such a massive wave on the series as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of wave, my hair, I don't know what's up with my hair today. I put on the headset, and now all of a sudden it's just like, no, you get like 2 little things going over here and here. I don't know. I keep trying to adjust it on camera, so yeah, it's just annoying me. I just like every now and again I caught myself just going like, and I was like, well, that's gonna be a bit bit of a weird one. Normally I do that off camera. But yeah, as you said, big moment onto this patch. I am curious to see what we can see the Shy on, because the Shy has been a little bit on tank duty. He has been kind of forced onto the weak side, and I don't think that's really his fault.
Yeah, I mean, I was speaking to Lyric about this quite a bit, and it's essentially a situation where, you know, SFM wouldn't be doing as much to really help the Shy out when he needed it. We saw the stats earlier with the jungle participation being like really, really low. It's like if your wave ends up in a bad state and you're playing something like Jace, you can get punished, you could end up overextended and you get ganked, right? The wave could be going in the other direction and it could be stacked to set up a dive. If you're playing Sion, you're like, okay, no.
Yeah, it's like I'm a Sion. No one's really gonna dive me pre-level 6, and even then, it's even a worse idea later on in the game. So you're pretty damn safe, but we'll see if EDG want to try and ban away some of those things, get the Shy onto something maybe he's a little less comfortable on. As we are jumping into picks and bans, it is going to be Weibo on the blue, and if you do not know the way seeding works in these later stages, it is going to be the first higher seed gets choice of side in game 1, and then the loser chooses from there. So Weibo opted in for blue. We've seen a lot of teams go for that so far this split and so far this playoffs, as we get the Jace, which we were just talking about, the Twisted Fate, the Rise, and the Graves all banned away. So we're still looking at those core AD carries, and important here, 3 of them are going to be, 2 of them can be banned, but 3 of them are going to be left open. The Jinx going to be banned, so you either ban the Aphelios or the Zeri, or you leave both of them open and go for something else. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I feel like Viper has shown to be comfortable leaning in other areas, so they could leave that open, but if they want to ensure that like Weibo doesn't have a massive advantage in that regard, you could ban one of them. They go for the Zeri bans. That means Weibo, you could just take the Aphelios here, but Huanfeng has shown he is willing to play Xayah in a lot of situations. So I would be completely understanding if Weibo didn't opt to prioritize that in this situation. Interesting enough to get the Graves and Rise bans. I feel like those are very specifically picks that would attribute to EDG. And Weibo, they opt not for the Aphelios, they pick the Lee Sin, so EDG probably going to secure that themselves. Yeah, again, good early jungle priority here. I will say, though, as we mentioned earlier, Lee Sin great in the early game if you use him. Not really something that SOFM has been known for so far this split. Definitely had a bit more of a PvE setup so far, and that's why we kind of see them as the comeback kids, because without that early proactivity, they don't tend to get massive early advantages. They do get goal differences because they are just fantastically good laners, but it is going to be on EDG now to try and punish that pick, and they've already gone with the Aphelios, saying, look, we want the big matchup in the bot lane, we want Viper on something that can carry, and they pick up Scout on the Ahri. Yeah, and I think there's a range of picks that can do well into the Ahri that we've seen. You know, I think Syndra's fine. LeBlanc's a bit of a skill matchup. We've seen Vex is a good matchup. So all these things pretty solid. I would like to see Weibo pick them up probably in this rotation. But you are also forced to take AD carry, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see the Xayah come in. We've talked a fair bit about how, you know, Huanfeng is willing to lean on this when others are taken, and that's why this last pick is kind of a difficult one. Do you prioritize a mid lane pick for Angel to match the Ahri, or do you go for support? Because something in my mind would be the Rakan. Something that on plays well and also does sync up. You get those extra bonuses with the Xayah. And not only that, it was back to what we talked about, the big team fighting tools that we mentioned. This has been a staple for the side of Weibo Gaming. They have gone for those big quicknesses, and they've also been able to just get that big engage coming out for them. So this is pretty part and parcel for what we've seen for most of the split from Weibo. Yeah, absolutely. And now for EDG, I'm interested to see how they go here, because it's either support or jungle. I feel like in my mind would be the common ones. They could go off the rails and just pick a top, ban away counters. But it looks like for the time being, they want to prioritize having a decent jungle matchup. We often see Hecarim paired with Ahri, gives really strong team fighting tools, but they opt for more early power instead. They want to be able to match SOFM on the Lee Sin by taking that Volibear. And we've seen such a wide spectrum of Volibear play so far this playoff. Sometimes he looks indomitable, unbelievably powerful 1 to 6. And then we've seen games like yesterday where TM picks it and doesn't do anything for 20 minutes. So yeah, he is a bit of a flip. Sometimes it's a polar bear, sometimes it's a teddy bear. Yeah. It's like, it can go either way. Now, for EDG, banning away the Sylas makes a lot of sense. You know, we talked a bit about how Weibo might want to prioritize a mid in the first rotation. So counters wouldn't be taken, and obviously EDG are starting to ban matchups like good in the Ahri. The Sylas as well, because obviously you can steal away the ultimate, and also Volibear ultimate is a great one to nab. Also see the LeBlanc getting taken away. We did actually see Scout early in the season play this matchup very comfortably, but it's definitely a skill matchup, and one where the LeBlanc does tend to be favored later on. Now, we see the Nautilus ban come out here. I feel like EDG
probably just going to take the support here unless there's a top laner they really want to prioritize. But I feel like you probably leave the counter pick for Flandre. And this would be an interesting one if it came out. And they are actually going to lock in the Zilean. So a lot of people have talked about how this is a good matchup into the Rakan. Has a ton of movement speed that you can sort of mitigate. But also, I think the critical thing is Zilean's kind of a bit vulnerable in lane if you can engage on him. But Rakan isn't the most threatening in lane, right? His strengths come from when he hits level 6 and when he gets in the later stages. So a massive scaling pick here that Mako's going to have his hands on to really set up his team. Now for Weibo, they're actually going to go for the Azir, so something that can contest priority against the Ahri, something that scales very well, and is going to be a bit of a pain for EDG to get onto, because they don't have, you know, the best tools in terms of support like Leona or Nautilus. It is going to be very reliant on Scout, I feel, to close the gap. And then finally, the Shy is actually going to take the Kennen. No Sion today.
No Sion today, but just a little fun fact there. I was waiting to see our final pick coming in here for Flandre. It's only the third time we've seen Mako on the Zilean. He played it once last year in 2021 Inter-World Championship. Vladimir coming in for Flandre. We saw this very early for EDG, this split.
Yeah, and I might be wrong on remembers. I'm pretty sure it was into the Kennen as well. It is actually a really favorable matchup because typically Kennen likes to play into melee champions because you can harass them down, use that range advantage, and they struggle to get onto him because of his E and also the fact he stuns them. With Vladimir, you just get a free farm lane, right? You out-sustain the Kennen, you can handle trades, and if you lose them, it's fine. You sustain up, and you scale exceptionally. So I actually really love how EDG have brought out some interesting picks, some counters that we don't often see in terms of the Zilean and the Vladimir. So this is kind of what I was talking about earlier when I said EDG are a scary team in the best of 5 because they will bring out stuff like this, and it very much feels like this is something they, obviously with the Vladimir, they had it prepared from earlier this season, but clearly they were ready for the Rakan to come in with that Zilean. And I think there's two aspects to it. One, obviously they get good matchups for themselves that, you know, maybe Weibo don't have experience playing again. But also, it's very hard to ban, right? When you bring out these last, like they're throwing bans at things like the Tryndamere. I don't think they just expected the Vladimir. So, you know, EDG are like, you know, you ban the Tryndamere, we don't care. We got everything prepared.
Exactly. Like, if we're thinking about the whole champion pool Flandre played at the start of the split, Annie is in there as well. So, like, it's kind of just one of those things. And look, Vladimir does have his pros and his cons. You are waiting till level 9 before he really gets that Q up and available. So he's making real damage and getting real sustain. But it is going to be very interesting. Again, back to the team fighting as such. I will say that for Weibo, it is very much reminiscent to what we've seen in the regular split. Big team fighting ultimate from the Shy to go for the engage. You got the follow-up with On. And then, of course, the Azir and the Xayah playing on that backline just to try and shred through targets. We will have to wait and see how it all unfolds. But, Ox, we are jumping onto the Rift for Game 1 of this best of 5 Weibo Gaming, the 2020 World Finalists versus EDG, the 2021 World Champions. One of these teams will be going home today.
Yeah, big consequences on the result of this. I feel like Weibo, with the start of the split, had such a strong performance, and I feel like the same can be said for EDG. I feel like coming in, these two are two of our top competitors. Things are a little bit rough, which is why we're seeing them so early in the playoffs, but the fact we will be losing one today is massive. Now, something I want to talk a bit about, Sheen, is bot lane matchup. Okay, so I talked a bit about how the Zilean is pretty good into the Rakan. One of the things with Rakan is, like, you have picks like Leona and Nautilus where they can land the engage pretty reliably, especially when you have supports of this caliber. Problem with Rakan is, like, the W, you can just run out of it if you have enough movement speed, and Zilean provides that movement speed, so it becomes really difficult to actually pressure this pick who scales so exceptionally.
Again, the Zilean has been just something that Mako is very clearly picking as something into the Rakan. It feels like it's something that he has prepared, like you mentioned, and that's what we're going to have to see how this matchup goes. And again, like you said, if it does end up going back into another game where Weibo fall to the Zilean, pick ban becomes an awful lot more interesting, an awful lot more dynamic, because you can't rely on your staple picks, as we have to see now where both these junglers end up going. They're going to start with pretty much the same bot side matchup as they look to try and just move themselves up towards that top side. I will say, we mentioned the Shy coming out onto the, you know, leaning towards more tank duties now on the Kennen. Kennen's susceptible to ganks. The Kennen can be punished, and with the way SOFM has played towards, or rather the lack of way he's played towards this top side, it can be a little bit more dangerous. So I'm curious to see where these junglers go, and what do you expect to see from them in this early game?
Well, honestly, I feel like it's kind of tricky for EDG, because as much as, you know, you can gank a Kennen, Vladimir just doesn't have the setup right. I feel like that's one of the larger issues. A similar thing with the Azir. If you can land a charm from Scout, great, but chances are if Angel's playing it safe, it's so hard to get on him, right? And the Volley Bear, he can charge at you, but he can't gap close as easily as something like the Lee Sin. So as much as we talk about how SFM isn't the most active in the early game, a lot of poke coming out. I feel like he is the one who has more tools in his pocket. For the time being, though, we're seeing the result of this bot lane matchup. So often is the case where, you know, a champion like Rakan or even things like Leona or Nautilus, if you're into a double range matchup, you will just get harassed and zoned out. And this is something we've seen extensively from EDG this split. So many games of Karma Ezreal where it's like, we are going to take double range bot lane and apply the pressure onto you.
Yeah, we can see JJ already saying, look, I'm going to be the aggressive one. I'm going to look to try and make something happen in the jungle. SOFM, though, was wise to his tricks, did pick up the blue before he was in any other camp on that top side, so nothing to be garnered there. But again, the power of the Volley Bear, you just have a much faster clear. You have a much more powerful 1 to 3 spike, so you have to respect it. And now JJ should be at himself double scuttles. Not the biggest thing in the world. This isn't 2021, so it is just a nice little thing to get. Not going to be too instrumental in the early game.
I really feel like SFM, you know, it's hard, but to set up, as I said, with the Rakan, we talked about why it's difficult to find the engage. But I feel like if you just leave this bot lane independent, you're going to really struggle. And you can actually see JJ is down towards the bot side, providing some additional pressure, and they're going to get zoned off some waves, already having lost a plate. Yeah, plate already down, Wonfong and On getting zoned away. Already a substantial CS lead for Viper. That wave, you know, is just being cleared out. So this is essentially a 13 CS lead before this next wave is even being cleared.
Yeah.
Really, really starting to bleed. And that's the thing, is that the Aphelios scales so exceptionally well, especially when you have a Zillion backing you up. So big pain point for Weibo right now.
You can see SOFM, he did get a clear on a camp on that top side, so he's not losing out in terms of the Volley Bear pressure, but so difficult to gank a Vladimir. He goes into the Sanguine pool, basically just becomes immortal, and when you're trying to get him under the tower, it's just not really an option, especially with the teleport changes. So unless you're for some reason throwing Angel and possibly On up there as well, you're not really going to be able to do anything there.
Yeah, I think the big thing is if the wave was pushing in the direction and Flandre was overextended, that's when things get tricky because you can chase him down. But in this situation where the wave is pushed towards him, they weren't really in a position to go for a dive, which is 2-man, because as you said, the pool makes it difficult, and so Flandre can just farm up pretty safely. Is down a little bit in terms of CS, but that's not too much of a concern. At the end of the day, you are just scaling subs exceptionally well. I want to go back to a point you mentioned, was the level 9. And that is a big spike for Vladimir. Basically, you put points in your queue, that's what you max. And when you get level 9, that is obviously when it is maxed, and that's when it gets the lowest cooldown just by putting points into it. And it makes a big difference because, you know, it's your main trading tool, it's your sustain, right? And the more you can rotate it, the quicker you can get those empowered ones that are really going to hurt the cannon.
We'll see how it ends up working out. I will say Flandre and any Vladimir player in the world will probably be thinking, yeah, the teleport changes really help us. We're not going to be dove. We don't have to use it in any kind of real way. So you can kind of just be a little bit more selfish with it for the first few minutes of the game and get yourself up to that big power spike. But we are waiting now to see what level 6 is being hit. You do have the ultimate there from Flandre on the Vladimir as JJ starts to roam around here with Scout, but they will be spotted out in the ward. And as much as we love to call Azir a very big late game carry, because he is, he's also incredibly safe in that mid lane. Very difficult to actually catch him out when he has his flash available.
Yeah, it's what we've seen a lot from Fofo when he was bringing it out, is that you're good at contesting priority, you're hard to push out of the lane, you're hard to gank. There's a lot of difficulty there. And interesting enough, so this is pretty cool. On has summoned a spellbook, and he actually switched to TP to very quickly get back on the map and have presence here. Unfortunately, I'm not sure they're going to be in time to do much about this dragon.
I think it's a little bit too late as On is going to take a little bit of harassment, but yeah, I like the adaptation. I like the fact I actually didn't even notice that he had the summoner spellbook, but it is going to make it another little bit of a tricky moment here for EDG when you go in, when you're looking for stuff. What summoner spells does he have? Because those can be instrumental in a big team fight.
100%, and I think the thing is that typically we see the Rakan with the Guardian, which obviously does scale well, but it's also a pretty strong laning tool. right? I think the thought process here is our lane is just completely screwed. So I might as well pick something to impact the map and so I can be more relevant later. But you can see the constant harassment coming out from Viper and Mako. Now, Gage comes in, actually.
Yeah, they catch out Viper, who's taken very, very low. He gets flashed on, he heals, he's still kiting backwards and then ticked down. Here comes S2FM, who gets the kick off of Mako, and they will take down the Time Lord. That's first blood to Weibo, and S2FM for the first time in what feels like an eternity being proactive.
Yeah, love to see it, and we needed this because bot lane was struggling for Weibo. They needed some activity, but I have to say, EDG's bot lane, they were pretty much losing out before SOFM even turned up. They probably wouldn't have been able to get a kill, but the fact they burned all the summoners, Viper just getting caught out by the Rakan W. I highlighted how with the extra movement speed, you should be able to get out of it. And we'll see the replay here. You know, the thought process is I get sped up by my Zillion, I can walk it out. Doesn't manage to get it, and because he thinks he's going to make it out, he ends up burning his summoners late. He's already so low in this situation, and sure, he gets away, but I like this from SOFM. He commits the kill on Mako. The summoners are still burnt by Viper to get out, but they end up getting a kill secured for that Lee Sin.
Yeah, and again, I love the target selection, like you mentioned. SOFM saying, look, it's almost certain that Viper is going to be flashing out of this kick. There's no real way I'm going to be able to take him out, and I just don't get a kill from it. But by focusing out Mako, he gets the best of both worlds. He gets both the summoners, and he gets the kill as well. So good moves here from Weibo's jungler in the early game, gets first blood, and honestly, just relieves a lot of pressure because he's still, yes, they're still 20 CS down, but that little extra kill, a little bit of extra assist gold goes a long way in the run. But we're going to see him move in top side as Flandre now having to use a Sanguine Plume. They're going to see them now jumping onto the Shy, who tries to go over. No, he's not quite able to get it. But SOFM is there to try and see if he can clean up house. Flandre trying to dodge the Sonic Wave. SOFM thinking about it, but he's not going to be able to land it. But while this has been happening, Scout's going to roam up, and you have no real way to go. You have no minions to help you out, and Scout is the janitor in this fight.
That's the power of the Ahri. Something we love to see is moving that pressure onto the sides. SFM tries to get that gank to Flandre, but I think the problem is it's just so hard to punish that Vlad. And as much as they do get that one kill, there's a lot of minions going to be... Actually, no, it's a cannon minion, so I don't think the Shy even misses that much in the end. But either way, still minions. A successful play coming out from EDG.
Very successful play from EDG, and that equals up themselves in the goal. But with that pressure going up towards that top side, they know the Volibear isn't here in the bot lane. That means On and Huanfeng are very comfortable to push this up, very comfortable to get this wave going for themselves. And we are starting to see this bot lane get themselves coming back into this, as the gold is actually, funny enough, it's pretty much dead even, but arguably Huanfeng's a little bit ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Got the assist gold, able to get those 2 plates and close the CS gap. So, I mean, this one, Flandre's just caught out. He's aware of that. Pops the ult in the pool to buy time and heal. And then it's very close here because he gets stunned, isn't able to instantly get that heal off, but does manage to trade those kills. And then SFM, kind of hard to land the max wave Sonic Wave there. Unfortunately, with Scouts roam up, does get taken down. But now, 10 minutes in the game, so a bit later, right? This Herald's been up for a while. We see EDG moving over, and ultimately, I don't think we necessarily see a Weibo contest right now, although it looks like actually they're going to go for it. They are, both AD carries are moving, but Viper's going to be far quicker.
They've got the quickness here on, so he could look for something. Charm does go off, and they miss it. There's the kick back as the Shy jumps back in onto Flandre. The Hemo plate goes down. He's already got to back off of cooldown. He's going to try and sustain this one out, but he does not get the healing. Yes, you get the Rift Herald, but can you collect right now, EDG? They're going to try and go in 3v3, collect this one. It will go to Scout, which isn't ideal, but it is still very close there. I think EDG, you're okay with that trade, but if this plate goes over to the side of Weibo, it's kind of even.
Yeah, I feel like it's an interesting one because ultimately you saw the fact that Huanfeng wasn't moving and Viper was, and that's why I thought Weibo weren't going to contest, right? They did find the kill on a Flandre, which I like, but ultimately, at the end of the day, you get that kill, you don't even get a plate in the bot lane because they already had those 2 from before, and EDG now have the Herald. They now have that tool to play around with, so I think despite the fact Weibo got that kill, EDG, they're perfectly happy with how it turned out. And you saw as well the fact that they try to strong arm them away from picking up the eye, and EDG would just have none of it. They're like, no, we can easily move in. Scout, especially on the Ahri, if things do turn south, can get out.
Yeah, absolutely. And despite everything that's kind of gone in the early game in favor of EDG in terms of the laning phase, it has actually been a bit of a gold lead now kind of accruing itself for Weibo. They got themselves about 1,000 gold lead. You can see it's actually pretty much dead even in the AD carries, despite the 10 or 20 CS difference between them at the moment. JJ starts up the Dragon, but don't think he wants to try and take it just yet, as SOFM and Angel are in the vicinity, but with EDG having pushed in that bot side, they are the ones with priority. They are the ones that are able to move their bot lane to the scene of the crime a little bit earlier. So EDG not quite yet in a position to take this dragon, but the support's going to go into a little bit of supportal combat before it.
Yeah, we see the wave getting pushed in bot though, so EDG need to answer, and that kind of forces them away. I do think that trying to secure the second dragon, obviously nice for EDG, so they can lean the game a little bit later when they have things like the Vladimir on the side, if they feel confident in their team fighting. But because they spent a little bit too much time trying to contest the dragon area, they had to answer those waves, they had to back off. It means Weibo can just sweep in and grab this one now. So I do want to talk about, it is Scout with the Herald. Obviously, you'd love to have your jungler be able to grab it because then he can move anywhere. But I think the place they want the Herald to go down is mid, right? And I often talk about how if you're going to drop it in the side lane, you want to get the whole tower. You want to get that first tower gold. If you drop it in the mid lane, it's to lower the tower so that you can pick it up with, say, the second Herald. It is vitally important this game because Azir is so hard to force off that tower, right? He has great wave clear, a really hard dive target, and I feel like the sooner EDG pick up the tower, the better. It means they can start looking to pressure sides more heavily, which is great with the volley bear. So that's where I would like to see them place down the Herald and look at those two plates. They can leave it for a little bit, right? There's still like a minute left, and they could try and find a window where they have pressure on top of the Herald to apply it.
He's after dodging out the pink ward there that's in the tribe rush, so you do not know that JJ is here, and this is going to be big for Weibo. They need to push in this wave as soon as they possibly can, but here comes Scout trying to get caught out there by the Emperor's Divide of Angel, but not quite able to get him. The Spirit Rush is good, but now On and Huanfeng know that something's up, and they're going to get him over the side of the wall. JJ seeing if he can make something happen. It looks like they're going to try and drop the Rift Herald down this bot side. Just keep the full tower, like you mentioned, going. The cleanse instant from On. That spellbook is doing work right now as we can see them kind of going forward, trying to take down this Rift Herald before it gets its charge off. They will not be able to do it, but EDG, it's sloppy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the critical thing is that Weibo denied those extra plates. Yes, the first tower is taken, but they buy just enough time, and as a result, Weibo still have a 500 gold lead. EDG get that first tower, but yeah, and the thing is as well, this bot lane tier 1, I don't think it's as substantial as mid lane, because now you're in a position where you need that second Herald, right? If EDG don't get that second Herald, I think they really struggle to get mid tier 1 anytime soon, and Azir is just such a difficult target to push off the tower, and also, I feel like in terms of anti-dive tools, Weibo have so many. It's not easy to pull off. Of course, EDG do have the volley bear, they do have the Vladimir that could really go a long way, but you really don't want to take a massive risk against something like an Azir. So second Herald, I think, is going to be a big point of contention between these teams.
As we come up past the 15-minute mark, we can see pretty much dead even across the board for pretty much everyone. Slight gold lead in top, slight gold lead in mid. Nothing really too much to be talking about, but where do you want to see these two teams going? We start to see first items being picked up, and honestly, just to give a credit where credit is due, SOFM has been fantastic so far in this early game and really has kind of shown us up to be a little bit better in terms of his early game proactivity.
Yeah, he's been making things happen, so absolutely got to...
Oh, he's been baited in. Flandre does not get the Chemo Plague down. Well, he gets it down, but he won't get the benefit of it, as we can see there. Just a great bait and switch there from the Shy and SOFM. And for the first time, we're seeing this top-mid jungle combination actually work together.
Yeah, it's a great point. Oh, Viper with a nice Gale Force there to dodge away. Doesn't even have to be in the Summoners, which is a massive aspect here. Now On might be in trouble.
Oh, Moonlight Vigil goes out. Huanfeng going to have to use his ultimate just to mitigate the damage there, but it's starting to ramp up a little bit. Again, as soon as we start to see those first items being picked up, we're starting to see teams getting very frisky, very dangerous, as we can now see JJ going up towards the top side. Angel now knows he's there, because sadly for JJ, he just popped the blast cone a little bit too far forward. In a little bit of trouble, as SOFM does pop himself over the wall, but it is going to be just fine. The Shy should be able to pick up this turret in bot side, and out of nowhere, the gears have shifted. The game's pace has picked itself up a little bit, and I'm so excited for it because, again, these are two top-quality teams in the LPL, and they're starting to show why.
Yeah, in this mid-game, really applying the pressure. EDG moving their duo mid lane, and they've been able to consistently come out ahead against Huanfeng and On in terms of the harass, chunked out that mid lane tower, and then they just go for this great lead in the top side because they have pressure mid, they can move up there. The threat of this volley bear forced the Azir back, and even though they didn't get the tower, they got that extra pressure, but they are looking towards a second Herald, and this one expectedly would go down in the mid lane. They do need to secure it first. And SOFM, 4-1-0 on this Lee Sin, really strong.
Very, very strong, even as a Hex Drinker to keep himself alive. As we're going to see, there's the Stormbringer coming down as JJ's in a lot of trouble. He has got a bomb on him. And don't forget, the Zillion revive is still there. Chrono Shift, very powerful in these very skirmish-heavy, burst-heavy fights. But it is Weibo who are able to push back EDG and say that they have control over the Rift Herald.
Let's see if they're able to maintain that control. Right now, the Shy is there. Do you see a TP coming in? Flandre would be huge here.
Yeah, and On's back in the base, so it's a 5v4. Weibo smartly kind of backing themselves away very, very quickly because they recognize they cannot contest this. They will lose the second Herald, and again, both teams fighting tooth and nail right now, not willing to give an inch.
Yeah, and I think it just shows how much priority there was on securing the second Herald for EDG. The fact they commit that TP with so much effort in securing it. Now, they should be able to defend this tower here. Viper,
Gale Force does get him back out to safety, or relative safety. That turret taking a bit of a beating. This is 4v5 in the mid lane in favor of Weibo. As you can just see on your screen there, Scout went off to the top side. They will have SOFM on the back end, who just get the kickback on the JJ, and that will just be a disengage. So you gain the second Herald, you gain a tier 2 or tier 1 on top, but you lose your tier 1 in mid.
Yeah, and I like it from Weibo. They really strong on there and just made sure they could secure it. I don't think there was too much threat of onto JJ, especially since we have Mako with the ultimate. But at the end of the day, I feel like the mid-tier 1 take isn't as important for Weibo, right? I think EDG having the Herald to get the enemy mid-tier 1 a lot more relevant, because I just think it's the Azir. Such a massive presence stopping pressure onto towers. Now SFM will pick up the Dragon. It is an Ocean Soul, which I feel like, you know, there's some champions it's definitely going to be impactful on. I feel like it's probably EDG who would prefer to have this, especially when there's so much healing from things like Vladimir already, and JJ is so tanky. But definitely something the teams will look to prioritize. SOFM is just stealing everything right now.
I mean, SOFM has been so proactive so far, and honestly, we had a lot of criticisms for this guy coming into the split. He hasn't really, you mentioned it when we talked about Weibo, it's like they're kind of seen as the comeback kids because they didn't have really good jungle proximity. They didn't work as a team, or rather, they didn't seem to work with their jungler as well in those first 15 minutes of the game. It felt more like when they were forced to go into 5v5s, that's when they shone the brightest. But now they seem to have shored up that issue. They seem to have figured out what the problem was, and they are now moving forward as a unit. SOFM, 4 kills. All the kills on the side of Weibo go towards him, and it's a testament to his early game. Now look at On. He's on the flank, and he may be looking to try and get on the backside of this.
And Viper's actually getting connected on by the feathers. Oh, they're going to go for a TP flank from the Shy. EDG need to get out right now. You cannot hesitate on this one. They sense what is going to go down, and they will back away.
Still looking. They're still looking for it. They drop down a ward down by On, so they know they can get this massive slicing Maelstrom quickness combination, but they now know what's up. They have figured out the plan from Weibo. It was just a little bit too convenient to have a 5v3 in that mid lane, but with the pressure you now have, and with JJ looking significantly chunked, you can start the Baron here, and you got Nazir and Azaya. You can shred this.
100%, and they really want EDG to come into them, use their peel tools, use their disengage, and EDG, the Baron's gonna die!
They now know it's going down. They need to get in there as soon as they possibly can. JJ's gonna get kicked away as he jump over the side of the thing, but it's not going to be stolen. SOFM will eventually fall. The last auto attack does go down, and that's gonna be the Shy using the slicing Maelstrom onto Flandre, who cannot stay alive. You've lost 2. If you get the rest of them out, you should be fine, but there's going to be, Hwanfeng. Nice cleanse to keep himself alive. It is still advantage to Weibo, and again, 20-minute on spawn Baron. I don't know if this is what you want to go for here, guys. They're going to actually get the charm onto Angel, but he has a great Emperor's Divide, gets himself back to safety. Oh, it almost went all terribly wrong over a blue buff, but the end of it all.
It's not worth it for the blue. I'm just going to state that as a fact. But Weibo get the heist, right? They trade down 1 kill, but they secured the Baron. Absolutely what they're looking for here, right? And in this situation, JJ does everything he can, flashes over the knockup, wants to ult after into the pit, but can't get there in time. Baron secured, so it's all about Weibo getting as many numbers as they can out of this situation. They end up losing 2, but they get 1 in return. So, you know, you net 1 behind, but the Baron absolutely makes it worth it. I will say, this overstate here, it's a blue buff, dude. Let it go. You got the Baron. But regardless, Weibo got what they want. I think a pivotal thing is they were really playing around their spikes importantly, particularly was Guangfeng. He had the Manamune just finished and fully stacked, the Eclipse as well, so they felt really comfortable to take this. Whereas you look at Viper, his items are more expensive. He's still trying to ramp up to the point where he's, I say that.
He's ramping up right now. There's going to be the feathers going fly, but he gets the Moonlight Vigil out off after it. The Shy trying to push forward. You got to be careful, though, that Severum will heal an awful lot for Viper. As you can see, he's already back up to half HP. And we're starting to get very testy right now in this game. Both these teams just throwing punch after punch. EDG still very much on the back foot, but it's only a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me is when EDG want to fight, they really want Viper just to be able to charge around, decimate people with the Zillion boost, but also like it's about Flandre getting a big ultimate onto the side of Weibo, because Weibo have so many AoE tools in their kit. If you end up getting a good flank angle, if you get onto the back line, things like the Slicing Maelstrom can be so devastating, the quickness as well, because critically, Mako can only ult one person, right? You can only choose one person to save, and especially if you end up dying in a bad position, it doesn't matter that you come back.
All right, 45 seconds till the dragon spawns. We are missing quite a few key summoners here for the side of Weibo Gaming. No flash on no flash on Angel, or even on the Shy or the SOFM. Still waiting for that cleanse for Huanfeng. And on the other side of this, you have got some pretty key flashes there. Viper still got his. Mako with exhaust as well, going to be huge to try and stop the Shy. I don't know if Weibo, or excuse me, EDG are really in a position to contest this dragon. They've got too many waves of pressure to deal with, and again, the power of the Barons.
And look, On just walks behind into the mini wave, doesn't care, slams a ward down, and instantly there's so much threat from the Kennen potentially going for a TP flank. And honestly, I say that, he's just pushing the bot lane. He's just taking a tier 2 tower, ton of extra gold for the Shy. EDG will take that mid tier 2, but they are in a better position in terms of approaching that dragon. They are just zoned away.
They're going to lose an inhibitor. They lose an inhibitor off of this, unless the side, we can see they're going in. We're going to see the Charm landing as the Shy is taking a bit of a battering right now. They're going to go forward. There's the Slicing Maelstrom, went a little bit too close to the sun. Scout will just about keep himself alive, but that's a big ultimate now down for Weibo. They have to be very aware of that if they want to try and fight around the objective, but the objective's already been taken.
Yeah, so objective secured. Weibo pretty happy with that one. They don't actually manage to take down the tower. It was so close, but it is still alive for the time being. But Weibo managed to secure that third dragon for themselves, one away from the soul, and it just feels like they are the ones who've been dictating the pace of the game. They are the ones who've had the pressure. And I gotta say, I was so hyped for this Vladimir, right? Into the Kennen in particular, it's a strong matchup. It scales exceptionally. If you can get in with those big flash hemo plays, you can do so much damage. Vladimir's had a rough game, right? Yep. It feels like he's consistently being caught out. And I think it's credit to Weibo. Whenever they've seen him, they've used their CC tools to ensure he just doesn't have a chance to really play the game.
Yeah, he's going into the Crimson Pool just so late. It means he's coming out with probably sub 400, 500 HP. It's not really enough to kind of be that big significant Vladimir. I will say the longer the game goes, the more ability haste he picks up, it is going to become a bit more of a nuisance. He will get more healing, he'll become more efficient, and of course the big damage in the late game is still relevant, but Weibo have done a fantastic job of just mitigating all that pressure. Let's have a quick look at the game state. It is still about a 2,500 gold lead to Weibo. They are now on Soul Point. They picked up their third dragon. 3 items just finished up there for the Shy. He's sitting on a Banshees and the Void Staff. I love the Banshees second because it just gives him that little bit of extra survivability. He's not getting charmed. He's not getting CC down by the Zillion. And again, looking at all these different items, Weibo are happy scaling into the leg-up. This is going to come down to both these teams just kind of smashing heads against each other in a big 5v5.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, the Zillion, the Aphelios, the Vladimir, these things are all extremely strong. For EDG in the late stage of the game, right? When they get to that point, they're going to be a thorn in the side of Weibo. But the thing is, Weibo have answers. Weibo have great teamfight tools, and we've said they like to lean into that, right? So they just keep fishing for these opportunities. But I love that they keep setting up an objective. They'll start it like they did with that 20-minute Baron. They'll force EDG to walk forwards, and then they just always pose a threat of this TP flank consistently. The Shy has done an excellent job just by having that constant pressure, but it's really been on setting up these deep wards for potential flanks. You can see he's actually right now moving into the enemy red side jungle, trying to get some vision down, potentially set things up.
Yeah, see the Shy now respecting the fact that Scout and Flandre's combination, he has no resistances, so if he gets caught out by something, he's just dead. There's nothing else he can really do about it. He's either going to trade his life for another, or he's just going to go down as quick as you like. But Shy and SOFM now starting to link up once more, as we do have ourselves a little bit of a quick pause. Let's wait to see now. Luckily, between the two teams, nothing is happening. It's not a pause in the middle of a team fight or not a pause because of some kind of dive or anything like that. We are just kind of seeing how this game is going. But right now, it does feel like Weibo are feeling a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, and I think they should just continue to do this, right? I think Baron's coming up soon. It could be seen as a bit risky to go for it, but honestly, I think the way they've been managing things, they could probably take it if they just set up deep vision so you have the potential TP flank. And that is really what EDG are so scared of constantly, is Kennen coming from behind. You don't have anywhere to use that movement speed from the Zillion on. Obviously, if you run one way, you go into the team. The other way, you go to the Kennen. And on top of that, the AoE CC means essentially going into it, you have to make a choice who you're going to ult. Probably going to be the Aphelios. But then, even if he does survive, right, if he's respawning and everyone else is dead, not going to end up in a good situation. Alternatively, the second one is they can't just wait for that dragon, right? The Ocean Soul, you know, I tend to weigh Ocean Soul by when you have champions who are tanky or they have a lot of time to get value out of it, right? That's the thing, because with the Ocean Soul, if you're squishy, you can just get blown up. Right?
Yep.
And it's kind of
meaningless. It's not going to do anything for you.
Exactly, right? And so I feel like bulkier champions have more value out of it. They can get more from it. Like, if it was on the EDG side, the Vladimir could buy so much time with his pool. The healing comes in. So I don't think it's the most instrumental thing. We could even see EDG opt out of it. But it does mean that if the dragon goes down, Elder Dragon starts to come on the cards. And that one is a scary one. Now, EDG are looking to collapse onto Angel. He's just going to TP out.
He has to, yep. Pops down the Shurima's Legacy, and that's going to be a TP summoner down here as EDG recognize they probably did get that summoner out of him. And they're going to be happy as Larry now to know that that's going to be down. So again, big cooldown being blown here. And this is the thing. I love this for the side of Angel, though, because he recognized he had to blow it. Because if he dies there, the Baron goes. He's a massive deterrent from the side of EDG to make sure they don't go for these big plays. And we can now see On looking to be a bit more aggressive with his warding, but no real aggressive wards here. No massive TP flanks available for Weibo, and honestly, they want to change that soon.
And I think you see how EG are positioning. They are really trying to stop.
Oh, we're going to see them going in. Scout gets caught out here by SOFM in a little bit of a 1v1. He does it on the kick, and he gets him there. That's going to be a little bit of a kill there to the side of Weibo, and that's a big kill as well when you consider who they just took out. It's the Ahri. The pick potential from the side of EDG is no longer on the board.
And Scout was just so greedy. He wanted to save the ult. He didn't want to lose that team fighting. Oh, Engage comes in.
They go in. There's the quickness. They're going to try and force Viper to use some summoners, but he just has the Gale Force. That's 3 or 4 times now we've seen Viper hold his summoners just to use the slightly less cooldown of the Gale Force, but now you got to be even more careful because Flandre has taken a big chunk of health and he hasn't really got any minions to try and get off of, and the Shy's on a flank.
Yeah, this is so scary right now. Scout has 15 seconds till he's up, so they're trying to force the factor now.
Oh, there it is! You couldn't even see him! They didn't even know what was happening. The Shy finds his marks, and that's 2 more kills over to Weibo. They are taking control.
Weibo have spent this whole game looking for that one moment. Blink and you'll miss it. They didn't even get to see it. JJ and Flandre get blown up. No flashes used, right? No ultimates used. They didn't expect that. And it's a beautiful play from Weibo. They will not only get the Baron, but they can head straight over towards the Dragon as well. JJ will be up in time, but the problem is, I mean, I say up in time, he'll be up for its spawn, but he's not going to be able to get there in time. So Weibo should just get soul off this as well. And Scout was just so greedy here, right? You know, he doesn't want to ult and not have it available for a subsequent fight, but as a result, he ends up just waiting way too long. The flash kick comes in. As soon as Sonic Wave hits, doesn't matter what you do, you're already dead. And then this play from the Shy. So good using this pocket of vision.
Yeah, and again, look, you can see them. They don't even see him. They don't know he's there. And then by the time they realize that they are already dead, they just can't do anything about it. And honestly, the SOFM and the Shy have been exceptional this game. They really have kind of brought back a little bit of that flavor that we all know and love them for. The 2020 form for SOFM, the 2018 form for the side of the Shy. But look at that damage. It's just so much. That's what Magicus is that Ahri has a Banshees.
Yeah, I mean, it was JJ who got.
Oh, sorry, it was JJ.
Yeah.
I thought it was Scout. My bad.
But it still just feels like anyone who steps up gets chunked so heavily by Weibo. They're playing it so well, being patient with it. And EDG, they just haven't really found the window. The Vladimir has been useless so far.
They're going to go and try and catch out SOFM, who's in a lot of trouble, and he is taken down. But you've lost an inhibitor turret, and the mid lane still pushing in against you. EDG, you need about 4 more of those. You need to try and take the ace, right? And they're going to go straight for it. There go the feathers flying. The rest of Weibo do disengage. Hemoplague has been invested as well. So 2 big ultimates, and you don't really gain a lot. You just protect your base.
And the problem is, right, you see that window, you see that opportunity. Like, we want to force a fight, and you see Flandre go for it, but it's a cannon, it's a Xayah, it's a Rakan. You can't just run at them, right? If they stop popping the ultimates, if they stop popping the CC, you'll get absolutely decimated. And, you know, the SFM pick will serve its purpose. I think the critical thing here is that they aren't going to be able to do any more with the Baron, but it's still a massive hit to EDG. SFM just a bit of an overstay. I think he was trying to get the ward down so he could hop to it, but was late on it. And just once the CC layering comes in, nothing you can really do. But back to Lai. Ocean Soul in the hands of Weibo. They have a 5,500 gold lead. Kennen is super strong. The Azir is pretty comfortable. Wangfeng and the Xayah is a bit of a monster. And as much as I said these EDG scaling elements are really powerful, it just feels like they haven't been able to find favor in the team fights. They haven't really been able to find much strength from, you know, things like the Zillion. Like, think the Zillion ultimate, has it even been used this game?
I don't think so. I genuinely don't believe either Mako hasn't been in a position to use it, or he just hasn't been available to try and go for it to get some value out of it. The Hemoplague goes down onto Angel, but it doesn't do anything. Then we can see the Shy moving forward onto Flandre, who's taken so damn low. While that's been happening, the rest of Weibo are taking the mid lane. EDG, you need to make a decision.
They need to try and do something. They were trying to find an engage on Angel, but it's so difficult. Viper playing really confidently, but Weibo just back away. They're like, we don't need to win this fight. We can just back off and play around this pressure we have in mid. EDG, it feels like they're crumbling. It feels like Viper knows he has to be the big carry, but Weibo are so respectful of him.
Oh my lord, and Wangfeng is no spring chicken. He is doing some serious work right now on the Xayah. Again, with something like an Aphelios, yes, you have massive damage, but you have to get relatively close. If you don't have your green gun, that, you know, which he does at the moment, but once that's gone, he doesn't really have that much range, so he needs to be so careful. And now, Scout, JJ, and Mako, seeing if they want to go for something, they're going to try and find out. Wangfeng it on, as the quickness goes in and the feathers fly. They're going to try and jump back on top of this one, but JJ is just a little bit too late. On picks himself out of his Zhonya's, and they're able to survive again. That felt like it almost was the moment for EDG, but just not quite.
But the problem is as well, if Wangfeng still had Cleanse and Flash, they were never going to kill him, right? If the Charm connects, he should just be able to get away. On gets chunked. They were close to taking him out, but even if they take him out, what do they really do other than get a bit of gold and a bit of a reprieve from the current pressure? It's still a long time before that Baron and Elder Dragon are up. Weibo would have time to respawn, and things are looking rough. And I think a big element of this is Viper's struggling to get in range, right? I feel like Weibo has a good comp at keeping things at bay and keeping them at a distance. And as much as EDG has tools to circumvent that, right? The Ahri can dash in and land a charm. Flandre, especially if you sped up, can get the big flash ult. When they are relying so heavily on Viper, he struggles to close the gap. Because yes, he can run forwards and auto, but when you look at what Weibo has, if you're running into Feathers, or you're running into the Streamer Soldiers, or you're running into, you know, Slicing Maelstrom, you're going to have such a rough time.
And the big thing is, yes, you do have the Chrono Shift. The Zillion ult is fantastic. But when you're in that respawn stasis, you're not putting out damage. You're not putting out DPS. That's what you need from the side of Viper. The Chrono Shift should be a lastminute.com setup to make sure he just survives the end of a fight, not the start of it. And it feels like right now it's just EDG trying to find a moment. I will say they are getting up to a point where gold leads don't matter. Items are starting to max out completely, but SOFM needs to be very careful. He's on 3 items, but that Ahri still hurts.
100% right. Able to chunk out, and there are some big spikes coming up soon for EDG. The Rabadon's nearly finished for Scout, right? Viper looking towards getting his 4th item sword, and then need that power absolutely, because it's 20 seconds of the Baron, a minute on that Elder. And the problem is, because there's been so much pressure from Weibo, you can see that they push so deeply into the enemy jungle. There's this very aggressive line of wards, right? Which means if EDG try and push out a contest and they miss one, there's that potential TP flank that can come in. And you can see now, they're charging forwards. They want mid-priority. Look at that ward in the lane behind them. Perfect if the Shy wants to get onto the back line.
There's literally 2 of them. They don't know that these 2 wards, you can see already pings going down onto that far ward, literally just about the back end of Red Buff. That's where they're looking to try and put the Shy and maybe just end this game. It's going to be on EDG to try and look for a fight before that can really happen, as the Shy is off to the side. Scout playing bodyguard for the moment. Has not spotted out the little electric Pikachu, but would be very remiss if he did not see him now. Now they back themselves out of that little corridor as SOFM starts to move back towards it. Here we go. Nothing from Viper, just not able to land anything. Uses the Gale Force and the Moonlight Vigil. That's huge for EDG.
Yeah, a lot of tools invested here. They're fishing so heavily, but I feel like Weibo are just setting the trap.
Oh, Mako flashes away. They're going to try and jump onto On. As we can see, there's the Crimson Pool coming out. Flandre hits literally nothing of any value there. We'll get a little bit of a Hemoplague proc there from SOFM, but that's about it. And now Weibo are all grouped together to try to see if they can make this one work. SOFM jumps on the JJ, but Scout is dead! Out of nowhere, the Shy finds an opportunity. He's now going 1-for-1, and it is going to be on Viper and Mako to turn this fight around. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Weibo. JJ is not really long for this world, and you can see that EDG, they just want to try and stall this out. They want to try and keep themselves alive. SOFM still pushing, still hunting, still looking for more as they finally catch out Mako. Will be pushing forward as we can see Viper trying to do the best he possibly can, but he's just not got the damage. Massive game from Weibo, and they should be able to run up to take this Baron and the Elder and anything they want.
Yeah, I mean, they could even look for the end at this point, but I think with Scout being up, no TPing in, seems like they're mixed decision-making. It looks like they're going to send On to kill the inhibitor while they take Baron. I mean, why not? Best of both worlds. Definitely don't need his damage now. They should be able to pick up the Baron and have the Dragon critically. Viper died so late. They should just head straight to the Eld and be able to secure that one as well. Remember, the Shy still has TP in pocket, so we'll be able to join them and have 5 men strong. And this, EDG were just fishing for so long, and then On kind of baits with this engage. He doesn't really want to commit too heavily, and that's the power of the Rakan. You don't have to, unlike some other picks. They get the ultimate out of Flandre, and then it's a kiting back. The Shy, once again, using that vision so well. Scout just completely caught out, and again, you have your ultimate. How are you dying without using it in this situation?
Flash, ultimate, everything.
Anything.
You just need to try and keep yourself at arm's distance. Baron, an inhibitor, what looks like in the picture-in-picture. Thank you very much, observers, that we go on the full screen. They have the Elder as well, the 11,000 gold lead. EDG, they just don't look that confident. And look, they look like they had an idea for the Kennen. The Vladimir was nice. I like the concept of it, but it has not worked. Flandre's looked rough on this pick and really
100%.
hasn't done anything. And honestly, as well as that, JJ has just been completely out-jungled by SOFM.
And it feels like they've struggled to find good engages when Mako is playing the Zillion, right? And other than just run at them and have Scout look for charms, you have limited options. Viper still feels hypey. He's got his 4th item, still got the Zeal in pocket. He's really strong, but there's so much pressure coming out. Remember, Soul, Elder, and Baron are looking for more.
They're looking for more. On goes in, but he gets taken out. He will take Scout with him before the end of it, though, and that's going to be the last Nexus turret going down. This is going to be an exposed Nexus. The Shy is trying to see if he can do something here. Viper tries his very best, but it's just not going to be enough. Triple kill going over to the Shy onto Kennen, and that is going to be game 1 to Weibo.
And honestly, didn't even look close, right?
No.
We praised EDG coming out with this creative draft. We talked about the laning prowess of the Zillion into the Rakan. We talked about how the Vladimir would be able to scale up exceptionally, and they just really dropped the ball when it mattered. They never found a good team fight. They never found a single team fight where I was like, okay, this is what we're looking for out of this composition. And Weibo, for a team that really struggled the later half of the split, they looked damn good.
I mean, again, the two people that were probably the most critical of was the SOFM and honestly just putting the Shy on tank duty. Neither of those things.
I mean, look what he did on Kennen.
I was going to say, look what this
Where's
man
he
can
been
do.
the split? Like, I mean, everyone knows that the Shy... Look at the damage.
God damn.
Everyone knows the Shy could do this, and it's like they finally realized we have this go-to
Wait a
top
minute.
laner.
He's a world champion top laner.
Yeah.
Still pretty damn good. It's just, and honestly, again, like I think that the Shy had an exceptional game. I think SOFM really just had JJ's number, downloaded him, and just completely outplayed him in the jungle. There was not really... JJ did nothing. He did, and also, it felt like he couldn't.
You know, I'm going to say something as well. If you're going to be this inactive on a jungler, you might as well have just played Hecarim. Yeah. And then at least you have that much stronger engage tool. And think about Hecarim Zillion is pretty sick. I'm not going to lie.
The extra damage from the speed boost is pretty good,
like,
regardless of the chrono shift.
Yeah, the body bed just didn't do anything. And I felt like once Weibo were ahead, it felt so hard to aggress onto them because you took so much poke. We saw when they were trying to approach, there was that long-range poke coming out. And also, things like, I mean, the Azir, Xayah, and the Kennen I mean, this whole composition is such a good kite back and peel comp.
Yep.
And I feel like because EDG were behind, we never saw creative attempts at like a TP flank. Like Vladimir on a flank is honestly can be as threatening as a Kennen. We never saw any approaches like that. It kind of just felt like every time they're like, okay, Weibo have control, they back off, put a ward behind us, pose a threat, and we just try and have Viper run at them, and it's just not going to work. So, you know, I feel like we'll probably see a big shift up in the draft because those picks were kind of specific here. But I feel like EDG was just gameplay issues and such a massive factor there.
Yeah, it did feel like it was Viper versus the world in that particular game. But not to take away from Weibo, they take the advantage in this series, and they're going to go ahead into Game 2 with a 1-0 on the scoreboard. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll show you those picks and bans.
加强的话，所有肉英雄吧。
想加强一下卡莎吧。
Eric forward he goes. The fast with Gale Force, but LWX plays it back, you cheeky devil, you.
加强的话应该是肉的打野吧。
加强的英雄吧。虽然我觉得他们已经忘记这个英雄了，但我觉得他们可以把蝎子加强一点。
It is still coming. He's over the wall, coding. Devoured up there. Karsak, the impale flash, light. That is the problem.
加强我擅长的英雄吧。盲山皇子之类的。
我觉得加强吧，就是好像已经强势的英雄太多了，所以我觉得就是可以把强势的英雄继续加强一下，然后让我多玩一玩。
加强，喜欢加强像那种中路法师那种偏刺客的吧，还有颗皎月这种。
加强，我玩的英雄都可以加强的。加强的话，我觉得辅助方面还是需要设计师多多关照一下。
加强派克，
然后把我 AD 都加强一下。
建议给 AD 都加强。
加强，我感觉加强一下卡萨丁吧，其他的还好，没有什么特别厉害的。
일단은 탈론 같은 챔피언 좀 버프해주고 탈론 제드 같은 챔피언 정글로 좀 쓸 수 있게 더。
加一下其他中单吧，感觉最近比赛就天天吃那几个中路，感觉有点无聊。
AD 的那个属性啊，往上提一提就行，就血量啊、护甲往上提一下，我觉得还可以。
我感觉上路也可以加强一些英雄。
那就是射手都加强吧，因为我玩射手。对啊。
打野吧，蓝枪，因为加强蓝枪的话就厉害吧。
加强一下传统法师，现在新英雄机制都太强了，传统法师都太弱。
I think Shyvana is a buff. I mean, I think she's very fun to play, but at the moment she's not very strong. So please buff her.
相处的话走一。哇，中一下。
削弱一下左一的那个英雄。
노프 내 난 버프 너프 필요 없다고 봐. 왜냐면 메타에 따라서 또 챔프들이 장단점이 나뉘니까 메타 패치가 어떻게 되는지를 알아야 되지 않을까?
我感觉可以就把现在英雄都全部削一削吧，就让我们玩点就是比较特别英雄嘛，就打比赛这样比较有意思一点。
削弱随便削，削弱其他位置的吧，别动打野了。
削弱感觉可以削弱像那种对刷的法师。
削弱男刀吧。
把打野这个位置削一下吧，伤害有点太高了。
我觉得刀妹有点厉害了，还是可以再削一下刀妹。
就削弱下男刀。
그리고 노파의 챔피언은 일단 지금으로 말하면 아펠리오스, 룰루 같은 아펠리오스랑 징크스 같은 좀 캐리어 좀 센 원딜들.
削弱一下酒桶吧，太恶心了。
削弱刺客吧，因为刺客太猛了，
就没什么要削的感觉。
또 삭제해야 되는 챔피언은 안 쓰는 게 너무 많아가지고 사람들도 그러니까 삭제도 신경 안 쓰는 사람들이 많을 것 같고 그러니까 챔피언 너무 많으니까 트린다면 없애야 돼 내가 봤을 때. 트린다면 너무 운이야. 너무 운의 요소가 짙어.
我希望把佐伊删除吧，我很讨厌这个英雄。
就是蓝普吧，感觉蓝普这版本我不是挺喜欢的。
删除的英雄有一个努努，就滚雪球的那个，因为就有一些人只会，就是不管是路人，就玩的比较魔兽不太好，就很恶心，所以我不，作为一个中男来说，就很不想看到这个英雄。就非要选一个删除的英雄的话，就努努吧。
哦，我想到了，我之前就是世界赛的时候，今年在冰岛也是打过2段时间的欧服吧，然后那边很多那个小丑角猴哥，我当时特别讨厌那个英雄。Oh no！Q 过来给你来个背刺，太恶心了。
删的话，把那种蝎子的铁男这种可以删一下，就那种机制比较恶心。
删除吗？说实话，就是暂时的话，就把蓝刀杰这种英雄砍一下。如果都能删的话，钩子英雄也可以全删。
我想删除人，不想删除英雄，想删除不会玩辅助的人。其实我觉得现在版本阿克上就是还是蛮厉害的，感觉可以直接把这英雄删了吧。对，复活队友实在是太变态了。对，
删除啊，就是小法师。삭제할 챔피언은 레넥톤 특패 같은 이거 피할 수 없는 CC기도 좋은 챔피언들.
把小丑这个英雄删除了吧。
赶紧把刺客删了，太变态了。什么齐亚娜什么的，我后期真的玩不了。就一个2件3件的齐亚娜，就打到你都打不到他就死了。就是刺客什么的，就太变态了，我觉得。我感觉像那种刺客都可以删除，还蛮烦的。对，
我建议把所有刺客都删除吧，他老瞄我。就别删一个了，都把刺客都给我删了吧。加强的话，加强辅助就完事儿了，给我来个100护甲。
我不知道，我也没什么想法。
没想到现在应该全部所有英雄公平吧？
没有吧？希望后。不过英雄越出越多了，再过几年是不是都快装不下了？感觉都挺好的。
没有比较讨厌的，英雄都还可以。
现在我没有什么英雄会令我特别讨厌，就都还好吧。加强中路吧，然后其他位置都削弱一下，删除英雄倒不用。
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. In the dark blue sky you keep an orphan through my curtains peep.
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
Have the restraint to not just go for the Drake and see if they win the smite fight. If Carson can take this one, it will be Infernal Soul for B5. Here we go, jumps in, it's a 50-50 and Care gets it, bullet time across the team. Care goes down. Xiaolahu in the midst of everyone trying to get the damage out, trying to throw some needles, but it's not enough. And now Rookie here for the cleanup, trying to get further into the fray. There's another one going down. B5, I don't know how they've done it, but done it they have. Xiaolahu eradicated. B5 gets the ace.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are in the midst of our playoff bracket. We are into round 2, the second day of this particular round. I am still Ushin. He is still the fantastical Ox. Fantastic Mr. Ox. That works.
That actually does work.
That really works.
Yeah.
As we come back into this one here, we have got ourselves the MVP, who I've completely forgotten, but I'm pretty sure we're actually not going to see it. I'll tell you guys who it is in private, but we are going to jump straight into picks and bans. It was the Shy. Thank you so much, Shalion, our director. As EDG this time round, they lost, so they picked blue. They're going to go onto the blue side.
We have a pretty drastic change of bans, so Weibo take the responsibility of banning Zeri despite having 62.4 million nerfs still broken on this patch. Gonna
very
deny
specific numbers. Very specific, large number.
It was a lot. Rise still gonna get taken away from Scout. Don't opt to ban the Graves away from Flandre here, but do get rid of the Jinx. It does mean that Aphelios still a high priority. We saw Viper trying to do his best and it wasn't quite able to fly in the angles. We'll see if he opts to prioritize it here or go in a different direction, but this was banned by EDG on red side last game, and they will lock in that TF for Scout.
Yeah, I love this pickup from EDG. They've shown how much more powerful they can have Scout when he's on something that can affect those side lanes. Very similar to basically everyone in terms of our top tier mid laners. You think of Rookie, Xiaohu, those guys. This is left open, they will make plays with it. But now Weibo, honestly, I have no issue with them going for the Xayah here. The only problem is, this time around, EDG have banned away the Rakan. They've said, no, you cannot have the Lovers duo on the bot side. So Weibo, they're thinking about it.
Yeah, it's still interesting. Just a lot of teams will go for Aphelios here, but as I said, Weibo have kind of been like Jinx, Xayah, then Aphelios in terms of their tier list for a lot of the league. And obviously with the changes, I feel like this just solidifies the place a bit more. So lock it in. Again, SFM gets Elise in. He was phenomenal on that in game 1. Now for EDG, I kind of expect they'll take the Aphelios here. If they're going in that direction, and then their jungler as well to match up against the Shy. You know, Volibear clearly didn't work in the last game for EDG, so opting to go for the Viego, and I kind of like how it pairs with the Twisted Fate in the sense that, like, you stun card someone, you kill them, you get a reset.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the combination you can get with those two is pretty great. I'm not going to talk about it until it's locked in. That's my one rule about these particular things. But the effect, see? That's why we don't talk about it. But the Viego, I think, is a great pickup here. We saw just how, honestly, inactive JJ was on that Volibear in game 1. And like you said, if you're gonna just kind of AFK farm for the first 20 minutes or so, you might as well take something that scales better, that has a little bit more of an impact. And Viego does scale a little bit better.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if you have an early game where SFM pulls ahead, it's not as big of an issue. Now, for Weibo, opting to go for the support pick here so they can have that advantage and start to ban away matchups which they wouldn't be too comfortable with. They end up taking the Leona, and in my mind, I think you could take away the Thresh from Mako. You could also deal with the Nautilus, which is something we just commonly see come out. The Tom Kench as well could also be something that they were hovering themselves. So we'll see what direction they have to go in here. But actually looking towards the top lane, banning away that Camille could also deal with the Graves we saw them ban first rotation last time.
Yep, and the Jace still available as well. We saw that ban by EDG in game 1, so see what they want to try and lean towards. And honestly, you still have counter pick available to the Shy. You still have a very powerful tool there available to Weibo. And we are starting to see a couple more things in here. And this is actually very interesting because they're either going to try and say, look, we're going to take the Graves or the Jace into this particular matchup. We're going to ban away the tanks, or you have to blind pick it on your first rotation.
Yeah, I think a big thing with the Malphite as well is, especially if you end up with an AD top laner, TF does not do that much damage, right? And if you have triple AD and then a TF, he will just become basically immortal. So we could well see the Sion banned away for a similar reason. On top of that, just that hard engage potential can really disrupt when you're trying to keep things at bay with the gold card. You can just slam a big rock into them. Can make things
I was gonna say, if someone threw a rock in my face, it's pretty effective at making me stop at my tracks and kind of just take in what the hell just happened.
Yeah, I mean, don't knock it till you try it. I've
seem to have a lot more experience with this than I maybe is being leaned towards. But the Sion has been locked away, similar to what you said about the Malphite. A massive tank on that top side does mean you end up kind of just having not a lot of damage to deal with it, but they are going to put Jace into that mid lane. Technically is still a flex, can go towards mid, but we do expect to see that for the Shy.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of Jace mid in other regions. I believe it's the LEC where they played it. Haven't really seen it from the LPL. It's almost always top. But, you know, the big power of picking it here is that you're trying to secure something strong when you've dealt with a lot of other top lane picks that have been banned away. With both teams banning top laners, it does put higher priority on you securing yours. EDG will go for that Gragas. It's something they feel comfortable just put in top lane and play safe. Does provide a bit of an AP damage and also that disengage that we talked about so importantly to keep Weibo at arm's length. Now, Thresh for Mako would make sense into that matchup, into the Leona, and it's all for EDG. This comp very much feels like an EDG comp. They just move together. If anyone approaches them, lock them down, kill them, get the reset, and keep everyone at bay. We'll see what ends up coming out. Silas has been one of those age-old picks you would take into TF because you can steal the ult, but they actually go for the Ahri instead. So the ability to roam into those sides herself with her ultimate, a lot of skirmishing power, but won't be able to match the global pressure.
That's the big thing. It is going to be about that global pressure, and it honestly, it still puts the onus onto EDG. They need to get this Twisted Fate unlocked. They need to try and make those moves on those side lanes. We are going to see, again, like you said, very much comfort, I feel, for EDG right now. You put Flandre on something that's very safe. You have JJ on a scaling, jungling pick, and then you have Scout that's able to move around and honestly just support Viper. We saw in the last game, it just felt like it was Viper versus the world. It felt like it was Viper against Weibo and honestly a little bit of against his team as well. So it does feel like they are just saying, look, this is the Viper show, and we're happy with that.
Yeah, and I think EDG are really comfortable taking this one in the late stages, but they have so many great tools in the early game. I really like the draft that they come out with here. That's not to say that Weibo don't have a bunch of options, but I think one critical thing is SOFM and the Shy, right? We praised them last game for a more active role pairing up together, and one of the big reasons we saw the Shy lean on Sion was because, you know, teams targeting the top lane would get a lot of success out of it, right? And the Sion could just be a brick wall. He's on a Jace. If you don't set up the Jace, if you don't ensure he has a good game, he's not going to be relevant. And I think especially when you look at the composition that EDG has, the Jace is the best tool for overcoming the fact that they can keep you at bay, right?
Yeah.
The range advantage, those big shock blasts, super valuable. So they need to ensure he's safe, because in my mind, I see EDG just going, hey, Jeff's got ult, let's kill top. Jeff's got ult, let's kill top.
I mean,
Jeff has a roam timing, let's kill top.
It is, and again, you have a lot of follow-up CC to come in with that. You talk about the stun that comes out from the Viego, the gold card, the belly bop. You've got so many ways of getting that single target CC down and just deleting that one particular carry, as we wait to see now what Weibo are able to do. I want to see a continuation from SOFM. I want to see him continue to be proactive. I want to see him moving around the map, using this Lee Sin to its fullest. And honestly, if Weibo go up 2-0 and this Lee Sin has another cracking game, you got to take it away in the third game. You cannot let him have that comfort as you fight for your lives, but we'll talk about that when it becomes relevant. EDG coming in against Weibo Gaming. Nothing too crazy on the board when it comes to... Actually, I was going to say nothing too crazy on. He's liking that Summoner Spellbook.
He's still going for it.
I mean, I like it.
Seen a bit of an engage come in, and Scout has to burn the flash so early.
There's no, like, that, like, okay. I said I wouldn't color, but I'm going to color a little bit. The reason you stand on that little ramp is so you can see it. And then you just stand close enough to see the entrance and then make sure you don't come in there. But then as soon as they come in, you walk away. You don't need to walk back towards it. And that just feels like an unforced error from Scout.
Yeah, 100%. And now Summonerless, it allows setup for Weibo. If you get a Charm Flash onto him, so easy for SRFM. And I think a big factor is Lee Sin has fantastic setup mid and bot, right? You have hard CC that they can line up easily. And I think if you punish Scout before level 6, if you put him on the back foot, then they won't be able to use that Destiny easily. So, you know, there's multiple elements. I think SRFM has good lanes to gank bot and mid, and I think he has a lane top lane that he wants to protect when it ends up in a rough position. That's kind of what I'm looking for in this game.
Oh, we do see On going forward there, trying to see if he can make something happen. But Mako with the Glacial Augment makes it very difficult to really get any kind of damage or significant damage down. The support's just trading health bars.
Yeah, and I will say one thing. I'm not a huge fan of the spellbook on the Leona, simply because one of the big reasons Glacial Augment is so strong is it counters Cleanse, right? If you engage on someone with Cleanse, yes, they remove the hard CC, but they're still stuck on the slow field. Because On doesn't have it in Viper's Cleanse, very difficult really to make things stick, right? He just cleanses, takes a Lantern off, and I mean, maybe that's the thought process. The Lantern was enough to get him off it anyway. Who really knows? But at the end of the day, won't have that extra pressure that comes out from the other Keystone.
Well, we'll see what they're able to make out of it, as we do see pressure in the bot side, pressure in the mid. Again, pretty much as standard as we go. The Ahri will always have push against something like a Twist of Fate. You're not really picking the Twist of Fate to win lane. It's nice if you're able to do it, but again, it is all about those Destiny Gates. It is all about getting out into those side lanes. Similar towards the top side, the Jades will have pretty decent push, but as the Gragas, when you were able to pop your W and your passive, you just are able to sustain so much infinitely more. And it's just going to be a bit of a poke war in the top side.
Yeah, and I mean, the Shy should be comfortable to scale up if he's not pressured. But it's why it's so important that we see SOFM having a presence around this side. Does pick up the top side scuttle, importantly. And this is critical because we see the position of the wave where the Shy is, right? His wave is pushed up. This would be an ideal gank opportunity if JJ had been able to get in. But because they have great defensive ward covering, if you actually look between, it's just timed out now, but there's a ward in the river, there was a Scuttle Crab, there was also the ward in Weibo's own jungle. It really meant that there's no way the Shy should get ganked, and so going to be able to just continue to scale up.
Good guy Minion walks in front of the death sentence there, so On gets a free engage. That's a little bit unfortunate, but the Flay comes in nice and handy for Mako, and again, the power of the Thresh. You can kind of have little faux pas and still be relatively safe in this lane. It's very difficult for On and Huanfeng pre-6 to fully lock down a target.
Yeah, I mean, it's critical that you do maintain that distance, because Mako kind of messed it up a little bit there, and then On could get in range to stun him. If that happens, and then you get the layering of the feathers from Huanfeng, it can be so scary. Because remember, Thresh is one of the squishier supports, right? Doesn't hold up as well to damage compared to things like Leona, Alistair, or Nautilus, so have to play it a little bit cautiously.
Well, we'll see how they end up playing the rest of this one here as we got the Shy kind of pushing in. Both top laners losing out a lot of mana and a lot of health. This is, again, kind of part and parcel to the course of what these two can do and what they are able to basically bring to this lane. It's going to be very much a tit for tat. It's all about what they're able to kind of mitigate or push forward once we get into those later game stages. But with Dragon spawning up now, we are starting to see level 5, soon to be level 6s. EDG and Weibo should be starting to be a bit more active very soon.
And critically, the Shy backs off knowing this is a timing when JJ can be on the top side. So he's going to reset, make sure he has items in pocket, TP back in, and just try and avoid any chance of JJ coming in when he's low and getting a free gank off. Now, I will say, with how the game has transpired so far, EDG are pretty happy, right? Scout's flash is nearly up, so the fact that he lost it early, you can definitely say it loses some pressure because you play differently with it, but it's pretty meaningless, you know. Maybe it's a factor in why he's down a bit in farm, but he's managed to navigate that well. And on top of that, he's nearly going to have his Destiny. JJ is going to be closing on that level 6. If they can continue without any activity really coming out in the early stages, it's so ideal for them because Weibo's composition is one that has so much more tools. Level 3 to 5.
Here we go. Level 6 has been hit by Scout. This is when we start to see a little bit more of a magnifying glass on this Twist of Fate. How does he use it? You know, we talk about so much when you have a global ultimate, be it Galio, be it... Oh, going to stop myself, as they're going to be able to catch a hook onto On, and they're just waiting for him to try and use some of his CC, but the CC he uses brings him further away from the rest of his team, and he's in the waiting arms. Can he go down? I don't think he's going to be able to try and stop him. The one more auto attack not going to be enough, as On will get flashed down, but he goes straight back in with his Xenoblade. It's a trade of support, but the resets are coming in. You got the CC down. JJ flashes away as soon as he goes in, and it's all a bit scrappy. It's all a bit all around the place, but at the end of it all, it's still 1-for-1.
Yeah, very messy, and honestly, you know, they lose Scout's flash, which can be quite important. It does end up being a trade, 2 flashes for 2 flashes, but I feel like the fact that TF doesn't have his probably hurt you a bit more. Just kind of weird. I feel like Mako stepped up way too far. I was thinking he was going to get a flay in at some point, but one big factor as well is that the cooldown is a lot longer now than it used to be. A lot of the nerfs of Thresh, it used to be like 9 base at every level. It's now 13 when it has 1 point in it, and you don't usually put too many points until it later. Some players do, but mostly it's either the Q or the W, so...
I think as an AD carry, you'd want the W probably a little bit more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of depends as well on matchups. But ultimately, it ends up just being a 1-for-1. But Angel does lose his ult, and I think that's a critical thing to mention. Destiny's still available, but without Angel's ultimate, he just poses a lot less threat on the map, right? You're not really scared of an ultless Ahri coming down, and it's not too long before it's going to be available, but it's just more times where EDG have pressure and Weibo can't really match.
And you can just see it right here. The Shy kind of, you know he wants to be aggressive on the Jace. You know he wants to try and push up, but not seeing where they are on the map. We are going to see a 3v2 on this bot side. They're going to try and bully out this Leona because there's no flash here to try and keep him alive, and Viper will collect that. Thank you very much. Nice proactivity here from EDG on the bot side.
Yeah, love to see it. Really good setup coming out. Now, you have to be a bit careful because there's a lot of feathers coming in.
A lot of feathers.
Of damage, yeah. So they will back away, but they get a kill. Good positive. They punish the flash burn earlier, and this is kind of what I want to see. If you burn a summoner, capitalize on it, right? Scout being his flash level 1, nothing came from it. It's pretty pointless. In this situation, they're looking to punish On for his overstep earlier. And the thing is, when you're trying to set up vision as a Leona, like think about how On was playing game 1. Super aggressive, pushing in for deep wards. You have a TF. You can't get away with that again, especially as a Leona who is far less mobile than Rakan.
Look at the pings coming down here. You can see the side of EDG want to try and maybe make something happen in this top side, but they are aware they're going to need some numbers to help them out. They will have the roam coming in as the Shy now with JJ. On going to use his own Hex Flash, but here we go. Destiny Gate comes in. Flandre has to flash away. He's trying to keep himself alive, but he won't be able to do it. But they still get the trade 1-for-1 in the top laners as EDG send a party up there.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Weibo are happy with this, right? They brought 4 members, you had 2, and you trade 1-for-1. Yes, obviously you do have the Jace going down, but he gets a kill as well. You got to play mid, and the Destiny's on cooldown. So all positive things. And what I will say is one thing that made the difference there was Scout not having flash. He couldn't flash, lock down the Shy, and save his teammate there. You see Angel, just gonna have to walk this one off. Does have the ult now. And should just be able to get away without using it on this one, though. But yeah, positive play and a really good roam from On. Really good heads-up play to find that opportunity.
Yeah, and they knew it was coming. They knew they had an opportunity to try and mitigate it or kind of damage control, and they did just that. So it is a good start here for Weibo. They're keeping in tow, maybe a little bit further behind than they probably want to be. But again, it's only really the kill goal that's the difference right now for EDG. And you got to see where they're able to make this one. Look at the CS difference actually between the junglers right now. It is very much SOFM kind of just being a little bit more smarter with his jungle pathing, getting those camps off of respawn. But he still needs to be a bit more proactive as we kind of get later and later into the mid game.
Yeah, and I think this is, you know, game 1 we saw very active SOFM. And we need that in this game as well. And him having a farm lead over Viego isn't too relevant, especially when Viego's getting some extra gold from those assists. You know, it's nice, but I need to see that activity. I need you to secure the Shy a lead on this Jace because he is so instrumental in your team comp functioning later on. Do you see the Shy? You know, playing with the idea, just putting some harass down on Flandre, but won't overstep in the situation. But Herald secured for EDG. You know, I feel like honestly, you have a lot of choice where you can place it down. Putting up down for Viper would be a decent shout. I've talked a lot about how putting it down for 2 plates mid to lower the health of the tower. The second Herald is solid. We'll see where they opt to go for that. Kind of depends really where they have pressure, but I expect it to be a side lane because you go for a big side lane play. Oh, no.
Oh, Mako, he gets caught up here. He's going to get the flay perfectly set up, and the hook is going to force the cleanse and the ultimate there from Huanfeng. It looked like they'd set up a trap on Weibo, but Mako was just really solid on his buttons there.
Yeah, I feel like On held his ult for way too long. Like, you could have burned Mako's flash Like, you E, R, and then it's like he has to flash.
He's got Mobies. He's got Mobies. He's almost going to be able to catch out Wanfeng, who has no way out now, and that's the Xayah. Dead and deleted. On is almost certainly going to have to lose his flash, and that's just a disaster right now for Weibo on the bot side. And on the top lane, we can see that Flandre is coming in here. They're going to get the explosive cast. Flandre just sets it up perfectly, and they will pick up that kill. EDG winning on all fronts. You can now see they're going to go in, and they're going to get Mako to get the Zhonya's. Well played right there from Mako. They survive in the bot side. EDG winning everywhere.
Absolute disaster for Weibo, right? Not only do they lose out in the bot lane, the top lane, their mid-jungle try and make a play. They burn Lee Sin's flash. They burn the Ahri ultimate. So many tools down and unavailable. And EDG winning on all fronts. Herald still in pocket for JJ. I think, honestly, the play for me is you have the TF ultimate still available. Lean the pressure down bot. Secure the tower for Viper. Get him more for gold. He's already so far ahead.
Oh, Scout, though. Oh, that Xenoblade. Little bit more to the left, and it could have been absolutely disastrous for Scout. He'll be thanking his lucky stars there that did not land, because again, he keeps his flash, he keeps his ignite, keeps his Destiny Gate, and that again is going to create more pressure around the map like you were mentioning. Dragon did go over in favor of Weibo, so not the worst in the world in that regard, but they are losing pressure around here as we can see them now moving forward. They're going to land a stun card there onto Scout as he goes golden. There's the solo player back off of cooldown. There's the kick onto 2 as they get the Everfrost down as well. It's good kiting though as Mako does eventually just fall, and Scout needs to get himself back away. He really doesn't want to use that flash, but he has to use it there to make sure he doesn't fall, and that's going to be Weibo picking themselves up a little bit of a kill.
Just a bit too much overconfidence coming out from EDG's 3-man there. They felt like with Ahri not having ultimate, they're not going to be contested, but the critical thing, the ward on the Lantern, denying that, so instrumental there to secure the summoner and also end up killing the support. We do get to see a replay of that bot side play, and essentially just the tools not available for Weibo. I love the Lantern flash coming out from Mako to circumvent the solo blade. Just excellent gameplay from the support here.
And honestly, it does feel like it's night
Whoa.
and day. Ooh, very
was
nice.
cool.
That was very nice. And I love this from Flandre. He just kind of says, look, I'm not going to throw it out immediately. I'm going to see where you're trying to sidestep to, and then he's going to be hit, and this is just going to be, again, a little bit of an overextension, a little bit of a moment there where they can pop down the ward. And
also, like, miscommunication, because the stopwatch came down at the same time as the Lantern, right? And because of that, they had time to respond. I think that's a critical error here. You have to pick one or the other. We actually do see in our picture-in-picture, Herald being thrown down bot. So they did go with what I suggested, going for the play to set Viper up, and he is going to be able to get this tower. Gold is going to go over to some, I believe, it's going to get... oh, no, I think he got the solo first tower gold.
Yep.
Because they backed away and then Lantern left it, So Viper extremely fed right now on the Aphelios. And we saw this matchup last game. Wanfeng was ahead of the curve, right? Despite the laning phase going a bit rough for him, he caught up and was able to get his cheaper items first. If you're ahead of the curve as an Aphelios, it's just so painful for the Xayah.
And not only that, but last game, On was on Rakan, who has that caveat of, I can go in and come out with the Xayah with those extra little bit of range, extra little bit of shielding. It just becomes a lot more slippery. You don't have that option right now if you're on this Leona. You're 0-2. You've had some good moments. You've obviously, as a Leona, you go in. That tends to be the rule of thumb with this particular pick, but it isn't giving you as much range of motion, as much range or skill expression, shall we say, that you can go in, get yourself out, should it get a bit hairy.
You can do the hokey pokey if you're playing Rakan. Go in, go out, shake it all about.
Oh my god. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, that's too real. It's too legit. But we're going to come back in and shake it all about in the mid lane as EDG starting to see if they can put down some pressure. You still got to be careful of the damage that's coming out from Wanfeng. He's still very relevant with the damage there available to him. And that's going to be Viper, going to be a little bit more careful. If he gets engaged upon, again, he does have Cleanse and a Lantern, but we see that sometimes the Lantern not as surefire as you might think it is.
Yeah, but Viper does have that Gale Force in pocket. I think a big thing we saw from last game, despite the loss, was he was very sharp on avoiding engages with the Gale Force and not being forced to use his own summoners, retaining them for a pretty long time. Obviously, it wasn't enough to change the state, but I think we can look at how the game has sort of developed. Right now, 2.5k goal lead for EDG, right? They've got to the point where they have so much agency in their comp, and something I'm looking towards is a 2-item spike from Scout. That is really where EDG gets so much power, because you have that rapid fire. The long-range stun cards are so hard for Weibo to fight against. So for the time being, the fact they already have a lead puts them in a very comfortable spot. But one thing that is interesting, they have Scout defending against the Shy. and he doesn't have the sustain that a Gragas does.
Oh, he does not, but he's got some fancy feet on him. Is on trying to move forward on top of this.
Yeah,
had
really
a
well
ghost.
played.
I actually just noticed that. I was like, wow, that's a really fast Leona with Merc Treads. And then I realized it was actually a ghost Leona coming in. But with JJ here, they're going to go back in with the Destiny Gate and going to try and make this one work for themselves. There goes the gold card onto On, who's trying to get himself over the wall. And he will just survive. Mako flashes forward, looking for the hook, but not quite able to make a catch. And that's EDG investing quite a lot to try and make that play work. And they come out with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you're so happy with that situation. Supports, trade flashes, and you burn the Destiny in that situation. You can see Mako's thought process was, I have Moby Boots. If I flash, I can catch them up. But the Shock Blast that hit him ended up proccing them, so there was no way he was going to close the distance. And now, this pressure that's come out from the Shy on this Jace, I don't think they're actually going to go for the tower, not wanting to risk it. Despite the fact that the resets coming in meant they could have. But either way, I like the fact that Weibo doing a pretty good job to sort of try and secure safety for the Shy. This Jace super important. And Weibo will look to pick up the second dragon. Something to be said, that first dragon was very late. So Soul not really on the cards anytime soon. But SOFM securing these does make a big difference. Obviously does mean that they can pose threat when it does come to securing that. It is a Cloud Soul. I will say probably not the one Weibo want to see. All things considered.
Yeah, I think at the end of it, you want either, at this point, you either want Hex or Mount. That's what you wanted. You wanted either of those two at this point, but not able to get either of them. Will be going for the Cloud Soul.
Just to kind of dive into that while they're doing the Herald, the Cloud Soul, you know, the movement speed is very valuable, but it doesn't change how hard you hit or let you take better hits, right? And I think that's something that Weibo kind of needed in this situation, because I think you wanted like extra damage on the J Shock Blast would have been massive, right? If it had been an Infernal Soul, obviously it can't be because the second one is. But a Cloud doesn't drastically change things. And also, if EDG secure it, it's pretty good for them, right? In how they want to play their composition.
Yeah, Destiny Gate, the explosive cast, even things like having the Moonlight Vigil to be able to move forward and kind of keep pushing forward on that.
Just a flat 10% movement speed is so nice for getting in and out of these situations.
Well, we are going to see, whoa, Solar Flare comes out on the side there, and that's going to be another cooldown down. There's the gold card being locked in on top of On. He'll take a little bit of damage. Still very tanky despite any of his ruins, but we are going to see a flashing gaze. They're trying to take down this Leona, and they should be able to do so.
They know On has no flash, so they just go for it. Merc Treads doesn't really matter when you have the CC layering. Now Viper, nice dodge away in the Sonic Wave. And they will just keep applying that pressure, and I love to see it. This is what EDG should be doing. Now the Shy has managed to stay safe for a while, but he's being collapsed on.
He is. They're going to be able to get the flash out of him immediately, and you can see now Flandre with the flash belly pop into the Everfrost, into the ultimate as well, means that the Shy is not long for the world. And Viper, this one's for you, buddy.
Yeah, so get the golden Yeti carry even better, and this is kind of the problem, right, is that you can't really pressure size much against a TF because the Destiny makes it so easy. Flandre really solid with the setup of the Gragas, and we're just seeing EDG picking off these lone members, these isolated targets, and really just going into the power of the comp. Now, we'll say, just seen Scout reset. Rapid fire cannon completed. This is such a huge moment for that composition because suddenly the range at which you can stand.
Whoa.
Oh,
there you go.
I think you're probably in a bit of trouble.
He's in a bit of trouble. He's going to use the Everfrost and has no real mana, but he's going to get caught out on even here just in case anything was to go untoward. But a commitment of the teleport there from Angel to get a pick. Honestly, I don't think it's a bad idea because there's no real objective on the board.
Yeah, there's nothing really for EDG to take. They will put some pressure down mid, but Viper's going to have to back up soon.
The Shy. Oh, the Shy. Oh dear, he's going to get CC locked for absolute days, and there's just nothing for him to do. They are going to have the Lantern to get Viper out, who kind of got caught out and lost both of his summoners as well, the Cleanse and the Flash. SOFM is running around to the side there, but they know exactly where he is, and they know exactly what he's up to.
I'm really glad that EDG took what I said on board when it came out of draft, and I was like, they're just going to kill the Shy, Jefferson, kill the Shy,
1 and 4,
kill the Shy. They're really doing it, right? They are sticking to that game plan. 1-4, as you said, for the Shy. He's having a rough one, and to be honest, I feel like he's just unable really to function against his composition. He wants to be applying pressure when he gets opportunities, but the collapses keep coming in. And with that gold card, I think, sorry, not the gold card, the rapid fire cannon, it makes things so difficult because the range at which you can stand from EDG's composition just got a bit bigger, right? And you really needed the Shy to be someone who doesn't care about range because the Shock Blast is such a long distance. And because he's been put behind, because they keep picking him, not allowing him to group up, You know, at this point, it's not really super relevant because you don't need to group up now. But later on, if they keep finding these windows, Weibo are going to have a really bad time.
Yeah, it does feel like it is going to be Weibo just trying to keep him safe. And again, it's similar to what we saw in Game 1, or sorry, not Game 1, in the regular season, where the
that was so unnecessary.
You know what? Chad.
Yeah.
Chad move. Uses ultimate to proc damage on the Baron. It doesn't change anything, but it's all about sending a message right there. But yeah, honestly, this is a bit of a difference from we saw from Game 1. SOFM hasn't been as proactive. He hasn't worked around the Shy as well, in my opinion, and it just hasn't really been. And again, I think it comes down to not just SOFM, but also On that hasn't been on something that can have the safety like the Rakan, and I feel like that's really hurting the side of Weibo right now.
Yeah, and now Dragon in 40. This is the third, so EDG definitely wanted, but Weibo trying to posture. They want the J set to land poke, but here's the problem, right? Oh.
Okay. Explosive cast comes out. Wanfeng down to about just above half his HP, and the poke is relevant from the side of Jace, but the poke is also relevant from the side of EDG.
But it also depends who it lands on, right? If it lands on Flandre, he can just sustain up, he's tanky. If it lands on Viper, he has the Bloodthirst, the shield. They're looking for a pick!
They're going to go for a pick. The gold card lands, but they also get the Spirit Rush. So again, a lot of that maneuverability is just going to not be there. They are going to throw out a hook. This mid lane turret is almost certainly going to go down. There's going to be the Moonlight Vigil coming out. The Gravitum news to try and just lock down the Shy and On, but the tower goes down regardless. Dragon alive. Weibo still trying to pressure, and EDG, they need to figure out which way they want to go for it, because Mako, he takes a massive chunk.
Yeah, you can see Scout fishing for a gold card here. The hesitant to approach. Kind of need Flandre to block SOFM from getting in the pit. They just go for it.
There we go. That's going to be the secure there from JJ. So Dragon goes over to EDG, but now the fight can really ensue. Wanfeng is pushing in this mid lane. It's going to be a tier 2, but SOFM does kind of get caught out with the chickens, though. Does stop Flandre from getting in with the belly bop. Has got his flash available to him. Mako very, very low. They get 2 towers for a Dragon. Weibo, well done. You got out with a bigger trade.
Yeah, really navigated that one well. And this is one of the powers of having those 2 Dragon in pocket, right? EDG have to get that Dragon to stop the Soul from coming in from Weibo, right? Well, not the Soul itself, but the Soul point getting that close. Whereas Weibo, they don't really care if EDG get 1 Dragon. Oh, Flandre.
Oh, he gets kicked over the wall as well. Nicely done by SOFM. The flash insect to set it all up. And now, without the Gragas, you have an opportunity to kind of get those lanes in order. Get yourself pressure around the map, and then maybe move towards this bigger objective. But you haven't seen anybody moving around this side of the Baron pit just yet, and you have no idea that they're here. They have no clue that they're all up here, and they find him. The TP is coming in. He doesn't want to be there, but he's going to get caught out immediately. Why is... I actually thought it was Angel. It was
Yeah, I did too.
The double bait coming in, but 2 quick kills. EDG are back on the board, and you have a TP on Flandre in 3 seconds.
He can show up and help out. They should definitely start this Baron. Remember, the gold card from Scout really makes it difficult for Weibo to play. It's a 3v5 on the map. 20 seconds on the Shine, he does have his TP, but it's a long wait.
That Scranner was huge for Scouts. We can see now they go forward. Oh, the explosive cast not quite in the right position, but SOFM getting caught out just a little bit. Destiny Gate coming out on the backside of this one. They will land the gold card, which forces out the feathers from Wanfeng, and they will back themselves away. Lots of small things burned, lots of little summoner advantages gained, but at the end of it all, we still come out with about 1,000 gold lead for EDG.
Yeah, and we'll see. I just love, well, not this bit. This bit is a little bit questionable from Flandre. Yeah, this huge...
sick pink ward.
You know,
just sitting here.
Every supporter's been through that, where you see a control and die from this. They took this beautiful path where there was no vision from Weibo, didn't expect it, and the thing is, this TP, oh man, like you should have known. I think he was like instantly. The Shy is like, I'm in trouble. You're like, I'm going to TP in, and it's like, okay, he's already dead.
They won't expect the Leona.
Well, they didn't, but they were prepared.
It doesn't matter if it was Leona. I'm glad it was an Angel, but I'm just saying that, you know, the element of surprise can work both ways. You know, he's surprised it was a support, surprised that EDG were also pretty much prepared for it.
Yeah, and now, you know, it's still a minor lead for EDG, not substantial, and I think you see when EDG make mistakes, right, when... You know, they ended up committing too much to the Dragon and left their mid lane exposed when people are out of position. Weibo definitely have answers, right? They have good pick potential as well. If you can get the Ari charging forward line and the Charms, chaining those. But when EDG group, that's when it gets a bit more difficult, right? Relying on the poke from the Shy, we've seen it be put out. Viper with the Bloodthirst, it just doesn't stick to him.
No, it doesn't. We can see Angel just kind of hovering off to the side.
They got it. They finally got the control
Let's
board.
go, boys. Let's go. Objective secured.
Only cost you a whole Gragas, but you got it.
Hey, they gained 2 kills off the back of that as well. But yeah, it is going to be about where Angel can position himself, where they can make things work. As he gets himself dragged over the wall, they're going to jump straight over with a Heartbreaker. They have to use the Lee Sin Dragon's Rage defensively, but it is just not enough. That was a fantastic explosive cast to bring on right back into the fray. He's so close to dead, but he's not quite going to drop. They even had the Infernum there to almost get the AoE. Destiny Gate comes out there. It's going to be on the bottom side. They don't take the bait, but mid lane tier 1 and EDG, they're ramping up. They're getting bigger, stronger, just scarier for Weibo to walk into.
Yeah, you can see there, if you step up close enough, you get caught by one bit of CC, then everything hits. There's all the follow-up coming in. The gold card wasn't even the initiator there, but SOFM, once one hits, even with Merc Treads, even with Legend Tenacity, it just does not matter. And you can see across the board, 4 Merc Treads for Weibo. They understand the threat on the side of EDG. We'll see the replay, and it's just a little bit disrespectful from SOFM, and that's the thing. You only have to get hit by one, and then as soon as it comes in, it's like you have Hook, and then he ends up, and he doesn't even flame over the wall.
Maybe just a little bit of a spectator setup there where it looks like he's coming over, but it is just unfortunate.
And you can get pulled over with the Hook. I did think it was the Flare though, but yeah, and fortunately on to survive. EDG aren't able to transition that into the Baron, but they're so confident just to push up here and keep applying that pressure.
Yeah, and look, you got a Zhonya's now for your Twist of Fate. You're working towards very close to an Infinity Edge for Viper on this Ophelio, so he is incredibly relevant. You have got Angel with TP split pushing in the top side, so you get a tier 1 as Weibo. You don't really care about this dragon. Yes, it would be nice to put you on Soul Point, but again, it's a Cloud Soul, and EDG are only on their first, so this is again just going to equal up that score. You can put more pressure towards this top side as Mako. You're in a little bit of no man's land. You cannot lantern yourself, buddy. He's going to have to fully engage, but he gets popped by the Shy.
Big mistake when you're the one without flash. Can't be caught out in those situations. Now, they will secure the dragon, and Angel won't get anything more on the top side, but you can see the signal from Weibo is just start the Baron up right now. Destiny Gate is there to get the information. With the TP coming in, they know. They know.
They have to know, and there's a Scryer's Bloom as well to try and confirm it, but I don't think there's going to be anything you can do to try and stop this one. Destiny Gate comes down, 4,000 HP, 3,000. They're trying to just keep away JJ. You can see Angel just using his ultimate to make sure this doesn't get 50-50, and that's exactly what they're not going to be able to do. They're going to try and push themselves back, get over the wall, and again, we see Weibo just finding a perfect opportunity to get the Baron.
And it's just EDG being sloppy. They commit, again, so many members towards that dragon side of the map, and then Mako goes walking, gets caught, Baron over for the side of Weibo. Just really, really messy from, you know, the world champion team who have a composition where they should be comfortable here, and they are making these flubs.
Yeah, they really, really are. And again, look, this is just Mako walking in, and like, I don't know the range of vision, but I feel like they should have known that the side of Weibo are walking a little bit closer than maybe Mako intended.
Yeah, you have to respect that. And I think the fact that you had a blue trinket and you have the Destiny ult, you didn't need vision right now on the Baron, right? If you're really concerned, pop one of them and then respond based on that. But now we see them looking. SOFM.
Oh, SOFM. They knew he'd just be sitting there with the Merc Treads, though, and the Legend Tenacity, like you talked about. He is a very, very tanky boy, but still loses half his HP. Has got that Randuin's Omen now in the back pocket. Actually, interesting enough, we actually got the Chemtech Putrefier here coming out for Angel, and it's been a bit of a debate between the Morellos and the Chemtech Putrefier. I feel like the Chemtech Putrefier does a lot of the same things, and also it's just a lot cheaper.
Well, I think a big one as well is you get the ability haste.
Yes.
You know, if we're talking about rotations of things like Charm, really valuable, because at the end of the day, Angel isn't really doing that much damage. A decent amount, but it's more about setting up for your team. And we do see the Shy, by the way, now 3 items. This Jace is strong despite the scoreline. So a Shock Blast hitting on a critical member will go a long way. That percentage pen especially very effective against JJ. You see Scout chunked out. He's not got any sustains, so he's going to have to back off.
They know exactly where On is. Hook goes wide from Mako, but all it takes is one little move there as Viper uses his Gale Force and the Lantern to keep himself safe. You will see Scout resetting, top lane being pushed in by the side of EDG's minions, and bot and mid doing the same there by the Baron up side of Weibo. So, where do you want to try and make a stand here? Don't feel like you need to make a last stand. It is only a minute left on this Baron. They still feel strong enough as JJ has to use the Heartbreaker, and he's still ticking down. Gets deleted by the Shy with a solo kill, and again, just small little mistakes, sloppy from EDG.
Yeah, I mean, this game should have been theirs, and they're making these mistakes to shy. Basically 100-0 is JJ. The Viego not tanky enough to withstand the power of this Jace right now. Angel fishing, won't find anything there. They're still getting what they want. They're getting structures down. Now in a gold lead, 1,500, and looking to continue. With no jungler, I feel like EDG not really keen to fight this.
Yeah, you can see Mako trying to see if he can maybe do something here, but with the damage down available, Moonlight Vigil and the Death Sentence both going wide. Huanfeng takes about half his HP. There's going to be a gold card coming down, but it is only on to On. Kick was on to side of Mako. He knew if he did not get away from Flandre, it was a double knockup, but SOFM also realizes that's a rapid fire cannon Twisted Fate. He would be in range and would die, but the rest of Weibo starting to back away. They've used up their Baron. They need to reset.
And the problem here is EDG's composition is so good when they're ahead and you have to move into them and they just stun con and keep everyone at bay. It doesn't have those great engage tools that we see from other compositions. They don't have a Leona and a Nautilus, and even the Gragas, you know, as much as he can find engages, it's a little bit more finicky. You kind of need them to not have flash as well, otherwise if they just flash the cast, that's a tool wasted. And you can see EDG didn't really find an opportunity at all to try and prevent this. Now JJ, you just can't disrespect the Jace like this. He's 3 levels up and just a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, for a pink ward, like you just needed information of where he was.
What
That's
is
all
it with EDG and dying to control wards
I don't know.
this game?
It's just, and again, look, yes, you have the Death Stance, but the Death Stance doesn't mitigate damage, it delays damage. That's the critical thing here. And something like a Viego, oh, actually, hang on, I'm going to stop myself here, as Angel. Very, very tentative there. I feel like if EDG had been a little bit closer with Scout with a gold card, that could have been detrimental. But Mako getting absolutely deleted right now, does not get hit by the charm, and that's a Spirit Rush down.
Yeah, so they can wait out the rest of the duration for EDG. They won't have that tool in the fight, which is pretty significant. The Shy's just going to keep landing Poe. Again, if he hits Flandre, he's fine, he's tanky, he can just sustain it. Mako, though, is not, and it is really starting to hurt. Fortunately, Scout is still healthy. You gotta be careful, dude. You know, your stun cards don't last long against SOFM. You can't walk up on him. Yeah,
you can't 100-0 him again. Twisted Fate is just a stun utility mid laner. He is not really built to be assassinating people on the backside. So Dragon's going to be started. This will be sole point for either of these sides. Here we go. There's going to be explosive cats to try and disengage as JJ will secure that Dragon. SOFM on the backside of this does have the Dragon's Rage, but does not have Flash. You got to remember that there's going to be his kick. He's going to use that as his way out as well. They're going to try and find Mako, who's going to have to be the sacrificial lamb. And Viego falls as well. 2 kills going over to Weibo. EDG get themselves a sole point, but I don't think it matters much.
Oh, and Angel's looking now.
Oh, that's a great move as well. The cleanse does get used by Scout. Can he get himself away? They're going to have to try and keep him alive, but the Moonlight Vigil just hits nothing. Thin air right between the sticks as Viper is not really able to have the thing, and Weibo could end.
Yeah, I think the mini wave might be too small. They should be able to clear this out in time. But if anyone gets caught, that would be game ending. Flandre going to put the cask out. Should be able to finish off this cannon, and they won't get anything more. EDG get the Dragon, but they do pay for it dearly. And now, 25 seconds on this Baron. EDG will be alive, but we're going to reset and head straight over. You can even see the pings coming out. They want to move there before EDG have vision to contest and force things like the Destiny to be used. Actually, I think it's on cooldown still, so limited opportunity in here. You know, it's a weak cast coming out from EDG. They end up having to kite away, and then JJ, you're so weak right now, honestly. SOFM basically just burst you out with the help of the Shock Blast. And the thing is, yes, he gets away with the ult, but the take comes down for the Death Stance. It's not helping him.
No, it really isn't. Now Mako going to find himself a hook here as VJ tries to keep him alive, but he needs to run away with the Heartbreaker. SOFM jumps over the wall, lands a Sonic Wave there onto the blue, but not really exactly what you want to be seeing here. In EDG, they're falling apart at the seams right now. They're not really in a position, and it's Weibo gaining momentum. The comeback kids that we talked about at the start of the day, they are the ones that are making the moves. You don't have a Heartbreaker, there's no way you're getting in here, and you're just going to have to give it up. That's a smart move from EDG, but at the end of the day, Weibo now extending their gold lead further and further, and Mako, you just by yourself, you don't need to be here.
Yeah, I mean, desperate to get the vision, but this is why Weibo were happy to go straight towards that Baron, secure control of the area. And you know, the thing is, right, is I talked about the 2-item spike for this TF and how powerful it was. And sure, EDG used that to get a lead, but now the TF just isn't do that much damage. Everyone has Merc Treads, you got extra tenacity from other members. JJ is really struggling right now. And the problem is, if you're a Viego, if you don't get a kill, you don't get a reset. You don't really do that much, and they are struggling. And Viper, once again, is feeling the short range of the Aphelios, unable to get close enough to auto anyone freely. Weibo managed to get that mid tower down. Inhibitor is exposed.
Oh, Flandre will soak up some damage and the Solar Flare. Solar Flare on a pretty damn short cooldown. SOFM does safeguard away, so that's going to be a explosive cast used and nothing really gained. That's going to be the middle inhibitor under fire as Flandre just soaking it all up. There's a good death sentence.
They got the shy.
They got the shy, and that's a lot of your poke damage now down. EDG feeling the gears turning, feeling the momentum going back in their favor. The Heartbreaker comes in, Scouts on the backside of this. He's looking for someone. SOFM is probably not the person he wanted. There's a good kick to try and disengage, and EDG, they survive to fight another day.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, I would have loved to see a big Shock Blast coming out, but you can't switch, right?
Yeah.
So ended up seeing JJ kill a minion wave and be like, oh, because I mean that Shock Blast, especially the slow from Sorel, would have made all the difference. To Shy mispositioning a bit there, and again, even though Weibo are ahead, even though the threat feels like has diminished a fair bit, you still have to be so respectful of the CC coming out from EDG.
Yeah, and again, look, they mitigate the explosive cast, they get themselves in the right position, but then the Shy just takes one step too far forward, trying to go for harassment, and with everything comboed in, you have to just assume you're going to go down.
One hit, they all hit. That's basically the thing. Unless you're SOFM and you have the tenacity to avoid the layering, the Mirk Tread's just not enough on their own. Now, Weibo's still trying to apply pressure with the Baron, looking for this tier 2 on the top side. EG are grouped up. GA for JJ will hopefully help him from dying so quickly. But you can see SOFM just consistently doing this. And the reason he used to want to go mid is because he is the most difficult to pick off, right?
Yeah, most
he has the mobility, has the tenacity, he's tanky. And so he'll just walk in the minion waves with the Baron buff and let the rest of the team do the work top lane.
All right, let's have a quick look at some of the items that have been picked up. You actually have a stopwatch right now onto Huanfeng, so he's going to be even harder to try and kill off with everything that Xayah gives you in terms of safety. Has got full penetration as well, so really starting to do work as Mako gets taken so much damage. They even get JJ to use the Dark Passage to keep him alive and safe. Viper is clearing these waves relatively decently, but again, this game kind of falls on him. He needs to be the damage. He needs to be the reason that EDG stay alive. Baron buff will fall away, but you've already done the work. You've already put down the damage, and this is going to be 3 inhibitors you feel going down in favor of Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, they're just struggling to defend at all. Now, bot inhib. Oh my god, another one.
I feel like that was Huanfeng having great awareness of where it was going versus a Flandre misstep, but it does mean another ultimate doesn't go, goes the missing, and Flandre, he's not really hitting the mark.
And the problem is, like, they're kind of relying on him because, as I said before, they don't have great engage tools.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, they're looking for something here.
SD Gate over the side. They're going to try and find out Huanfeng, who does just turn around on the Scout. They get the ult out of him, but at this late stage in the game, the ult doesn't matter, and super minions are pouring into your base. You got to defend.
Yeah, they're going to have to head back. Dragon will be forfeit. The damage has been done. Bot inhib will fortunately respawn, and with Baron being the next big objective on the cards, it's nice that it is the bot inhibitor that's something safe, right? Because you can deal with the super minions mid-top as you head towards Baron, but you can just see EDG are struggling. And like, you know, I praised their comp. They had that mid-game where it just looked like it was going to be so strong, but they made countless mistakes, and now Flandre is fishing for these engages, but he's just not finding them. It's so hard to pick off these critical members, and every time you miss a cask, it's like, okay, Weibo now know they can be aggressive. They can just keep layering this lethality-based poke, mostly from the Shy, but Huanfeng as well. If someone steps up, he can shred them and do a fairly chunky amount of damage.
All right, this point of the game, gold leads don't really mean a lot. Everyone's starting to max out either on items or in terms of item slots at the very least. You have got Gragas with the Anathema's chains, so the Flandre is still very tanky, and with the Morellos alongside the Everfrost still doing a significant amount of damage. And again, look at the Aphelios. Finally finishing up that Lord Dominic's regards is just the carry. Straight up, nothing else to talk about, and a GA finished up for Huanfeng. These 80 carries are huge, but again, like you mentioned time and time again, if you can't engage, Weibo are just going to be able to walk away.
Yeah, Viper will do so much damage if he can auto, and it just consistently, he hasn't been able to get in range. It's similar to game 1. And, you know, sure, if the CC gets laid on someone, then he can, but in those scenarios, they're pretty much dead anyway, right? And I don't know, if Viper can find a big ultimate, that could potentially be the window, but it feels like EDG, a lot of skill shots have been going with this entire game, like enough to call attention to it. A lot of things have been not connecting.
Yeah, and again, JJ 3, 2, and 7 hasn't had a terrible game, but definitely has not been the impactful Viego we have seen so many times within the LPL. We are going to see Scout very tries to jump up on top of him. He's going to force to use the Everfrost. The Everfrost does get traded back, and he goes straight into Zonya's state to delay and give himself a little bit of time. Locks the red card just to try and keep himself safe. Importantly enough, does not use his Destiny Gate and does not use his flash.
Yeah, an Angel now without his ultimate. You can see it heading over towards the Baron. They know they have pressure in the area. Scout does have TP though, does have Destiny.
Oh, they know they're not on it, and there's a Destiny Gate coming out straight away.
They bin both though, that's the problem. They bin
Yeah.
both tools. Weibo can just wait them out, and it suddenly becomes difficult. You don't want to use both the blue trinket and the ult at the same time now. They don't have the information.
Scout is by himself, and
No,
they're going to be able to
dude.
find him, and they know exactly where he is. He needed to flash that well before the CC came in. He'll use Cleanse, but Scout, that was egregious.
Yeah, that was awful, right? And that's the thing, they didn't have the information, they didn't have the vision. He didn't expect them to be there, but Weibo are playing so well around these pockets of vision, and that's Baron. That's Baron secured. You still have 2 inhibitors down. Not a good spot to be in.
I was going to say, Baron secured, and you have 2 Nexus turrets. That's it. That is the difference between Weibo and winning the game. That's all they need to be able to do. I will say there is only about a minute and a half on both the top and the mid lane, but like with the TP coming in, they know that as well, so they want to try and end right here, right now.
Yeah, they're going to try and apply as much pressure as they can with those super minions and just not give any room for EDG to breathe. Fortunately, you know, Viper does have the Infernum. The Aphelios does have good wave clear that you can provide.
Ghost, go on, go. He's so fast. The power of the unsealed spellbook. As we start to see more pressure being applied, they will pick up the inhibitor. So again, we're down to 3 inhibitors gone on the side of EDG. SOFM is ignoring JJ.
Oh,
he has no care, but Mako gets hit by a little bit of poke, and Viper is already forced to cleanse on underneath the tower. Has to go golden. Here we go, EDG, this is the final fight. You got to make something happen here as Flandre is dead. That's your tank. The Moonlight Vigil has come out as well, but Weibo are just too big. Weibo are too scary, and Weibo are the ones who are going to send themselves to match point 2-0 for the series at the moment. And EDG, what did they do?
But who are this team? This Weibo, right? They haven't looked this good or split. Even when they won the hot streak, I don't think they looked this good. They are absolutely on form, right? And for EDG, you're now at match point. You have to reverse sweep or you're out of playoffs, and that's it. That's over.
Done.
That's your split over. The reigning world champions have to reverse sweep. And the thing is, game 1 loss, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You brought out a bit more fringe picks, right? You just lost the whole game.
You had an idea. That's your lifeline.
But game 2, this is a comp that I thought fit them to a T. They got the early lead, and they just fumbled it. And a game like this is so demoralizing because they should have won, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to flat say, you made too many mistakes, and Weibo did a fantastic job punishing. But this should have been 1-1, and EDG will be kicking themselves because now they are really in a hole.
But that's the thing as well, because we talk about the side selection and all the meta and everything like that. It does feel like Weibo just have a much better grasp. The priority they're putting on this Lee Sin, they're saying, look, SOFM, you're comfortable on this. We want to give you this as early as possible. And the Xayah just seems like a very safe. It's like, look, the Aphelios just isn't as good.
Well, the problem with the Aphelios is all these compositions. Viper, I mean, he was so strong there. Can't get in range.
No.
Can't get in range time and time again. And it feels like, you know, they are so comfortable going into these situations where they take the Xayah, who did a ton of damage, the Shy as well, topping damage. Yeah, insane. And Viper's just not able to do what he wants, right? He just has to stand back. And I think, you know, going into this game, I said that Jace was going to be problematic, and they punished it, but they let the foot off the pedal. And I feel like the Shy, he is no longer a Scion 1 trick. He is super carry Shy, and he is just absolutely decimating. Even if you... Dude, he was like 1-5, was he, at some point? 1-4, 2-5, and he's doing this. It's like, it's just not enough.
No, it isn't. And I gotta call a spade a spade. JJ has been incredibly underwhelming. I think JJ has been a massive weakness for this EDG side because it feels like when they should be going for engages, when they should be going for setups on the top side or in the mid lane, whatever it is, JJ just flubs, or like Flandre doesn't quite get the right engage, and it doesn't seem to be sticking. Like, yes, you'll have the gold card, but you, as you mentioned, you have the Aphelios that has an absolute boatload of damage, but it just doesn't stick.
I'm gonna say that game, you know, we've talked about Viper being like the shining light. I think he was the only one who didn't make a ton of egregious errors. Flandre caught out on the control ward, constantly missing abilities. Scout, that when he got picked towards the end, no idea what that was. Mako and JJ getting picked, you know, as if they're having a competition. Like, this is not the EDG we saw early in the split. It's not the EDG we saw willed, obviously, but it's just mind-blowing. They have to bounce back from here, or that's it.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see. Weibo send us to match point. We're going to send you guys to a break, and we'll see if EDG got anything in the tank, or if we're going to be talking about a very surprising 3-0. We'll see you soon.
They can't even go for a Baron either because all those vision control is there for DRX.
DRX?
I think DRX from here on out, I don't know how you match this.
Okay, well, maybe the Rocket does it. Does the Rocket do it? Yes, it does! The Rocket does it! Here, when everything is on the line, you let Penny steal it with the Rocket.
I am back in the place, don't have to guess who in the building, cause I'm raising the stakes, yeah.
I need to see it because the fight's going down. Elder's still standing. Manko's dead. Clid's now dead as well. EDG jungler going golden, and Jeje is going to get a world of surprise. He comes out with Scout, but the Empress Divide glide in the back line sends him to Viper. That press delivery and Scout flushing away was so clutch. Elder on FPX's side though. Shallow who's coming back in. No ulti. Care in front of the Elder. Scout does it. Everybody's dead except for Blandre.
This game is absolutely insane.
Born of the realest. Never catch me slacking. I was born as the illest.
A more exciting play. Last one, all that was required was the ward hop. Summit here just continues to push in on top side, and with the whole breaker.
Flashes for it, throws him into the wall, even drags an ultimate out of it. Summit slamming hard.
I'm a rare breed, working on your one in a million.
Unlike last game, okay, Keen is really trying to push this. Unlike last game, hold on, Keen.
There's the Shuriken. He might have enough damage. R2 comes in, but he's feared under the turret. He gives it a shot.
Cause they know I'm a fool, and they know I'm that dude. I don't follow the rules.
Quick shot blast, accelerating gate combination. The Dragon doing a bit of work here for Fnatic as well. Jankos going forward, Caps diving in. Both two, Wonder onto the back line. Blackhead forced away, Wonder just melts him down. Dragon secured by Fnatic as well, as is the fight. Broken Blade, what can you do against the might that's Fnatic? Props to Humanoid in that fight. Stop watching, the second Caps jumps on him.
They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed, walking on your one in a million. Guess who in the building?
They aren't going to press too deep. In goes the Ornhorn. The flash from Doctom is beautifully timed as Chovy manages to pick off Canyon in the backline, but he does go golden. In the end, Ruler has locked down to the kill. On to Showmaker. Chovy finds the backline and Canyon is dead. And the Essence comes in and I'm going bald. It's happening. This is just ridiculous. Triple kill for Chovy on his Ahri. They've got double siege minions here. And Genji! From this moment, they will be able to win Game 5, and they are facing T1 in the final, and I'm going bald. What the heck was that?
Celebrate the day, yeah. Come on, just celebrate the day. The time is now. Let's stop all our crying. We need to leave all our worries behind. We cannot hide, 'cause there's no denying. We're gonna take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. The dark night is over, it's time to celebrate the day. Swim in the sea and run through the streets together. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day. Jump on this ride, 'cause destiny's calling. A place where people together can sing this melody. We've all gotta scream it. Come on, let's take to the sky and fly. This history felt like we were dreaming, like waiting for morning dawn to be free. Another day went by never ending, until we heard nature's love say breathe again. day. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Celebrate the day. I'm gonna celebrate, yeah, the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. Celebrate the day. We're gonna celebrate the day.
Spread your wings and fly over the sky. Spread your wings and fly over the stars. The day has come, let's celebrate you home, and that's what I like to say. That is what I pray. I'm still looking for a way. Hey, hey, 100 steps to find you, 1,000 stairs to climb. Hey, hey, 100 ways to know you. If I can reach you, please don't say goodbye. Happy birthday, my love. I don't wanna let you down. Happy birthday, my love. I don't wanna let you down. The day has come, let's celebrate you home, and that's what I like to say. That is what I pray, and I'm still looking for a way.
We're back as we jump back into what is becoming a very dominant series for Weibo Gaming. 2-0 up in this best of 5 against the world champions EDG. I am still Ushin. He is still the fantastic Mr. Ox, and we are coming back into. I'm gonna keep that one. That one's awesome. I'm super proud of
It's
myself.
crazy. You just like came up with that today.
Yeah,
It's just
literally never
on the fly.
mentioned it, and I was just like, I got it, because I can't keep calling you illustrious, beautiful, handsome. I
Well,
gotta
you
think
can.
of. I mean, I can, but you know, they'll pick up on it. But we gotta talk about our MVP from Game 2. It was the Shy again. He picked it up on Game 1. He picked it up in Game 2. The man has been a menace, and honestly, Weibo in general, just proving, as you tweeted out, regular season makes no difference.
Yeah, as long as you make playoffs, it literally doesn't matter, because if you go on to run the gauntlet, then do it. But right now, Weibo are proving they are a starkly different team than when we last saw them. And honestly, the Shy, I think it's kind of amazing the scoreline he had and the fact that he was still able to be such a carry. EDG did everything in their power to shut him down, and with good reason, because the Jace was the pivotal piece of Weibo that would cause so many issues, and it didn't matter. Solo killing, JJ landing these humongous shock blasts that just honestly destroyed EDG so many times.
It blows my mind that, like, I'm not trying to take away from the Shy's performance, but Scout had flash and cleanse at that moment and didn't use either until it was too late. And
Look right now, 5-0-2 on Viper at the end of the game.
Just couldn't
right?
do anything.
And actually, I think he ended with a scoreline.
Yeah,
didn't die.
he doesn't die. So
it just shows like the Aphelios isn't working. Right, Viper is piloting as well as he can. The champion is fundamentally just not functioning against what Weibo are doing.
Yeah, and I think that's the crazy thing right now is that we go into a match point. Potentially 1, 2, or 3. It doesn't matter. Every single match from now here is EDG playing a best of 1. And if you win that game, it gives you another opportunity at a best of 1. That's it. Or you're out. Weibo have crushed you in 2 games. And I don't think it's... there was a great early to mid game from EDG, but then once Weibo turned it on, it just became a different game.
The thing is, that makes it worse.
Yeah.
I know that sounds crazy, but like if they just got stomped, they would just go, okay, we fix this, we go again, right?
Similar to game 1.
The fact that they were so in control, so far ahead, and they still lost, it's like, that is really worrying, right?
Yeah.
And I think in a series, you have to learn lessons. Game 1, they're like, okay, having Make on the Zillion, not ideal. Having the Vladimir, not ideal for Flandre. But the other lesson was that Viper couldn't do anything on the Aphelios. And they kind of ignored that, went with it in game 2, and it was a repeat, right?
Yep.
And it just ended up being so frustrating. I feel like for him, you could see constantly trying to find those angles to do damage. And if someone's close to him, he even saw in that final clip, yeah, he can deal damage. But that was kind of the trick that Weibo had. Don't get close to him, right?
Fun fact of the day. And again, this is, we're obviously giving a lot of flack over to EDG, rightfully so. Again, we have a lot of
standards are sky high for a reason.
They are the current world champions. But for Weibo, what a turnaround. We were talking to Lyric yesterday, and we were just saying, like, this is probably one of, if not the weakest team.
Lyric said they were the weakest team coming
in his opinion.
In his opinion, right? And I'm not going to mince words. I kind of agree.
I kind of agreed as well.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe there's a conversation between them and, like, maybe RA or maybe even FVX. But then I was like, no, I could definitely see it the other way as well. But this series right now, everyone's working well. And honestly, I'm loving the fact that even On, despite him kind of like the first few engages not going well, wasn't discouraged.
I love the tech as well.
the dark technologies is pretty amazing. And I want to see it again, because I think that those little small things were, not in the grand scheme of things, but they were throwing a little bit of a weird tempo at EDG. They were kind of like, oh, there's no way they can do this. And all of a sudden it was like, oh crap, he's got an exhaust. Oh crap, he's got cleanse. Oh crap, he's got this. A ghost for some reason. He's actually here a lot quicker than I anticipated. And those small little things are what make Weibo just so much stronger in these skirmishes. We are going to have EDG back on the blue. We are going to see them ban away the Twisted Fate, the Rakan, and the Hecarim. The Zeri and the Rise have been banned here. You can ban away the Jinx, but they haven't. They banned away the Bulk. You have to take Jinx here. There's no way you don't take Jinx.
Yeah, I think it could be a decent shout. And this might actually throw a spanner in EDG's plans, because maybe they went into this one. Maybe they went into this one and like, we're probably not going to get Jinx, but they commit to the Lee Sin. SFM's been having a pretty solid impact in those 2 games, but that does leave over the RE to the other side. It'll be interesting to see what Weibo end up taking. I would expect a jungle here, simply because you want to take... Actually, no, never mind, Jinx, yeah, that's a point.
I was going to say, you got to pick the AD carry right now, because you've mentioned it to a million times. You don't want to be picking or forced to pick your AD carry on 3.
True.
So you want to try and take it on 2, which then still gives you an option on 3 for jungle.
They're now probably forced to pick the jungle in that 3, but I think that's fine. It does mean, though, EDG, if they go for something like the Jace here, Weibo will kind of in a hole in terms of reacting, but to be honest, I think SFM doesn't really care. They'd rather prioritize those picks. A lot of resets afforded already to Weibo. They get momentum in the fight, they'll run away, but I like that Flandre has the Jace, so they have options. Even if they end up committing to the Aphelios here, it does mean they have other tools to play around with when there is a range discrepancy.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that Viper, yes, the Aphelios he's looked good, and I don't think any of the games have been his fault, but it hasn't been working. So honestly, I would just like to see him on something else. I would like to see him on possibly a Xayah as he starts to hover this one here. Yes, thank you. Give him something with proactivity. Give him something that he can work with.
I've seen this composition before.
This is looking very similar.
Yeah, this seems like they've just stolen it from Weibo. And this is big. So one of the picks that can absolutely snowball against a Jace is that Tryndamere. They don't care about SFM losing priority in the jungle. They're going to commit to that for the Shy. And that means if he finds momentum in the matchup, he will crush the Jace. Now, with the bans, going to start targeting away mid laners that are good into RE start with the Vex. EDG probably going to look towards, I would think, junglers, but could also throw out a couple of bans towards the support pool if there's something you're concerned about there.
Yeah, again, you got a lot of different options available to the Jinx. The Tam Kench kind of comes to mind. I like the Viego ban coming out
Especially
here.
all the resets
I was
there.
literally just about to say, it's like, because then it's just literal reset city where you can't control anybody. Plus, in terms of the champions we have seen SOFM play this season, generally speaking, the Lee Sin and the Viego have been 2 of his more better performing junglers. So this is good to see from EDG. But honestly, I would love to see them take away the Tam Kench right now as their last ban. Get rid of that safety for On and try and just get a little bit more pressure for Viper to try and work something in this bot side.
Especially when you think about how Weibo going to function. If they have the Shy in a side lane and there's a Tahm Kench, you can't force on the Tahm Kench because you'll just eat whoever the target is target with them, and he'll keep them safe, but it makes things really difficult. EDG have to carefully sort of look at how they're going to approach this one. Do have that final ban. We'll see if what direction they opt to go with it. I would think Weibo after that will just, if there's a priority on something like the Tom, they could take it, but they'll probably just pick up a jungler for SOFM and then leave kind of picked up automation. Actually banning the Nocturne, so we've seen a bit more Nocturne in playoffs. It's definitely popped up, hasn't had too much success, but I think with a composition like this, with so much dive, right, and on top of that, strong side laning with the Tryndamere, definitely concerned about how little fun Flandre would have in those situations.
And the great thing is, though, for Weibo right now is that you can take your jungle here, that's fine, you know what you're going into. You can actually keep support pick as your flex or as your counter, because you don't need to immediately go for the Tam Kens. Tam Kens doesn't really work on the side of EDGs. It wouldn't really be. This is honestly, if they didn't ban Rakan, EDG were literally stealing the exact same composition if they lock in this Azir. It does have the same kind of priority, with similar to what we saw in game 1. It will be able to just kind of farm up and be a monster in that late game. And honestly, it will give them a bit more of a threat. This is the first time we're really going to see if Scout on something that is that late game. And we saw it in the previous series against FBX. He's a monster on this.
Yeah, and you know, these picks look great. Jace, Xayah, Azir, I think they they've overcome the range discrepancy issues with these tools. Problem is, it might just not matter because you're dealing with a Tryndamere. Tryndamere doesn't really care. Like, sure, in team fights, he's going to struggle against these picks, absolutely. The Xayah and the Azir in particular, if you end up running towards them, those two beards will just keep you peeled. But you don't need a team fight. That's the critical thing.
Yeah.
Now, do you see the Nautilus coming in? So a pretty strong lane, bot lane. I feel like you could just answer with the Tom Kench here, but maybe wanting a bit more engaged. Because bear in mind, you know, this is a very dive-focused team. The Trundle doesn't really sync super well with that, as much as the Pillar is very useful. So they probably want on, similar to what we've seen in the previous games, on something aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting on something that can make the engage, can be going forward. And again, throughout the entire series so far, he has just been able to do that. He has been able to just constantly go in, supporting the rest of his team. And they lock in the Leona. And again, had a bit of a rough early game, but after that was just constantly throwing out solar flares, constantly getting into the face of EDG. And this is potentially your final comp from EDG. I like that they've moved away from the Aphelios in this particular mini-meta of this series. The Aphelios is just not the pick, but it's going up against the Jinx, the queen of hyper late game. It's going to be still very difficult for EDG to break that down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that it just feels like, you know, the issues the Aphelios has, the Jinx is going to have nearly as much because she has the range. You also have, like, the potential to dive in. One of the concerns with the composition, too, was, like, it was great at just keeping things at bay, not as good at just starting a fight and going in and initiating. And that's kind of why we also see Mako on one of those big initiators, right? Instead of the Thresh, where, although we did find those hooks, you can't just charge forwards and go, I'm pressing R, like you can on Nautilus. So I think there are tools in place for EDG. I do think there are still concerns that I have critically is going to be that Tryndamere in the top lane. We saw, you know, we actually saw his Wayward against the Shy. The Shy was on the Jace in this matchup and got absolutely bodied in the regular season. So I think he knows how much pressure you can apply on this one. Ultimately, I think EDG, this comp's fine for them, but I don't think it really matters that much because the play from Game 2. Game 2 was winnable. The draft was fine for them. They just completely flubbed it. So
execution.
Yeah, you know, they could have the best draft in the world if they execute like they did in Game 2. They ain't winning.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. But we are going to see it is match point for Weibo. They got 2 MVPs on the Shy. You can even see there with the stats, pretty heavily favored in terms of the solo queue stats for the Tryndamere over the Jace. As we jump now into Game 3, it is going to be an incredibly important time now for both of these sides to make sure that they are keeping themselves as far in the lead as they possibly can. And for EDG, it's now or never. You have
100%.
to pop off.
You have to win, right? And you can't even think about the fact you have to win 3 in a row. Just think one game at a time. EDG have to return what's it called? Reverse sweep if they want to be able to defend, because the LPL title. That's the thing. Not only reigning world champs, reigning LPL champions from summer, having to fight their way all the way from round 1 and close to going out in round 2. Now the Shy, this is actually a pretty nice play.
Yeah, they're actually going to find him as well, force him to take the spin to win.
The thing is, like, Tryndamere takes a level 1 anyway, so it makes no difference. Yeah, I like the concept of the play, because they know Tryndameres will try and find the enemy top and just run at them. but it achieves literally nothing.
I mean, it achieves the safety for Flandre to kind of say, look, you are not going to be instantly taken right there. On takes a couple of feathers to the face, so a little bit of harassment coming in and out there as Mako gets himself a deep ward onto the blue. So the lack of information in turn gives you information to say, right, he's not on the blue, he's got to be on the red. So they know what they're going to be trying to do here. And honestly, it is going to be down to how EDG play this early game. And honestly, I wanted to ask that question to you. How do they play this? How do you want to see them work around these first 5, 10 minutes of the game?
Well, I think, honestly, I want to see JJ playing pretty aggressive. He's got setup in the bot lane quite comfortably. There's a lot of CC they can lay it down. So if you come, you land a Sonic Wave, pretty easy for you to find success there. And ultimately, if you bring numbers advantages, like the Trundle's very good in a 1v1.
Ooh. Sorry, keep going.
Yeah, Trundle's very good in a 1v1, but when you bring multiple members, the execute damage from the Lee Sin finds so much value. So I want to see that proactivity. In particular, because I think there's a big spike for EDG, which is the Man Immune Eclipse, which both Flandre and Viper will hit. At that point, that's really where you want to be like applying the pressure and getting the ball rolling. But to be honest, I talked about how he has set up bot lane. I think you just need to play for top, because if top falls apart, I don't think it matters what happens anywhere else.
Yeah, I feel like if the Shy gets a lead, we've seen the damage numbers they're going to do. The funny thing is...
we saw what the Shy did when he went 1-4.
Yeah, I was going to say. We've seen the Shy when he's behind. We've seen the Shy when he's ahead. This is a very interesting angle, as they are obviously just focusing hard on the Chinese cast about the Shy on the Tryndamere. And again, it's just going to become this bit of moment where Flandre, if he ever loses respect, if he ever loses concentration, he is going to get jumped on and killed.
Yeah, and critically, he's gone Phase Rush and he's gone Ghost. So the Ghost is to match the Shy's Ghost, because essentially you just want to maintain distance. Basically, what you do is if Tryndamere ever gets on you, you just combo him in melee form and you knock him away, and then use that distance you've created to keep away. Your Phase Rush that you procced will give you the movement speed, the slow resistance as well, counters the W. But the problem fundamentally comes from, if you make a mistake, if you mess up, right, and Tryndamere gets a lead, you don't really have a safe haven. You can see here, because of all the respect Flandre is given, the Shy ends up having control of the minions. If he stacks a wave on tower and he has ultimate, he can just solo kill you. And in that situation, you don't have anywhere to go. You could just back off and sack the minion wave, but then it's just going to end up losing the game anyway. So it's a kind of a lose-lose, and it's so reliant on Flandre just not making mistakes, and the Shy not being able to build up an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, the Shy, since 2018, has had a kind of a bit of a whirlwind of a time with its time on IG. 2019 wasn't exceptional. They unfortunately missed out on Worlds qualification. Got into Worlds qualification just at the regional bracket. Then they went into 2020, great in the regular season, faltering in the playoffs. And then 2021, it all fell apart. IG missed the playoffs for the first time since Rookie joined the organization. And then, of course, coming into 2022, the core of Rookie and the Shy
split up with Rookie.
Yeah, it's split up. So now we're looking at them on two very different teams, but two teams that are doing very, very well. Look at V5, and Rookie is honestly the centerpiece, the MVP of the regular split. And the Shy coming into form here with Weibo, they could very well end up meeting each other further down the line, should they be able to kind of Weibo meet them in terms of the expectations.
And it's critical they continue this form. For anyone who's tuning into the playoffs, hasn't seen much of the regular season, and thinking, whoa, Weibo were pretty high in the standings. Yeah, Weibo started the split really well, and they fell off a cliff. It was, honestly, it looked like a disaster. And that's why it's such a big deal that they are 2-0 in this series, that they have looked convincing, and that EDG are having to answer back. The moment, we haven't seen too much activity in the early levels. Nothing really came to fruition. I will say Flandre, we've had a lot of focus on this top side, holding up pretty well in this matchup. Hasn't really made any mistakes yet, but all it takes is one.
Yep. And he's running out of mana, and that's the big issue right now, is that those combos, they cost. You gotta have the cash to be able to make them work, but JJ finally making himself up around the backside of this. This is what you wanted to see. Hit before the level 6, and that means that the Shy will be in a little bit of trouble. To the Skies comes up, now he knows he's in a little bit of trouble. The Ghost has been popped here by the Shy. They get in with the Ward Hop, he guns down the Q, trying to put down a little bit more damage. One or two more auto attacks would have done it, but you get the Ghost out of the Shy pre-level 6, which means that the dive isn't really there. But oh, Shurima Shuffle on goes in. Oh, Scout almost gets him down on the Angel there. That was so close to being an absolutely clutch play.
Oh, that was so sick.
Oh, SOFM.
Yeah, he might be in trouble.
He's definitely going to have to try and run away from this one here, as he's going to have to try and maybe secure the dragon and then figure out where he's going to go from there. But it's a big fight coming in now. SOFM gets caught out. Flash coming in from Viper to land the feathers. And now on with no flash, nowhere to go. EDG get the early game they needed.
They got so much success there, right? Ghost being for the Shy, they can't get the flash, they can't get the kill, but it's fine because bot lane, your team are making plays. On goes for the roam mid. Such a typical play to see from him, and Scout out plays. And because the Ahri no longer has presence, right? One of the big things, ongoing mid secures control, which means they can take the dragon. Because Scout outplayed, they no longer have control. EDG can contest, and SOFM is caught out, and On also receives the same punishment. It all stemmed from that outplay from Scout, but the team capitalized beautifully, and now EDG have a lead.
And finally, Scout steps up. He has been very muted this entire series. Really hasn't looked like... We saw him against FPX, and he was honestly the MVP of that entire series.
He was so good then.
And then now he finally gets himself up. He finally puts his best foot forward, and now Mako and JJ trying to see if they can do the exact same thing. On does not have flash. This is going to be very much just go on to support as Hwanfeng gets caught up by the feathers, and they're already here. There's going to be the Glacial Augment, and they catch out Hwanfeng. He doesn't use a single summoner because he knows he's just dead. This is EDG trying to make a move, and this is EDG at their best.
Loving the proactivity, and they pick up the Lee Sin and they're making it work. JJ ganks top to give a bit of a reprieve to Flandre, and then goes to the lane where he has set up and Weibo. We had so much praise from the series, justified praise, but this start of this series of this game, they are starting to flop a little bit, but still have positives. Top lane, 20 CS up at the moment. It's a scary one, and SOFM has hit level 6. They could go for the dive, but you can see instantly with the prio mid, Scout was moving. JJ coming from a reset. They don't want to overstep and fall further behind. Just a beautiful play to circumvent the vision here. And you know, their game plan, you can see the minion dematerializer come out. They're like, let's push this in quickly, get out. But they get caught out by the timing. And yeah, there's just not much you can do, JJ, with a really nice kick angle.
Yeah, and again, just having that Glacial Augment, having the slowdown. It doesn't matter that you don't land the CC onto Hwanfeng. There's almost like a kind of a knock-on effect of like he was close enough to the Jinx that it was just going to always hit. So nicely played there. I will say Hwanfeng, he didn't use any of his damage. So now everybody is actually up on this top side. It's going to be a bit of a party here as the Shy gets caught out. There's going to be the Glacial Augment coming in. He's going to have to use the Undying Rage. The Shy trying to run away. He flashes. And again, despite the Tryndamere into the Jace, it is Flandre getting the resources. It is Flandre getting the coverage. And that means that EDG can just mitigate this early game.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that you kill him. This just means the Shy has a timer where he's not going to be able to kill Flandre. That's all you want out of the situation. Now, Weibo, they have moved over. They have the AD carry in the mid lane. They didn't. EDG don't have Scout, so they will end up losing the Herald. But you can see on the other side, Viper's just taking the plate. So, you know, it's still favorable for Weibo, but at least EDG are trading. They are still significantly in head in terms of gold. Over 2,000 right now, only 9 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this is a very significant lead coming in here. It's actually a 20 CS lead for Viper in that bot side, not including the plates, the kill, everything that went over to him. And now Weibo, again, we call them the comeback kids. That's where they have to play right now because they are significantly far behind.
Yeah, and the fact that Flandre hasn't died yet is just stellar.
Chef kiss.
Keep it up. Keep it up. The more he doesn't die, the better. And you can see Scout. I mean, I feel like, you know, Scout on Azir, it's kind of the expectation, but he is doing so well in the Angel, constantly applying that pressure, forcing him back. And the Ahri looking pretty subdued. Do you see SOFM just securing this blue buff, the pressure coming out, Mako very aggressive here. And the whole team, it's like, it feels like EDG have just switched on. They know they have the ability to go for these sort of aggressive push-ins, get some vision, set up for the Dragon that's in a minute that they could potentially lean towards.
Mako just, again, covering lanes, making sure that no one's going around, trying to make plays. Again, we saw how amazingly aggressive On has been this entire series, constantly making roams, and it's to be expected. We don't call it exceptional anymore because it is expected that you just make those plays nowadays as the rest of EDG start to move forward. And I love this. They say, look, we know the Shy has no flash. We know he can't really go for a full engage on full summoners on the Flandre. Let's move the pressure somewhere else. And it has been all on JJ. This is what we talked about this early game. It had to be on him.
And I like the proactivity, especially, you know Weibo have the Herald. You know they're going to try and slam that down so you can apply pressure elsewhere. but they quickly back off. They realize top lane is exposed, so they want to respond. They don't want to give Weibo a free Herald and a full tower take for the Tryndamere, because it could be really scary now. They'll look for the dive.
Yeah, they are going to go for it. There's going to be the Subjugate. The Shy trying to get in there. But again, it's so difficult without a minion wave. And that's a big cooldown now. Ghost gone, Subjugate gone. They get nothing for it.
And critically, the way Flandre positioned was he moved downwards.
Let's go, Dark Tech. Dark Tech.
He moved downwards into his lane. So if they were to chase him, it's where JJ was. So they knew if they overstay, it would be so risky. The towers hit them as well. There was no minion wave. And they managed to mitigate the pressure. Herald's still in pocket, sure, for Weibo, but they don't manage to punish Flandre. And the more they keep that going, the better I feel like EDG are going to be faring.
Oh, Angel now in this mid lane. Going to see now that he's getting pincered in from both sides by a bird man and a blind man. So, you know, not exactly the most ideal situation. Get yourself out. And again, this is good from EDG, but we saw good from EDG in Game 2, and we need to see a little bit more. We need to see decisiveness. We need to see clean execution coming in, and right now they are starting to do it, but Flandre may have gone a little bit too far forward. Here's SOFM. He's going to be able to try and get this one on top of him, and he knows that he's just dead. Flandre trying to trade it back. You step one step too far forward and you are cut down, my friend.
And it's painful because it's been such a good game from EDG at mitigating this pressure. The kill goes over to Tryndamere. The Herald's there. This matchup is going to snowball out of control so quickly. And they're going to be able to secure the whole thing. Trundle and Tryndamere do a ton of damage. I actually think they could go for a second tower as well off the back of this Herald. I'm not sure EDG are in a position to contest it.
Yeah, I will say Viper, again, very clean with the cleanse. It was frame perfect, which is always nice to see. But yeah, Shelly gets her headbutt into the tower, and with the Shy and, you know, SOFM on the Trundle and Tryndamere, the two Ts, TT made it to the playoffs.
If only.
If only, if only.
Yeah, that second tower take, like, this is so much gold.
Oh, here we go, though. They're going to try and jump onto On, who doesn't really have a place to go. There's a Super Mega Death Rocket, and they will get the execution. So, you trade back the kill. Mako was ticking down, but you lose 2 turrets. You will be able to trade back 1. It's very much Weibo coming out on top again.
Massively. I mean, think how big the gold lead was. It was like 2,500. It's now 700 in favor of EDG. And the thing is, like, sure, Viper's getting strong, but, like, Viper's
not before.
Viper's not the one holding the side lane, right? It's Flandre, and we're now going to see the Shy be in a position where he is monster fed so early in the game. This is what I wanted to avoid for EDG. This is what I was saying. You can't let this happen. And yeah, a bit of a disaster. We'll see how that play sort of manifests at bot lane. I will say On, a little bit over aggressive here. You know your team's making a play top. Just back away. There is no benefit from being here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a little bit of a mistake, sadly, from the side of On. It also guarantees that the tower goes down, because with the 2 people in bot lane on Weibo, you maybe could argue that they, with the minion wave, they could, you know, maybe kind of survive a dive.
They could have elongated it because it's a small wave. Maybe
yeah.
if Jinx ults and the ult hits champions, clears out the minions. But regardless, you know, On makes a bit of a mistake. And yeah, you know, Weibo are down in gold. Weibo are down in kills. EDG still should be the ones taking control and applying pressure. Oh, no cleanse.
No cleanse. He gets charmed up, and Viper. That is a rare mistake there from the EDG bot lane there, and he just gets caught out with no ult and no cleanse.
Yeah, loving the proactivity. And oh no.
He's behind him. He's behind him, and that means that Flandre can't really run away from this one here. He's going to knock him back, but it's only a matter of time, as here comes Angel to seal the deal. Angel will pick up that kill, and oh dear, Ox, this game is starting to look very similar to Game 2.
I mean, I feel like it's even sooner. I mean, this game was going so well for EDG, and then Flandre fumbles. And I will say one thing for Weibo this series: they have been unrelenting. If you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And now I'm concerned about this top lane. But I also say, why is Flandre there? Why was he pushed so deep? You don't have towers.
You're like a disappointed dad. It's just
I
don't even know why you died. Why are you there?
Like, Flandre is a world champion top laner. He doesn't need to be to know. 2 towers down against a Tryndamere. If you're that far pushed up, you're vulnerable. And it's the mistakes like these that are costing EDG. It's like Scout in the previous game getting caught out late game. Viper, you have to flash it. And this is the thing, is that Viper's so confident in his mechanics, confident he could walk outside the stun radius and maybe get assistance from his team. You just have to flash it in a situation. Summoner down, sure, but at least you survive. Although, I mean, I guess he does have flash available for the next engagement, but at the cost of a lot of gold going over to Angel specifically, who I think picks up this as well. Yeah, so
it's 2 kills over to Angel. Not only that, it's gold, but it's also pressure, as we can now see Angel forcing out the Emperor's Divide from Scout, but he's going to keep pushing forward. Is he not going to be able to take it, though? The Shy is just a little bit too little, too late. A Scout trying to get himself away from this one, but I don't think you can run away from this. Tryndamere almost gets the Shifting Sands off, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and now the Shy is starting to ramp up again. 2-0-1. The Gale Force, he's going to be a menace in the side lane. No one can deal with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Scout is outplaying Angel consistently in the mid lane 1v1. Does it again, but just more gold over the Shy. And he's now going to the bot lane. He's going to be able to pick up the tower fairly soon. And sure, EDG trade, but I'm just so concerned. Gold is even, but it's where it is aligned. TP coming in from Angel, but doesn't have the ultimate.
I did really triple check to make sure it wasn't on.
Yeah,
I literally was
you always
just
have
like,
to make
sure. Yeah, I was like, now hang on. maybe it is something else. But with the TP going top, this is a rare mistake coming out from Weibo, where they're actually trying to make something happen onto Flandre, but he's the one who's able to kind of get himself away. He's still very overextended. There's the subjugate, there's the pillar. He doesn't have the knockback, and SOFM picks himself up a solo kill. It could have been nice for EDG if Flandre got out, but again, Flandre is just getting bullied.
Get solo killed by the enemy jungler, and SOFM's gone Gordrinker Trundle, which is, I mean, it's one of SOFM does these things, you know.
SOFM is the kind of guy who turns around and kind of goes, build a tier on Gnar.
I feel like this
you know what I mean?
I feel like this is such a weird game for Gordrinker as well, because like the Gordrinker, you know, if obviously there's champions who are just inherently good with Gordrinker, right? If there's a champion like Trundle, the scenarios in which I think Gordrinker would make sense is if you're going to be surrounded by a lot of close-range champions to get big value out of it, right? I don't think that already happens against EDG's comp, but, you know, I digress. I can get stuck on SOFM builds all day. He solo kills Flandre. It feels like even when you know Tryndamere is on the other side of the map, that is not enough. And I will say one thing, despite how much Shy popped off last game, a consistent theme for Jace has been he has been dying a lot in this series.
Yeah, the Jace has not been having the greatest of times as Weibo pick up their second dragon of the
6
game.
kills, 9 deaths so far if you combine them both, so...
Really?
Yeah.
My God, that's some quick maths from you there. But EDG, not to be deterred, will be recognizing they do have a spike with Viper right now. We talked about the Manamune turning into the Mermana very, very shortly. As they're going to go straight in, they catch him out, and that is a perfect engage. They will pick him off. Mako picks up that kill, and you need those. You need those moments of brilliance from EDG. As we can see another one here, the Shy going underneath the tower to try and take out Scout, but Scout survives.
Yeah, I love how the solution is, look, Flandre, you can't handle this. We'll just send Scout to do so, but now he's in trouble.
He is. You got yourself a little bit of a pickle, and with the Trundle sending up the ice, you're caught between a Tryndamere and a hard price, and you don't win on either side.
Yeah, and EDG's response to this is let's just take everything we can.
Ignore it.
Pretend it's not happening.
If I don't look at it, it's fine.
Yeah, oh man. And I respect it. I honestly think you should be doing that. Because if you try and collapse onto the Tryndamere, he just backs away. You lose on the other side of the map. You lose out here. At least they're trading. They have now fallen behind in gold by 400. But you got to factor in, right? Tryndamere is not the best team fighter, especially into EDG's composition, right? Both the Azir and the Xayah and the Lee Sin make things very problematic for him. Hold that thought, we see this beautiful CC layering. Doesn't quite get the root in time from Viper, but enough damage comes through. But yeah, Tryndamere not the best team fighter because, like, the Xayah and the Azir will make things problematic. So there is something to be said for the fact that, you know, the resources on him, if it does come down to team fighting, isn't best spent. And now the Shy, looking for Flandre, but JJ's in the wings.
Yeah, JJ is there. We will see this.
And that's what happens. He just backs off.
He just kind of goes, cool, I might not actually be able to 2v1. Actually, with the Navari quick plays, he might actually be able to 2v1, I'm being totally honest. But not going to happen this time around.
He's being respectful with his lead.
You know what? That's something I haven't seen from the Shy in a very long time.
It's not a Shy special, I will say that much.
I still see memes about him holding his flash on Kale. Like, I still see those memes. But coming in now, 20 minutes on the clock. It is 2 dragons to 1 in favor of Weibo. It is an Ocean Soul. Pretty significant for something like a Tryndamere, I feel, who's going to be constantly getting the value out of getting those extra heals. But either way, both teams would like that as a win condition. It is about a 400, 500 gold lead now for Weibo. You are 4 towers to 3 up. And EDG, you got to start being creative. I think if you let this game go later and later and later, you're not really in the best of situations. You don't want another situation like against FBX when you need Scout to literally kill everyone.
Well, one of the big things... Oh.
Should be fine.
Yeah, should be okay. Manages to get him away now and use the phase rush.
2-level difference.
Yeah, it's insane. We do see Scout going for a collapse. They are not letting this Tryndamere get away.
No, they want to try and kill him right here, right now. But the Tryndamere is saying, all right, you want to try and kill me? I'll kill you. They're going to try and jump into him. JJ now trying to play bouncer as he knows Flandre is his target.
Run, Flandre!
Run! But you cannot run from an extremely angry Tryndamere. He's going to be able to get the Undying Rage. He will finally fall at Scout's hands. 0-4 for Flandre. They invested a lot, but they killed him.
Yeah, and they got the shutdown. I'd call it with. Ultimately, Flandre maybe feels a bit different, but they got what they wanted. And something I will say as well, the Dragons are very split between the two teams. And the reason that's important is because for EDG, pick comes out, you know, yeah, done and gone. You want team fights. You want team fights because that's where the Tryndamere is a lot weaker than when he's in the side lane. So the sooner Soul is on the cards, the sooner Elder is on the cards, the better it is for EDG. Because the Dragons are very split, Soul really isn't going to be available for a while. And now TP comes up from Angel. They're scared about the Baron. EDG want to fight though. They want picks.
Yeah, you have no vision right now because On just died. You also have no TP on the Shy. So this is a 3v5 for the moment. You can see the little particle effects happening. The Baron has been started. This is your season, EDG. You need to win this Baron. You need to win this fight. Remember, not that tanky. They have a lot of damage, but here we go. The Super Mega Death Rocket comes out. Angel goes in with the Banshee to try and make some damage. Get something going there, but it is EDG who get the Baron. S2FM over the wall, flashed in, but get out.
Look at the Shy.
You don't need to be here. The Shy is coming, and he smells your blood. He knows he can make something happen. If anyone tries to take a lazy back, they will just die. They're going to try and find JJ, but the recalls are too quick. EDG are still surviving.
0-2 down. One game would knock them out of playoffs, and they take a Baron flip. That kind of shows how desperate they're feeling, but they managed to secure it. The Lee Sin with the execute is enough to get it. Yes, they lose the mid lane tier 1, but the back of the map, they have a gold lead again, and they're looking towards that dragon.
They should be able to secure it. 20 seconds, and you can already see SOFM going for a reset on your mini-map. But what can you do with this Baron Buff? That is the key question. Yes, you'll get a dragon. You're not near Soul. Doesn't really make that big of a difference. You're just delaying right now to try and get for it. You're on 3 massive items for Viper. EDG got to make something big with this Baron, otherwise it's useless.
This is a big spike, right? The Manamune was delayed for Jace, but he does have that 2-item spike. Viper's is massive, and I think with the Baron in pocket, you can now be applying the pressure. You can be the team to push up. We've seen constantly when the Shy is in the side lane, EDG would be the ones applying pressure to get resources on the other side of the map. If that happens again, then EDG with the Baron will end up winning out, right? At the moment, you see Angel applying pressure in the side lane, but EDG have no hesitation. Yeah, no TP, right? You see in the mid lane, the Shy is trying to push that wave, but they will just take this tier 2 tower, no hesitation.
I mean, they could take an inhibitor right now. They're popping down the Shurima's Legacy right now, so you can
Scout
see...
nearly has TP, so he's resetting to help cover, make sure nothing happens.
Yeah, they're going to back away. They'll lose too much, but the Tryndamere quickly making its way over on the bottom half of your map. You can start to see that they want to try and push for it. They want to try and make something happen, but they know that if they make a mistake, they're done.
Yeah, 100%. And Shy's looking for stragglers, won't find any. Fast Baron recalls will come in. There's still a minute left, so they can go get set up in the top lane. The critical thing is you have to think about work being done, right? Time invested to set up a wave and push it in. Because EDG reset, they can now defend top and then push in there themselves and look to apply pressure. But it seems like, yeah, you can see the movement coming out from Mako and JJ. They're going towards that top lane tier 2. The Shy had to essentially reset his progress on the boss side of the map. He might be able to get this tier 2 off the back of this.
Okay. Solar Flare. Solar Flare trying to see if someone was recalling a little bit lazily in the back, but thankfully for EDG fans, Eye Crystallization, shout out to you. You know, they weren't there. Your heart can still keep pumping. You can keep going on top of this game. But for EDG, you got to keep moving forward. I feel like with this Baron buff, they have to find some kind of big moment here because, again, the Shy, he's going to keep split pushing on the box side.
Yeah, Scout is head down to defend, right? They push the waves in. They secure the last tower outside of Weibo's base and get some extra gold, but they don't have long left with the Baron. Scout will be able to defend against the Shy. But the Shy's actually reset. Weibo, this is a window where if you get a good engage, Scout has to TP in, but looks like they're not really going to find a window, and that's the problem. When you have the Xayah, it's so hard to funnel in against it. Cleanse, Flash, available. All summoners in the hands of EDG. A fight would be risky, but Weibo are going to try and force them out, see if they can find anyone.
And there's a Super Mega Death Rocket going to whiff past everybody, trying to see if they can stop some backs as Weibo are now pressuring. They know the Azir's on that bot side. They want to get that teleport out of him. It's not going to happen. They are going to be able to kind of just corral the rest of EDG away. And in fairness to EDG, they're just going up against inner turrets. It's just inhibitor turrets left, but I don't know if that's enough.
I'm just going to draw attention to something. Scout is level 17.
Oh my God.
Right? Flandre is level 13. Scout is level 17 on this Azir. This Azir is monstrously strong, right? And that's why he is going up against the Shy Holderman, because he's one of the few who can. He also has the Zhonya's now, which is great against Tryndamere for buying time. So things are getting a bit trickier for the Shy, right? In terms of applying that side lane pressure, the Baron obviously slowed him down substantially. But now, we have 2 minutes on what would be soul point for either team. We have 2 minutes on the Baron. EDG, they just want to try and mitigate the pressure for the time being and then set up those objectives and force a fight. They want team fights. They feel confident in them. Scout on this Azir, Viper on this Xayah. These two birds definitely going to serve them well.
This is getting...
We got time for a breath.
Yeah, we got
Take a
time.
deep breath.
Everyone take a breath. We have got time to figure this one out. We've got key items being picked up, like you mentioned as well. You've also got that last Whisper being picked up here for Flandre, so he's going to be going very quickly towards his Sorelda's Grudge.
Doing his best. He's working on it.
He's working on it. He's working on it. 0-4-0. Not had the greatest of games, to be totally frank, but it's still going to be relevant poke as we go later on to the game. And that's the thing, is that we have seen in certain Tryndamere games, not specifically the Shies, but if you can just burst him out before he even has a chance to react with the ultimate, you can get that. That has happened more often than not. Probably not something that should be happening at this level of play, but
that's
it
the
does
thing.
happen.
It's like there's this, because the ult is only going to last, you know, your 5 seconds. You have to pop it at a moment where you get the value from it. So part of playing Tryndamere is holding it right and picking the right moment to counter the burst. But sometimes bursts can just be so insanely, especially, you know, with some of the champions here, with the bursts coming out from things like this Azir, who's super fair, the Xayah, right? I think Xayah's a bit more telegraphed because of the big feather core. You should see it coming, but some things can just really cast you off guard, and then you misplay once, you don't press your R button in time, you know, they are humans at the end of the day, as much as sometimes it feels like they go beyond that when they're playing.
Yeah, it really does.
You know, you make a mistake and that can be game ending.
All right. 30 seconds till Dragon, 30 seconds till Baron spawns, a little over that till Dragon spawns. It looks like EDG are setting up around the Dragon. It looks like they should be the ones to get themselves on the soul point. I will say the top lane is pushing in favor of Weibo. They don't have a teleport on the Shy, but he is going to be able to mitigate that bot lane push. So now we get to see where these two teams go for it. You can see already Weibo, like you mentioned, they don't want a full front-to-back 5v5. They want to try and catch people out.
Yeah, they want to try and pick someone off. They want to try and find flanks. SOFM is looking here. Won't be able to do much more than the pillar. The tower presented by Azir is going to make things problematic. And the Shy, he's still not finding that angle, that pressure, right? And that's the critical thing. If he gets on the flank, great. If he pushes in the side lane, great. Those are scenarios where you can see them have an advantage. For the time being, he's found nothing. EDG take the Dragon for free, and now they can stop playing towards that Dragon. Baron, sorry. And it is going to be 3 for EDG, right? It's not the soul yet. We've had such an even distribution. It does mean that Weibo have more time, but they don't have to contest the Dragons. But it is going to be the Baron being moved over to by EDG, trying to set up the vision, trying to get control of the area.
Here we go. There's going to be a charm landing on the JJ. He hasn't finished up his boots just yet. There's a Super Mega Death Rocket. He is so low. He has to smite for HP. They go forward with the Shy as he uses the Gale Force, but you can already see Flandre's a little bit separated. There's the Solar Flare. Everyone starts to back away. EDG haven't fallen just yet, but they need a couple of resets.
Yeah, JJ's going to hit the Gromp. Gromp gives you a massive heal when you finish it, so he's going to be pretty healthy, at least in a lot of sustain. That's one of the things, if you chunk out a jungler, often they can fare better because in that situation. Ghost burnt by the Shy, but they are moving towards the Baron. They will be spotted on this, and it's now up to EDG to approach. They are scared of the pick potential of Angel. He's waiting in the wings.
He is waiting in the wings. He knows exactly where everybody is. He needs to try and find exactly who people in front of him. He knows
Scout.
the
It has to be
Scout.
Scout.
It has to be Scout as he goes in. The Emperor's Divide does nothing, and absolutely everyone is now scattering away from this Baron pit. SOFM gets knocked up by the Baron as he tries to give EDG a little bit of a hand. The Shy goes in as he has to pop the Undying Rage. He'll take away JJ. Mako so damn low. Viper trying to get those feathers to come back. Mako will not land the hook. He eventually goes down. Angel will not fall and eventually gets himself back up into health. The Shy has done his job and the side of EDG are routed. It's a 3-for-1 and Angel's resetting to get some health and then TP back into this fight. EDG want to try and get some of these low health bars, but they're being corralled, herded away into the danger, into the darkness of Weibo Gaming's jungle. And Weibo, they know they can't let this one go. These two birds, you're trying to get one Scout, but no, not quite able to find Huanfeng. The flash is good. Angel is here as he tries to get a flash away. Doesn't land the charm. Scout versus the world is Viper. It's a 1v2 on both sides. Viper gets one.
They're doing it!
The other. And Scout will stay alive, keeping EDG's lives alive in this series. SOFM.
He's got ult again.
He's got ult going for him. I don't know if they'll think about it. They won't. And that's Scout is popping off in this fight, and EDG won't go down!
Scout is not human! What an outplay! The game, the series, their playoff run could have been over, but Viper and Scout in particular find the outplay. Oh my lord, I thought there were so many moments where they were going to go down.
Look
and
at
they
the
managed it.
Look
Yeah,
at the
shoot death timers. Think how fast they do with this Baron. Scout's keeping in. SOFM's not there.
They just got to try and keep Angel away, and that's exactly it, Scout! You are just superhuman! You need to just calm down and keep some kind of skill for the rest of us. This Azir has been pivotal for EDG. They survive the fight. They get the Baron. The Super Mega Death Rocket will do nothing. And this is EDG fighting for their lives.
Inches, millimeters, centimeters, just the tiniest of margins it came down to there. EDG managed to navigate an almost impossible situation, and man, I am ready for this replay. It feels like it's so well played by Wave by their approaches. The two solo laners on the flanks make things so difficult, and EDG are just forced to kite away on this one, and they can feel themselves slowly losing the fight as more members are picked off. Mako getting caught out there by Angel. Londre getting caught out. The health he survives on. Again, it came down to such small margins, and here, Viper and Scout know that they're strong, but they are in a bad spot. But they just play for time, kiting backwards. The ult from Jinx chunks Scout and allows Angel to come back in. But the navigation here, using the lack of vision, the Shy jumps over, and Scout makes the call to move to avoid that. And it's this constant, look at this, the Scout flashes the Everfrost, sidesteps the Charm. If that hits,
oh my god.
If that hits, this play's all over. Dashes in for the shield, finishes off Wongfong, just flawless play. JJ is caught, we don't get to finish the replay. The Baron is in the hands of EDG. They will have to back away.
That was the last team fight! He did 10,000 damage! I've seen champions not do that in a game!
Lots of champions that do that in a game, right? It's insane! Right, so that was a long replay, so we can just get back into it. Dragon in 30 seconds, JJ is dead, and he will spawn, and then Dragon will be up in 2 seconds. So, not much of a window that EDG are working with. We get to see a replay in the picture-in-picture.
Just gets caught.
Yeah, I mean, great play coming out from Weibo to punish that, and they are very much still in this game. 20 seconds on this Dragon. The Shy on a control ward, waiting in the wings. It is a 4v5. JJ needs to get there as soon as possible, but information is not in EDG's favor.
Important to note, Scout has double stopwatch. He's got a Zhonya's and a stopwatch in hand, so he's going to be able to use both in potentially this fight. SOFM takes a little bit of a chunk as the Shy and Angel go forward. They're trying to find Flandre, and they will be able to get him out. There's the Undying Rage coming out as Angel gets knocked up by the Dredge line. They've killed off Angel, as you can see there. Scout has been the focus, but they can't take him out. They will take 2 kills as Viper goes in. Scout trying to make this one work. He goes golden. Remember, he'll have another one to go if he should need it, but he does it right now because he's just doing the damage. He's just putting in the hurt, and Scout is keeping EDG in this. Hello, Huanfeng. I'm JJ, and that's going to be Soul.
Once again, Scout is just doing everything. 7.3k damage that fight. This is the biggest 1v9 experience we've seen this whole year. Scout is refusing to let EDG get knocked out. They'll secure the Soul, and they'll start to push in some of these minion waves, start cracking on the base of Weibo.
Oh my lord, right now, EDG fighting for their lives. They secure the Soul, they break open the base, they'll take 1 inhibitor, and then they'll probably have to back away. There's only so much you can do right now. Your Baron's gone. Run, Scout. Get the hell out of there. TP is coming in, but I think this is death. I don't think he wants to try and go for this one here. He lands the Everfrost and the Charm as JJ goes in. Shrima's Legacy comes out, and Ox, let's take a breath.
Take a long breath. We'll take a look at that replay, and I love this approach from Weibo. Again, they've been so creative with this. Out of vision, they come in. Flandre just gets absolutely decimated, but Scout is over the wall, right? You can't really approach on him, and
One can't walk up.
You know, Viper does so much as well, killing the Ahri, trading with the Tryndamere. Then Scout comes in, chunks out, and remember, he used his first stasis when he was over the wall. Second one comes in here to buy time. Wongfeng, no, he can't approach in this situation. He tries to get him for the auto, then the shield comes in from the E. Scout finishes off the Leona. JJ arrives, finishes off Wongfeng. Such a back and forth in this game. But EDG, they have the Soul, right? They have a gold lead, even though gold, as you say, means very little at this point of the game. But it is down to these smallest of margins, and it's really, can they get onto Scout? They have struggled so much on this in this game. He sold the stopwatch, the second one, so he now has a Banshees. Mako getting chunked, but the damage isn't quite there.
Again, the RE is good into squishy targets, but the more tankier versions will just be able to tank up a lot of that damage. Full Death Cop now finished up for Scout alongside that Banshees. He is full build. So is the Xayah. Bird is the word for the side of EDG as they got themselves 2 birds and 1 stone, which is Weibo. They need to be stronger than that if they want to try and keep themselves alive. Remember, this isn't even to win the series. This is to stay in the series. This is just to give yourself an opportunity to try it again.
Yeah, it's such a fight. And the thing is, if they lose this, reigning world champions are out. Think how well Scout has performed here. If he loses this game, this is the last we will see of him this season. We will not see him again until summer.
I will say, taking that inhibitor down bot side, fantastic for the side of EDG. It's the furthest one away from the Baron.
Yeah.
The Shy is the only real person you can send
no
there,
TP.
and he has no TP. You read my mind, sir. The duo synergy is building. Just took us a split. But now that we're coming back into us, tell me, how do you approach this as Weibo? How do you get yourself back in control?
Well, I think the big thing is you have Shy push that wave out and then rotate over, right? The beautiful thing that Weibo been doing so well, which would have worked if Scout wasn't 1v9ing, was the flanks, right? You approach from an angle they wouldn't expect, from out of vision, and that's really where this Trinity is going to get value. He is doing a ton of damage. Every auto will absolutely massacre a Squishy, and now they think they found that angle.
They may have found it. The Shy's on the backside. He's found Viper, but they jump straight on top of him, and he has to use the Undying Rage so damn quickly. He gets kicked away, and he's out of this fight. They go back in on top of him, but JJ goes into stasis. And look at Weibo. They're scattered. They don't want to be a part of this fight anymore. They want to go home. They don't want anything to do with these bullies that are EDG, and Scout is saying, get back here, you nerds. We need to come back and make this fight real. But EDG, they'll take one. They'll back themselves away. They now have full control over the top side of the map.
They can just head straight over towards the Baron. They do it so quickly at this point of the game. The Shy doesn't have his tools to team fight. On is dead as well. So hard for them to contest vision. SOFM's going to head over, but you're liable just to get picked off if you try and contest this one. So it will just be Baron secured by EDG, and we're starting to see the Trinamere, when he has to team fight, he's struggling. The amount of tools they have to peel him to disengage. And I think the critical thing is Angel wasn't in position as well. When it's 2 flanking, it's so much harder to deal with than the 1. We'll get a replay in a second, and yeah, they didn't let the Shy play the game.
I mean, again, it doesn't matter about this, because look at this. They try and go for it. I think actually Mako missing that hook is huge for the side of EDG, because they keep then everyone clumped together.
Yeah, and critically, Angel's just a bit late. Doesn't get in position. All the CC thrown on the Shy. He gets 100 to 1, not 100 to 0, because he's still alive.
100 to ultimate.
Yeah, and then he just has to disengage, and suddenly there's no threat on this side, right? And Angel's just cautious, because if he steps too far, if he dies, it's just disaster for the team. EDG, Soul in hand, Baron in hand. 1:45 on Elder. They're still in control of this game, but we see the Shy pushing in the side lane, trying to apply that pressure. Scout has TP. He's been the one to answer him at this late stage, but the moment EDG don't want to answer, they want to push.
But again, look at the champions you have. Here we go. Angel goes in, trying to find out Mako, and he will catch him out. That's going to be the support, almost going down, but he's so tanky. The shielding, as On sacrificed himself to make it work, but you've traded now support for support.
Oh, damage!
Fong nearly gets 100 to 0 by the feathers, and you've sent the Azir, so there's not going to be a counter push coming in here. But the Shy on the back end of this, no flash, no cleanse on Viper, and no ultimate either. Flandre, you're 0-6, buddy. I don't think you want to be alone by yourself. He's just going to try and cut off the wave as they try and push in towards this top side. The Shy knows he can't fight. He has to just try and keep the game going.
But they have a wave top. They're just going to keep going. Scout is there and so strong. He TP'd in, trying to apply the pressure. Weibo are struggling, things are falling apart, and EDG are unrelenting at the moment. They're trying to get a route in top, but one Fang will be able to play on the wave. It's 45 seconds until we get that Elder. They need a reset. They have the Baron recalls. They can do it quickly. They can get the time. That is going to be the big fight. That is going to be the game decided. If EDG lose, they lose this series, but they're in the position of power right now. Scout on the Azir has been a menace, but actually, he might be caught out. He stayed too long. The team aren't there.
Well, look at that damage. That was one out
Oh!
of that.
He didn't get down.
I told you it can happen. You get the kill down so damn quickly, he can't press R.
I mean, you blink and you miss it. I feel like even less time. Oh, Angel looking, but he gets deleted.
Deleted. Viper is just too big right now. EDG take out the 2 biggest threats, and it's all done. JJ gets the kill. You have no damage. You have nowhere to go. Triple kill for Viper. EDG will not go down without a fight.
And EDG remind Weibo that they are the reigning world champs, and they won't get knocked out in this game. They're going to end it. They're going to bring the score to 2-1, and they're going to try for the reverse sweep.
Here we go. Is this the revival of EDG? But we gotta remember, yes, congratulations, you got a win. That was tough. That required superhuman just play coming out from the two guys we expected from the most, Scout and Viper.
Scout and Viper were so insane that game. I feel like the thing is as well, we highlighted Scout so much, as we should have, but Viper was kind of like understated. He was monstrous as well, but you're completely right. If it takes that much effort, if it takes your carries to be literally godlike to win, you have 2 more games, right? How much gas is in the tank?
Keep that Super Saiyan mode going, lads. It just needs to be a little bit longer.
Oh, my Lord.
I mean, there was a moment in this game where it did, as you can see by the gold lead, it felt like Weibo were kind of winning it. It felt like Weibo had figured them out. Flandre, I'm pretty sure, ended the game 0-6.
You know what's mad? There was that 10k damage fight from Scout. The next one was 17k damage. In those 2 fights, he basically did half his damage. In those 2 fights, he did more than Angel.
Yeah.
Right? You know, it's insane. But, like, I feel like there's so much analysis we put into the early game, how the game was developing, this, that, there, and everything. That just came down to raw outplay.
That was hands diff. And I don't like saying hands diff because I think it has a negative comment. That was Scout refusing to lose.
Yeah.
That was Scout and Viper just constantly saying, look, you know what? As long as I have someone who has a little bit of CC, a little bit of playmaking ability, I can make this work. And we saw time and time again, Scout able to reposition, get himself behind on top of carries, which either force summoners, force out, you know, CC, everything like that. And it just made so much more room. Honestly, it felt like, you know, at the point there, Weibo kind of had to kill Scout and Viper and no one else, and they probably could have ended the game.
Yeah, I mean, literally, it just feels like Weibo were making the right calls, the right decisions, but the execution. I mean, I don't even think like the execution was off.
I don't think it was that bad.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the EDG stepped up to such a degree. We're like, okay, I guess you just have to literally be inhuman. You have to be that insane level to compete. And you know, this is the start of the journey for EDG. Step 1 has been taken. Still got 2 more.
Yeah, you got 2 more to go, but we're going to send it to a quick break. Maybe get ourselves some honey lemon tea for our poor little voices. But we're going to send you guys to a break. Get yourself set up. It's going to be bringing you game 4. Hopefully it's a banger.
The spring regular season was extremely fierce. We have so many evenly matched teams. It's almost impossible to tell who will rise and who will fall from the team standings alone. However, that is what makes the LPL the most interesting league, isn't it?
33 kills in 27 minutes. We do it again. Look at the ult in the back line. FPX bring it back. It's a bouncy castle. And unfortunately for OMG, the Phoenix rises from the ashes burnt down by OMG. It feels like with this, they should eventually secure their playoff berth.
You've got Ivo is still alive on the side. He's doing work on this bait. You've got to get the bait. You've got to get the bait. He's still going. He's still going. 2 kills, 3 kills. Can it be a quadra? Can it be a penta? Oh my God! Ori smashed a team fight and a penta kill for Ivo. Doggo is caught though. Yeah, G-Code up clutch. Breathe with Meganar is trying here. Fofo with the big Emperor's Divine. The Emperor is here to stay. Fofo cleans house. BLG looking to crest into the playoffs with some mighty strength for themselves. And BLG will lock in 8th place. Now they just go on a shake, shakes his head. JJ goes into the pit. They've still got the damage here. JJ, he gets it. Jinx steals the Baron. There is no hope any longer for Team WE as it's Flandre on the back, and EDG will continue their dominance.
And Mew had to bring it all back, but he's in the middle of the team to stay using the range. Somehow WE might actually turn the fight around with the poke and burst. One Fog as well, not expecting it. He's charmed with quickness, but GA pops through as the Shy takes some ball to court. You need a lawyer to get yourself out of that one, Lyric.
The fight comes on through top esports. Knight on the backside with an Infernal Soul. He's just going 1v3 on the back, and the rest of his team is winning at the same time. Knight is a monster, and UCal finds it out firsthand. Triple for Knight, and game for top esports.
shots to get himself away from the fight. Goes Golden with minuscule levels of health. They've killed off Light, but Doomy's now the AD carry. Tarzan jumps straight on in. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill for Doomby. And the man in the mid lane strikes back.
The Moonlight Vigil flying through the depth charge to knock him up. It's missing with the execution. And the Rockman wins out. 369 flying in from above. Tarzan off the wing though, trying to bring it back, but it's too late. JDG, once again, team fight king.
He could try and force it now. He's gone down.
Why are you there, my friend? Why are you pushing it? But he's still acquainted. He's still healing. Oh, that healing was ridiculous. They still haven't taken him down finally together. And here comes the package across everybody. Burn, baby, burn. RNG find themselves a fight. Triple kill for Finn. The series and a shot at top 2 for RNG.
B5 blast themselves into this game. Yu in the middle of everyone. Rookie looking for more in the backline. Jumps forward and finishes safe. The double kill. And I sure hoped so he would win. And boy is she the triple for Rookie as he gives us a masterclass. B5 continue to dominate the LPL and maintain their first place position.
Now it all starts again. This time, they must show all of their strength to prove who is the king of this LPL spring. Let the games begin.
Our castle wall. Fast forward to the siren in the distance, getting closer by the minute. Will you stand and answer to the call? Burn like a fire, willful and wild. This is the night that you were made for. Don't close your eyes. Safer to stare into the sun. Everybody's telling you what to say and what to do. How you doing, sifting through it all? Everybody's got the dream. Some are small and some extreme. How willing are you to risk it all?
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL Spring Playoffs, day 2 of round 2. Whew, we got ourselves a bit of a doozy in game 3. It was EDG able to bring us, obviously, if you're still seeing us, to a 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah.
We had to go out and get ourselves some tea, so, you know, cheers, buddy. Cheers to you as we come back in. Yeah, Scout. Deservedly MVP, I think, from that game.
Really?
Yeah, I know. Shock horror. Yeah.
You know what? As I will say, Viper had an MVP level performance in any other game. If
Scout didn't literally turn into the god of Shurima and was just like, sorry guys.
Like he was like super MVP, right?
Yeah,
I mean, and you guys watched the game, you saw it. Like it was just unreal. I mean. He did so much to win this game. I feel like there were so many moments where if he did even slightly less, and that's how much expectations were on him, slightly less, and I think they lose. If that charm hits, if he doesn't sidestep it,
if he doesn't hit Zanya's, if he doesn't kill off Wanfong, if it's these little small moments. Then again, like you mentioned, it's not even inches anymore. It's millimeters.
Yep.
Millimeters difference. And again, we can be very happy that EDG came back in, gave a series. They're still 2-1 down. You have to do that 2 times more to even think about maybe kind of saying that, yes, you're back into form, because at the end of the day, that was tough.
Yeah, this was not easy. This was such a hard-pressed game where they had to do absolutely everything to make this work. And the critical thing on top of that is Weibo don't have side selection, right? So the way it basically went is game 1, Weibo had side selection because they were the higher seed, and then the losing team has side selection. So EDG got that back, right? And when you think how close this game was, you know, losing that advantage, losing any advantage makes such a significant difference. So EDG, they have that game, they have a bit of momentum, but they are still in the hole. They are not in a comfortable spot.
No, they are not, but we are going to jump straight into picks and bans. I was just about to say, the Xayah has been the key pick so far this series. Between Viper and Wanfong, it is just shown to be a better version of whatever the ADCs are.
Auto-attacking is irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
The AD carry is like, why auto-attack when I can shoot feathers or sand soldiers at you from a longer distance? And with the Jinx banned as well, there's a limit in terms of options. Now, EDG, I think, Rakan has always been one of On's best champions. Obviously, he gets an advantage as well being paired with the Xayah, so I like the denial coming out here. Lee Sin banned, though, by EDG. They did not want to give that over to SOFM, and now potentially looking at the Hecarim, which has faced some bans this series. I do as well.
I love this because the combination, we've seen it throughout playoffs and the regular season. Rakan and Hecarim, they go in together, they keep each other safe, and they can just create chaos in that backside.
Yeah, now for Weibo, they're going to lock in the Nautilus, and I think the Ahri makes sense. Ahri's been a bit underwhelming, but with the Hecarim, it is devastating. I feel like those two, we've seen that duo together quite frequently because of the power they have to dive in, and so it makes sense that they're going to deny it here. But EDG, I mean, they didn't choose the red side, but they get this advantage. They pick the Jace, and I know what that first ban's going to be. I 100% know what it's going to be.
Malphite.
Well, that might be one of them.
That might be one of them, but I also expect to see the Tryndamere to be banned away right now. There it is. They just took a little
You don't get any points for that prediction.
No. it's like a vowel in Scrabble. It's like, you get nothing for that.
Yeah.
It's like, so what?
So essentially in this situation, Weibo, it could even target the Azir, right? I don't think it's super on theme with the Hecarim. Something like the Vex would make a lot of sense. But actually, they're opting to target AD carries, banning the Aphelios, which, I'm going to be honest, I don't think that's much of a concern for EDG. I feel like they might not have even gone for the Aphelios. I feel like something like a Kai'Sa would fit pretty well, right? Back to Kai'Sa Xayah meta. Life is cyclical. It all ends up in the same place.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
But we've seen EDG run a comp with Jace and Kai'Sa before with that poke. And also, it's on theme with the Rakan and the Hecarim for diving in. So maybe Weibo ban that as a second ban. The Malphite does come through as something that does well into the Jace and has that engage. Azir ban. So I actually think EDG probably just take Kai'Sa.
You can take Kai'Sa and Vex. That
Yeah,
could be a way to go for this.
I think that'd be solid.
Yeah, there could be a way to go for it, but we'll see what EDG want to do. I would like to pick their AD carry here and then leave their mid lane for last pick so they can kind of round out after seeing the full thing, but we'll wait and see what they want to go for now. Weibo, on the other hand, they've already locked in the Ahri, the Nautilus, and the Xayah. It's curious to see now what jungle matchup they're going to be able to go for, and the funny thing is, we've gone from banning multiple... Ooh, okay! You got shock and awe on the guns right now in the bot lane.
And I mean, it goes on with the theme that auto attacks are useless at the moment, right? The ultimate, very
Season
difficult.
3, Amumu and Misfortune just bang, bang, bang.
The ultimate, very difficult to play into as a Xayah because, you know, you basically, if you go to the Thality, you don't have Gale Force. If you're trapped in the ultimate, then it's just going to completely shred through you, especially with the engage tools you
Zed
have.
jungle. That's a Zed jungle being locked in here for SOFM. So, SOFM, the weird and wonderful, still keeps coming. I will say you are very light, I would say, in terms of the AP damage, but in terms of the composition, you see champion, you kill champion.
Yeah, 100%, and a lot of pick potential. I feel like, you know, the Sylas is definitely something that would match what they have so far. Goes really well into the Ahri. There's some great ultimates to steal away. The Nautilus, the Ahri, the Gragas, fantastic.
Yep.
But this Zed, it's a spicy one. Would be SOFM to bring this out, right?
I mean, if any jungler was going to play this, it was going to be SOFM. But locked and loaded now. And again, I think Weibo are kind of saying to themselves, look, we have an opportunity to try something that's a little bit different. We can throw a little bit of a spanner in the works because EDG are the ones 2-1 down. If Weibo get an early advantage with this composition, they snowball so fast.
And critically, something to say is that one of the things with Zed jungle is he clears super fast,
Yes.
right? Once a camp's under half HP, he can just auto it repeatedly and proc his passive. His passive has a cooldown on champions, not on camps. That's why he has such a fast clear. That's why when they actually, I think they've raised the cap. That's why he did come into the meta. But here against the Hecarim, one of the big things we've seen when people go up against the Hecarim is invading him, stealing away camps, challenging early because he's vulnerable.
Yep.
Post 6, completely different story. So I think we could see SOFM looking to branch on that and really try and dominate over JJ, who let's be real, has had a rough series so far.
Yeah, even in the win there, we saw JJ constantly getting caught out, constantly being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And what better time for a Zed to come out to find that wrong place and wrong time for, you know, for SOFM. So for the side of Weibo Gaming, they have an awful lot of, you know, tools available to them. The Gragas will mitigate a lot of what the Jace will do on the top side. We've seen it on the opposite side of this for the Shy. We also know that the Shy is one of those players that doesn't matter what he's playing. The solo kill potential is always very much there. Yeah. And I think that Angel has had pretty decent performances on, even last game I thought he had a decent performance on the Ahri. Again, you're just against the gods, so there's not much wriggle room for you there.
Yeah, I will say though, I feel like if we do get to the team fighting stage, I like EDG's composition better. The Jace is so exceptional if he doesn't get punished early and he's able to scale up. The Sylas has so many great ults to steal. The MF, the Rakan, the Hecarim, this is a very good team fighting comp. For Weibo, it's more about those picks, but I feel like they want that early momentum going into this one too.
We'll have to wait and see as we jump into Game 4. We're jumping back onto the Rift. Weibo still in the advantage, still looking like the slightly better team. Took a godlike performance in Game 3. We'll see if EDG can replicate that, because Lord knows they're going to need it.
100%, man. You know, and I feel like hopefully that's helped them. Hopefully that's feel like, right, we can have some momentum. But it's still, Flandre had such a rough game on the Jace. He has a better matchup now, though. Essentially, the downside of playing the Gragas is good at setting up ganks, right? Especially when he gets the Everfrost. Very easy to land that CC for the Zed. And that's kind of true across all 3 lanes. There was a lot of CC for SOFM just go in and provide the damage. Zed's ganks typically aren't that strong unless his lanes have set up. So I think that's an important factor.
Scout,
not again.
What are you doing there, buddy? He takes his dash and should be just fine, but that is going to be almost certainly him going to try and burn through his pots earlier than he probably wanted to. And again, there's just no real need for that right there. You're not gaining anything.
He's trying to get a ward over the wall, essentially, is the play. This is quite a common thing where people go to there and place the ward over the wall, and then they get some information in the jungler, which is especially important in this matchup against the Zed when you have a Hecarim, right? The issue is, you know, last game they caught him out doing this. This game as well, they've clearly prepped and they're ready. And I feel like making mistakes like this, as much as this one that wasn't too impactful, right? still, it's not a nice position to be put in, to be down on your pots already.
Absolutely, you're down on your pots. You're, don't lose a summoner, thankfully, as Flandre takes a little bit of an unfavorable trade on the top side. But obviously, misfortune. First time we've really seen it at all this split this year, I think, if I'm being 100% correct in terms of major regions. But tell me about it. What way do you want it to work? How do you want to function around it? And what's its strength/weakness?
Well, it is outright a really big lane bully, right? Especially into the Xayah. The Xayah kind of functions around the fact that, like, you want to push into her, she has the feathers down, she can win all ins effectively. But against the MF, you can harass with your E, you can bounce the bullets into them. And then once you have level 6, essentially your ult is such a great team fighting tool. There's so much AoE CC between the likes of the Rakan and the Hecarim. Your goal is just to get a big ult off the back, and then anyone who gets close, you have just that raw auto damage with your passive to burst them out. Like, bear in mind, sure, the Gragas is going to be a bit tanky, but the Zed, the Ahri, if they get in range of you, an auto will really sort them out.
As well as that, the double up poke damage that you're able to get. It does crit immediately on the second part of it if you are able to kill a minion on the other side of it. So on the first bit to the second bit, it can do an awful lot for you. So we'll see how this pick goes. And honestly, if it was anyone else in the league, I'd be being, I don't know about that one, Chief. But it's Viper.
Yeah.
This guy is just a god tier AD carry in any league.
And I feel like things like MF have been a bit underrated, but it's been because we've had such strong presence from things like Jinx and Aphelios. The nerfs that came in, even though they were slight, it kind of gave some room for more innovation, more picks to come out. And clearly in a series like this, where like Zeri, Jinx have repeatedly been banned, Aphelios isn't working, I like that they have something ready to offer. Now, critically, JJ hasn't been spotted.
No, he hasn't. Both teleports have been used here. Well, actually, only one teleport. The Shy in a lot of trouble here. They're waiting for the flash to come out, and he will eventually get it, but he'll get cantered all the way back. They're jumping in. First blood goes over to Flandre, and they're able to mitigate SOFM's impact on that top side.
Yeah, really nicely done, and that is one thing to be said. The Hecarim's a pretty fast clearer as well, so matches the Zed on the top side, and they're able to find the gank first. And you can't even blame the Shy, because by all means, he felt like he should have been safe there. He felt like he had his jungler come in, he had the vision, and just ends up getting caught out. Now, he does have the TP to get back up. The wave is in a pretty rough spot for him, but ultimately, we can see JJ heading bot side, so it shouldn't be too much of a concern. But yeah, I mean, you have your jungler coming up, you have the Scuttle Crab there.
Even hit the Scryer's Bloom.
Yeah, and JJ does it so well, because normally it's very hard to gank a target with Flash with the Hecarim, because when you E them backwards, they just flash and they end up going the other way. But he was so patient with it, using the Ghost to make sure he could keep up and then overtake him at the end. And a good successful gank. You've gotten the Jace ahead, right? And we saw in Game 2 from the Shy what a Jace can do with a lead.
Absolutely, and something that we kind of can see consistently in this series is the top lane priority from both of these guys. You know, Weibo and EDG showing in different games that they want to try and work around this. This time around, it is going to be JJ saying, look, Flandre, I'm very sorry about Game 4, or say Game 3. Game 4 will be different. We'll get you some resources. And that's exactly what you said when we talked with the Jace very much at the earlier start of the day, is that you need to give this Jace time. You need to give him resources. Otherwise, similar to Game 3, he won't really have that big of an impact.
Yeah, I mean, Jace is one of these champions that we've seen scale exceptionally well, but you're kind of conditional on the fact that you're ahead of the curve in terms of your items. And the thing is, you only offer damage, so if you're behind, you really feel useless. So does need investment, does need resources, but then will deliver massively throughout the game from then on. Do you see a lot of action though? The Shy is doing well in these trades. I feel like this is a specialty of the Shy, where like in matchups where you wouldn't expect him to trade well, particularly in a Jace, right? We've seen him on the Scion winning trades against Arla somehow, and similarly here, he's making Flandre work for this laning phase.
Yeah, it really is. And Ward just died there as JJ walked over it, so should be recognizing that he's been pretty much found out there. You'll see the little death mark, or the death shadow of the Ward, so they know they're not going to be able to get anything here. They back themselves away. We see a little bit of an engage coming out now into this bot side, but there's a Nautilus at the end of the day, so still very tanky, even if he does go with that Glacial Augment.
Yeah, it's got a lot of trade and a lot of back and forth. You know, the Ignite from the Nautilus and the fact that Nautilus is pretty strong in the laner phase compared to Rakan definitely goes a long way. So I think he went for the cast, wasn't quite able to find it. It was actually the Shy put Flandre in a really uncomfortable position here because he froze the wave. Now SFM has ult. That's the thing with the Zed, right? You clear so fast, already level 6. That's some crazy stats.
That's from 2022. 19 KDA and 100% win rate. I believe he played it once. I believe so.
It was a good game.
It was a good game, allegedly, and Weibo now trying to see if they can replicate that. And again, it is not really that much of a difference between the gold. It is fairly even apart from that one thing. But with knowing that SOFM was up on that top side, you now have got pressure in this bot lane. So we can see here, yeah, as you said, that the Shy, ooh, just missed on the ground. If he lands that, it's an instant dead Jace.
Yep, 100%. That's the thing that you're going to be careful for. That's the power of the Gragas in this matchup, is being able to set up those ganks. We kind of saw that earlier. I believe it was game 2. When they were repeatedly setting up the ganks on the Shy. And obviously trying to do the same in reverse. Dragon going to be secured by EDG, right? They're up in gold thanks to that kill onto the Jace. But overall, things have been fairly even across the board. I think it's important that it is a Hecarim in this matchup against the Zed, because if there's no action and you're playing a slower clear jungler, you can often see them fall really far behind a farm. But Hecarim, he's got farm, but he's going in.
He's got it. He's going to go in. He gets the prediction down. There goes Deathmark down, an instant exhaust onto SOFM, so he shouldn't really have the damage, but it does not matter if you're that low. He goes back to the Shadow, and now Mako and Scout on the wrong side of this fight. Mako going to flash. Scout going to follow him over. They will have a dredge line in just a second. Charm coming up as well. They're not quite able to make it work, because Scout thought maybe you get the abduct. At the end of it all, it is just a one-for-none trade. Lots of summoners burned on either side.
I'm just going to question the game plan there from JJ, because the problem is, right, there was 3 targets. One of them is a Nautilus, not the best target. One of them is a Zed who will just ult when you charge. Ooh. Ult when you charge in, avoid your fear, and turn it around. The other one is an Ahri who, again, has so much mobility. So he dives in such a questionable manner, because I just feel like you're not going to find the angle.
There we go. I was wondering why Huanfeng didn't have his ultimate. Had to use it because the double up, which we talked about earlier, was coming in. And then, as you said, this weird kind of engage. He doesn't really have a good target.
Yeah, he fears the RE, but can't get behind it because of the ult charge. Tries to charge SOFM, but SOFM just presses R and avoids the CC. It just wasn't a good fight to take. And ultimately, they end up paying quite heavily in terms of summoners as well.
Yeah, they do. They lose both flashes off of their mid and support. And obviously, the first onslaught of Shadows, not exactly the most impactful in the game so far. But we come back in, and we did see a flash being burnt by Huanfeng as Viper found himself an opportunity, because you can't cleanse a bullet time. You're either in it or you're out of it. That's just the end of it.
That's literally it. And I mean, again, one of the issues where I feel lethality makes sense in general. It's the Desire build we see. Also into MF, you want the extra range, but the fact that you don't have a Gale Force means if you want to get out of the bullet time, you're either using your ult to reposition, but it's not going to get you that much distance, or you're flashing.
As we come now up to about the 10-minute mark, first Dragon went over to EDG, the next one will be spawning in just under 3 minutes time. JJ will have his onslaught of Shadows back available to him as Huanfeng is here. The smite comes out as JJ says thank you very much. Takes away some of these little Krugs now, the little rocks that kind of come out from it, and we are going to see a lot more pressure towards this bottom lane as we now see Flandre getting kicked off by the Shy. He flashes away immediately. They're going to be able to slow him down. SOFM trying to just run, but not quite in position until he able to use his flash, and goes right back to the R Shadow, and that is going to be the Shy picking up that kill. But in the bot lane, they know there's no flash, there's no ult here on Huanfeng, and they're going to be able to try and pepper him down. Viper takes a lot of damage, pops down the bullet time, but not quite at the perfect angle to try and force out anything else. Angel is here, Scout with a stolen Spirit Rush, trying to see if they can get onto Huanfeng, who has finally got his ultimate available to him. They're going to jump straight on top of him. He's going to be able to tank up the turret, but he gets a kill before he's taken down. Now On is underneath the tower, but with Angel in tow, they cannot go for any more.
And it just feels messy here, right? You know, they managed to force Huanfeng. He got so low on the back of that play, but he gets to turn around with the feathers onto Mako. Ends up being that one-for-one trade, and they're not really able to capitalize on anymore. There's still a lead for Viper, right, picking up the plates. Still an advantage in CS, and we're seeing that lane bullying come out, but wasn't quite as flawless as they'd hoped. They go for the initial engage. Mako very lucky to be able to get out of that one. And then it's just hope coming out from Viper. The ult comes in, E comes in as well later on, and Huanfeng is like trying to hold the ult for as long as possible, and patiently does. So waits for the ult coming out from JJ, and great CC layering with On to end up trading the kill. Just a bit scuffed from EDG, but also really good execution from Weibo.
Yeah, absolutely, and then because of that, the game stays at a very similar state that it was 2 minutes before it. So minutes till the Dragon spawns. We are going to be missing out on a couple of key summoners. On does not have Flash, nor does Huanfeng. You are also missing Flash off the Shy and SOFM. So again, big key summoners not available to you, but you have got that Stride Breaker now for the Zed. Already up about, actually not up any gold whatsoever, but has been able to get out back onto the map with that item before JJ can get himself onto the Chemtech.
And he's strong right now, SFM. You know, this is the standard build as he goes to Stride Breaker. If you ult onto a target, you can just Stride Breaker instantly slow them. Obviously with Zed you can slow if you E from your shadows, but just trying to make sure that you're sticky. You stick to the target, you have the damage, and able to deliver. But I gotta talk about Viper this game, right? 600 gold up, has the Eclipse already, and we often talk about different item curves compared to like a crit AD carry, lethality AD carry. They're both lethality right now, so you have that lead over Huang Fong. You're going to be in a prime position when it does come to fight. He's looking right now.
There we go. There's the bullet time. Huang
He has
Fong
nothing!
has nothing. And that is the difference in the Misfortune versus the Xayah.
And critically, maxing E for that even stronger slow, so we can't walk out of it. Ult is just coming up now, and that one with Weibo losing the AD carry, I don't think they're in a position to contest this dragon.
No, they are not. They're going to have to try and just give this one up. They drop down Shelly into that mid lane to try and get a couple of plates. They did get them, but they cannot push back the bot lane. They cannot control the mid, and now we're going to see them actually maybe still look for an engage here. They know there's no bullet time, and Xayah's already coming back up, so Huang Fong should be here very, very soon. They're going to get the catch out here on top of Mako, but he gets himself out, but not quite before the dragon and the death mark can come in. It's a trade of support, but importantly here, again, Huang Fong's back in the picture.
Yeah, he is, but the ult now burned from SOFM. A lot of power lost, but ults are gone across the board. I think EDG go, right, that's enough. We're not going to go for it again. Viper, again, trying to cheese Huang Fong. He's found him.
Huang Fong, you can't take this fight, my friend. He's going to get the feathers to come back to stop JJ from coming in, but still takes an unfavorable trade, and there's a 2-level difference between these AD carries.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
MF really can bully out the lane, and Viper's been applying it. The team have been playing for him, knowing what he can do on this pick, but Huang Fong feeling confident with the ult flash. Yeah, I mean, what can you do? What can you do? If you don't have the flash, you don't have the ult, you're just caught in it now. They end up going onto Mako. Mako survives for a long time because Rakan, you just press R, you end up CCing the Zed when he comes out. The Nautilus ult from Scout as well means he has to disengage, and they have the chase down potential. Just ends up being a trade. And now Weibo, though, they have priority on the Dragon. They're going to head over there. A lot of tools not available for EDG, and they're going to approach slowly, but they're not going to get there in time. They're not going to want to contest this. You really can't be fighting without the Hecarim ult, without the Rakan ult.
Yeah, the quickness and the onslaught of shadows are just too powerful. The bullet time has just come back off of cooldown, so they will be able to get that one there. And unfortunately for either side, there's a Cloud Soul coming out onto the Rift. So again, not the highest of priorities in terms
Nah, dude. If I'm EDG,
okay, with the Hecarim.
Dude, with the Hecarim Rakan, I'm like, yes, give me a Cloud Soul. I'll take 2 of them. Honestly,
they can get 3.
Yeah, I mean, take all the dragons, take the soul. Like, the thing is, Rakan, one of the best users of the Cloud Soul, because when you pop that ult, you want that extra movement speed. Really helps you zip around a fight or get that potential engage. And with Hecarim, more speed is more damage.
Yeah, well, speaking of more damage, EDG have set themselves up now and towards this bot side. They've got Flandre covering in mid. A Scout tries to maybe make something work. Mako goes in, finds SOFM.
He's so bold.
He's so bold. Now they know the rest of them are here. Angel is coming down to cover. There's some decent poke coming out here from the Viper Misfortune, but it's not going to lead to anything. And this is a similar thing we see now when teams are so close in terms of their skill level. It's tit for tat. It's who makes a mistake, who makes an outplay. That ends up being the difference. And so far, neither team is making that big pivotal mistake.
It's still so close. Dragon apiece, 4 kills to 4, 200 gold lead. Basically nothing, right? And you have to think about where the gold is, right? That's definitely a relevant factor because the AD carries, there is a substantial difference. Shy kind of had a lot of alone time. This is not being the focal point. You know, we saw some early pressure towards the top. But for the time being, EDG, Flandre and the Shy have just been scaling up on the top side. And that's fine for the Jace, right? We talked about this before, and I want to hone in on the spikes. Tears stacking up nicely for EDG. Viper's going to have his mana immune soon. Flandre won't be too far away. That is a really significant spike for them. But the thing is, I feel like Weibo's curve is kind of similar, right? They will spike in the mid game, but as it gets to team fights, EDG, I think, hold the power advantage.
Yeah, you get the poke that can come in from the Jace on the side. We obviously talk about the accelerated shock blasts. The Shy does miss out on his belly bop, and now here comes JJ. They're committing a TP as well. The Shy is deleted before his explosive blast can come out. There's the quickness in onto SOFM, but he can't go anywhere else. He has to use the death mark and flash away straight away. But they've got the stolen spirit rush, and they've got to be able to catch him out. He goes straight back into the loving arms of JJ, and that's 2 kills over to the Hecarim. All of a sudden, EDG have found themselves a go button, and Weibo are scattered.
They have the chase potential. They manage to take out the Shy. One missed skill shot. The belly poop goes wide, and they're instantly there to capitalize. The TP comes in, and JJ, we were critical. We had some harsh words, which were needed, and he is having now a great game on this pick for 1-on-1. EDG won't even lose their mid-tier 1 Viper Maker there to cover, and things are looking good.
Looking very good for the moment. They get the Rift Herald, they're able to cover off mid lane as well. They drop that towards top lane, so they're going to be able to pick up a little bit more extra gold. And we talked about the gold was 200. After this, it's going to be 2,000.
Yeah, really snowballing it quickly. And again, this is when EDG are about to hit those big spikes, where they will feel really significant.
Shy, they needed a little bit of CC to land on in order just to walk forward. Remember, you still have the bullet time. A little bit of CC to lock people up would be good, but there's going to be 2 turrets now going over in favor of EDG, and it took them 3 games.
It's
but
3K now. You said well, just under. But
I was going to say that they are waking up finally.
Yeah, and this is rough for Weibo. You know, EDG bounced back from that being 2-0 down. Now with the lead here, looking to continue that reverse streak, and the pressure definitely weighing on their opponents. But Weibo still continuing. And the thing is, they still have tools. Pick potential, absolutely a massive thing we want to be looking out on Weibo. As much as they're 5v5, they're full structured, everyone there. Team fights are a bit weaker. When there's less people there, they can find the advantage. And that's what, you know, I feel like the Shy was kind of looking for here was a bit of a pick, but it's EDG are so sharp to respond. JJ's there to turn on the Shy, and Scout comes in with this beautiful TP flank. So when SOFM goes over the wall, he gets chased down.
Yeah, and again, look, just the mobility you have with that stolen Spirit Rush. It means that, look, you come back, it's like, all right, hello, there's nothing else for you to do. If it wasn't JJ, it was someone else.
It's so massive for a Silas, who's that skirmisher who wants to stick to his targets, especially when they're so mobile, like the Ari, the Zed. Having the able to steal away, that all away is such a significant one when it comes to those fights.
Oh, Flandre gets 1v1'd.
Bro. It's the Shy, it doesn't matter what champ he's on.
Sorry, I'm loving the bro reaction, but here we go. They're going to jump onto Viper, but immediately the quickness stops any kind of damage from coming out. They're going to try to get Angel in with the Spirit Rush and the Charm, but not quite able to land anything. 2 big ultimates were invested, nothing was gained. 10 seconds till Dragon spawns, and you do have a TP on Flandre.
Yeah, so I love the play from Weibo, right? You get the solo kill on the top side, like I'm confident that we can go, that we can set up. We'll get a quick replay of that. I think this is just going to be CC layering, right? The Everfrost might be the first to catch it. Actually,
Literally
the body slam, Everfrost, and Wonder just disrespects it. I mean, I guess the barrel, you can't really walk out of it because as soon as you get to the edge, you'll pop it. But the Shy lands everything, and that's enough.
Yeah, it lands everything, and that means that it's going to be a solo kill for the top side. Scout on the back side here. TP did come in, so Flandre is here. Full 5v5. On goes a little bit too far forward, and now down to about 1/3 of his HP. Scout is waiting for someone to just be on the wrong side of this fight. Mako trying to just clear out some of this vision to make sure they can't just be safe with it. But here we go, SFM gets caught out. He has to jump back on the Shadow. It's Flandre, he takes down the Nautilus, but the Viper has been killed. They steal the Death Mark. As Scout goes in, goes golden, flashes away, and now the Shy is caught between a rock and a hard place. The Dragon is going to do a awful lot of work, but right now it is all about Weibo running away and trying to keep these health bars. I will say, they got to be very careful. There's the exhaust. They finally take him out, but I don't think they can go for the Dragon.
What, the Shy? Look how much damage he dealt. He dealt more than the Jace. Did so much
he dealt
work.
more than every single person on his team combined.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? The Shy actually doing so much in this game on this Gragas. Has the Everfrost and obviously the Fimbulwinter, but just survived for so long. Looks like they are going to turn on it, should be able to pick up this Dragon, so second Dragon goes to EDG, and the team fight was an absolute win for them. Shy made it difficult.
Made it very, very difficult. It was a little bit risky. We'll have a look at the replay, I'm sure, now in a very few seconds. I want to see what happened with Viper as we come back into this one here, because he didn't get to use his flash or his ultimate, and I think he just gets caught out by the Shy.
I think, well, we'll see how it actually panned out, but essentially Viper got caught quite early. And then the result of the play is we see Scout diving in pretty aggressively. SOFM already low. Ends up being the Nautilus catching him. Feathers connecting the Charm. Not much you can do when you've been hit by the first skill shot. Scout able to solo out SOFM, and then much damage here. It's like the thing when you're going against all these melee champions with the Gragas, it's so valuable here because your belly slam, whenever it hits a target, the cooldown is reduced by a flat 3 seconds. That's why you often stack ability haste on the Gragas, so you can just repeatedly body slam, body slam, body slam. And you see how much value he can have against the dive threats of EDG.
Yeah, and again, you see as well, the Fimbulwinter, there's the flat HP is just solid to keep him going. is one of those few champions that has a very, very good scaling with a single stat line. You know, think of like Singed and mana, or Rise and mana, and stuff like that. He's there with health, but they're going to jump now onto the backside. It's SOFM now in a lot of trouble. You're going to try and cover the Deathmark stop as well, but Mako needs to be so careful. They want to try and cover all avenues of escape. At the end of it, he does end up getting out. The bullet time will be used to try and get Huanfeng, but Huanfeng is too wise to those tricks now.
Yeah, so a lot of stuff traded there. Ultimately, SOFM ends up down the flash, so more of a disadvantage for Weibo, but no one ends up going down. The big spikes have come in, right? If you look at all those lethality champions, Eclipse on all three, Manamune fully stacked on all three. A lot of damage being thrown down right now, and all three of them really significant at this point. And I feel like the Shy needs a bit more armor before he can withstand some of this burst, but the Grag is definitely going to remain relevant throughout this one. Hexbash coming in and looking.
JJ trying to get, well, actually it's Anu trying to get on top of JJ, but he gets feared off immediately. They almost get him with the double up. The Shy was so close to being knocked back into there, but they do end up getting on back out of there, and that's all that matters for the side of Weibo. They keep their support, they keep their vision control.
It's so scary playing right now against these champs who are spiking. They do so much damage. Like, you misstep for a millisecond, and you just get deleted. And that's why I feel like in terms of the support matchup, oh no.
Oh, Flandre, but it might all be a bit of a bait as they go try back in, but Flandre's already dead, and Mako, he thought he had an opportunity, and now Viper needs to flash away and try and maybe keep himself alive here, but I don't think he's got anywhere to go. EDG were doing so well, but they just bit off more they can chew. They're going to lose the Baron here almost certainly, but in the bot side, Scout is split pushing.
Yeah, Scout does have TP. A 2v5 here would be insane, but we saw more insane things last game.
I mean, we did. It depends on what Ultimate's able to take. I think they just have to give this one up. I don't think there's much places they can go. It will take a while for Weibo to take this down. They don't have the fastest Baron in the world, but it is still going to be a Baron to Weibo.
And this is what Weibo's comp could do so well. Those picks, right? Especially when you're playing a Jace, you are vulnerable. And Flandre, this has not been the best series for him. Picked off again, and it ends up snowballing. The cascade results in enough dead for Weibo to secure that Baron. Gold is dead even still, but they have the buff they can use to try and start taking things on the map. On top of that, the experience. Huanfeng now up in levels compared to Viper. You before even said there was a 2-level lead for Viper. Flip now, and the Shy has just been really excellent on this Gragas. Body slam in range, Everfrost secures the cask, and then the follow-up is there. The problem is Mako tries to save him, and it snowballs. You now don't have your Rakan, who's not there to peel for Viper. Because you don't have that peel, Viper also dies. It could have just been one pick, but they refused to let it go.
Yeah, well, I will say now with the Dragon spawning just over a minute's time, it should be Weibo equaling up that score as the gold lead pretty much goes to dead even. There is a bit of standing gold here for the side of Weibo. They've got a couple of, well, just the one outer turret in the bot lane just to take there, but JJ is kind of hiding himself now as On puts himself in his bot side. They may be looking to try and get a pick, and this would kill the momentum here for Weibo. Feels like they know something is up. They know that there's going to be an advantage or someone is around here that isn't just here. Yeah, he knew.
You have to be so sus. Why is there a control ward in this brush, right? Why are we
Why was there a very fresh ward right on this corner? But there's an explosive cast. Flandre will not get fully knocked back, as JJ will be able to get him back. Ooh, good poke there back onto Huanfeng. But while this is all happening, yes, you're getting a tier 1, tier 2 on the top side, though, is being split pushed by Scout, and this is still a good move for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, they're trading positively at the moment. The thing is, as much as JJ wasn't able to find anything, he did delay Weibo's push, but now they have 2 minion waves pushing in. SOFM, once again, similar to the Lee Sin earlier in the series, he's the hardest one to pin down, so he goes in the solo lane, applies that pressure. Do you see EDG trying to mitigate the pressure here? Or big
Massive
flank?
TP flank coming in. There's going to be another one. Flandre has to flash away. His Angel uses the charm. JJ does spot out SOFM, so they know this one's going down. The biggest flank in the history of flanks. If he gets caught out by one ward, it's all for naught, but I don't think he's going to be. They're going to jump in. They find Angel as Scout steps forward once again on being peppered down there. He gets himself a stolen Deathmark as they get traded off, but it is going to be better than yours, and they can finally start putting down the damage on the Huanfeng, who goes in up into his ultimate to try and keep himself alive, and the Shy's been trading this one back. It's still pretty good for the side of Weibo, but EDG get 4 for 2.
EDG, they shut down the Baron, they win out the trades, the Shy does everything he can to try and mitigate it, but it just isn't enough. Once again, killing out Flandre. But the dive potential, the long flank ends up paying off huge, and EDG pick up that 3rd dragon and manage to, I mean, the gold's even again. I say it's not even a gold lead, but they have done, it's just been such a back and forth. And I gotta say, JJ on this Hecarim, 6-1 and 5. What a comeback game.
Much better performance from JJ so far this series. The first 2 games wasn't really super great. Even the third one, it was very much scout. But this game right here, he's syncing up and he only has one eye. So the call right now is get Angel. That is the call and they've executed perfectly.
Yeah, they don't let him have a chance to use his ultimate, right? And then SFM knows he doesn't have the damage to turn around. JJ is a tank. Scout has Zhonya's. And actually, Scout ends up using it quite late in this fight. Could have avoided the Deathmark damage a bit more. But either way, still pops it, makes it so Huang Feng has to overcommit to turn around the kill, and then it's just a chase down from the Hecarim. And obviously, Hecarim popped the Ghost, it resets whenever you get a takedown, so has it for that whole extended play.
Again, you look at what was used there on the side of Weibo. You've got, you know, all of Huanfeng's summoners. You now have flashes, though, back on SOFM, the Shy and Angel. You're going to have the same, though, on the side of EDG. It's their bot lane.
He's so bold. He just doesn't care.
He has to not care, really. He has to kind of be the one to push forward because the Rakan's the only one who can get out.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like that was something I was bringing up earlier and I got interrupted, is that, you know, when there's so much pick potential, when there's so much engage potential, it's a lot better being on a Rakan who can get out again than something like a Nautilus on being punished a few times in this game. Now, do you see both teams posturing, looking for a potential fight? I feel like Weibo, they want the pick, not the 5v5.
Yeah, they do not want it. SOFM down to about half HP. Scout going to steal whichever ultimate he wants. He chose the Nautilus right now. They have got everyone corralled around the pit, and that's a very dangerous place to be. You're going to get hit by these shock blasts, and they are going to start to do damage on the right targets. You now have pressure here for EDG in the mid lane, and the Weibo on the wrong side. But that being said, Scout gets caught out a little bit. He's going to have to try and dash himself away. He will get dredge lined down, and they have to go back to his rescue. It's a little bit scattered right now as a hook does land. It's onto Mako. He flashes away. Angel has to use the Spirit Rush as the ultimate from the side of Viper was coming down. Flandre still putting out some decent DPS, but they finally find Angel. There's the explosive cast to try and reset this one as SOFM gets himself off the backside of this one. They're trying to get the quickness out as Mako does eventually fall. The Shy is still very big, and the Shy is still very, very scary as they finally take the fight. It's scrappy. It's all over the place. Triple kill for SOFM as EDG come out the worst as they lose 4 and only gain 3.
And they just couldn't pin down SOFM with his Z dipping and diving around the fight. The back and forth weren't able to connect. And I feel like EDG overcommitted. They felt we are strong, we're gaining the advantage, but people kept overcommitting. I will say though, this horse cannot be stopped right now. But you know, Scout gets chunked in this one. I just think like you can hone in on SOFM right, playing around the sides. So much ends up getting burned here, which is why he gets the freedom to sort of clean up. And sure, like the ult comes down, but it's like 2 ults burn. Angel disengages, and then Scout commits with his life and basically ends up trading his life here to try and finish them off.
Look at Huanfeng and the Shy. They're not really touched in this fight until very, very late. And even then, Flandre has to fully commit alongside Mako to maybe take him out. That's what makes this trade so scary for the side of EDG. If they don't take down the Xayah, the Baron's gone.
Yeah, and then SFM still the ult at the end of the fight to finish off. Had the flash to finish off Viper. And I'm going to say, rare mistake from Viper.
Yep.
Just ran up to try and finish off the Xayah and ends up just getting booped by the Shy on this Gragas. Not the best team fight from him. But Gold still dead even, right?
Yep.
16 kills to 15. Soul in a minute 15. And when things are this close, Soul will make a huge difference, especially with the comp EDG has. That extra, just the movement speed for everyone, but the ult speed as well, those big engages.
I will say as well for EDG, you know, you're not in a position where you have to fight for this. If you don't feel comfortable, if you don't feel like you don't want to, you know, you don't feel like you can take this, they are going to try and maybe force for this mid lane. As here we go. Viper gets caught out by the Shy. He gets himself on the backside, but he can't get him. They peel off for him. The Shy goes golden to try and keep himself alive. He will. Scout goes down. Now, there's SOFM. He gets exhausted immediately, gets charmed up. The bullet time is stopped straight away as Angel is finding his mark. SOFM finally falls down. So, unfortunately, for the side of Weibo, they can't go for any of the big objectives.
Yeah, I mean, EDG managed to peel so well. The Shy, it looked like he just picked him. Flandre's got out!
Flandre gets caught!
Not again!
That is just criminal right now. EDG will not be able to defend. You would have said, look, even without their jungler on the side of Weibo, they would have been hesitant. But Flandre dying is, oh no. Oh, Mako. Oh, buddy. You didn't need to do that. Just walk. It's good for your health.
EDG.
Just walk.
If they lose this, they're out. We've said it before, we set it up. They don't get second chances, and Flandre and Mako getting caught. The thing is, right, you know, the fight loss was rough, but there was still JJ alive. There were still numbers there. who could at least ward them off. Losing Flandre meant that the Dragon is forfeit, but now losing Mako, they can head over to the Baron, posture around it quite aggressively, and
gain
Shy,
full control.
Yeah, I mean, this was a beautiful flank from the Shy, but Mako's so snappy on the CC, so he just couldn't cask him. The cask actually kind of whiffed there by the Shy. Actually, no, I think it was the Stone cask. Regardless, we see this big turnaround play come in. They managed to take out SOFM pretty quickly, but Angel just doesn't let Viper play the game.
And look at the picture-in-picture, just like you mentioned,
Yes,
the Baron.
Let's go back to
We
live.
got to go back to live. This is, again, EDG backs to the ropes. They've got to make sure they do not get Haymaker. They got to make sure that they do not lose this series now. You can see the damage in that last fight. Angel stepping up big. We talked about it, even though the Azir was the talking point in Game 3. Angel on this Ahri has been exceptional, has been very, very solid. And not only that, but also coming out with some serious items right now, all the way up to 3. And they're just going to wait until those, the Everfrost, the Zhonya's, all those big key engagers are going to be up. And then Weibo should be able to go for another fight.
And they can just keep fishing for picks, right? I feel like EDG have the better tools in the 5v5, but Weibo have just been performing so well. This Zed has been such a relevant pick. It's like, even if Zed, like in the last fight, SOFM didn't necessarily achieve much individually, but so much mental energy from EDG, so many cooldowns, so much investment is dedicated to trying to deal with him.
Yeah,
that charm as well was so well played. And Flandre has been sloppy, right? It's not even a mild sort of, well, not even a mild statement to say the Shy has just been vastly outperforming in this series.
Yeah, he's been outperformed by the Shy and underperforming in his own setup. So again, it's just going to come down to EDG making sure that they cross their T's, dot their I's. Don't give the inch to Weibo, because they will take several miles. Now, coming into this potential Baron fight, we do see a couple of different ultimates. Scout finally going towards it. Look at SOFM, he's nowhere near this Baron, but he's on a massive flank.
Yeah, he's looking. They will have spotted him though. And EDG want to engage. They want to start the fight before they have a chance to get picked off. They don't want to allow a flank potentially come in. Scout's looking.
They're going to go for it. There's the stolen cast going in. Scout. Oh, Huanfeng taking a huge chunk out of him. He's going to see the Everfrost coming out. And Scout's actually doing some pretty damn decent damage. They go in. The feathers flying. That Scout dead. The Shy was trying to take out Viper, but Viper's able to survive. SOFM now in a little bit of trouble. Has to flash over the wall, but he will be feared and taken down by the onslaught of shadows. Flandre goes back in to do some more damage, but it is still a 1 for 3. Important for EDG, though. They didn't lose their jungler.
Yeah, I mean, JJ's been so good in this one as well. If you go in the Baron pit, the bullet time over the wall would be devastating, so they're not able to continue further. TP's going to come in, though. They want to try.
I don't know. Maybe they're going to try and maybe catch out Viper. No, they're going to go straight
This
for it.
is
Now
risky.
they know it. The thing is, there was a zombie ward right there. This is super risky. You lose so much resistances from the debuff of Baron right now. So EDG, they need to try and just kind of get examples of where this Baron is. They need to know what's going on with it, but they can't. They can't get near the pit because the Shy is just too damn big.
He plays bodyguard, he zones them out, and Baron is secured for Weibo. The fight win is enough. There's a 4,000 gold lead in pocket. And honestly, they have been stellar on this one. Flandre really struggling to make an impact on this. Jace, we've got to replay of the fight. So much poke goes down onto Huanfeng. As much as Scout doesn't finally engage here, the cast does chunk out the backline, but then he now gets caught up. And especially with the Glacial Augment, it's just so hard for him to leave the fight again. Ends up diving forwards, and that's when SOFM commits. Remember, he has no stopwatch. The feathers just mean JJ can't follow up as well. Mako gets absolutely shredded. And over the side, Flandre is trying to 1v1 the Shy. He doesn't care, he's just buying time, you know?
He's just a big meat bag right there. We even saw on the damage chart of that last TV. Yeah, big meatball, literally. As we saw on the damage chart, you know, Flandre did significant damage, but it was on the Shy, so no one cares. No one gives a damn about the Shy's health bar and what damage it is. Now we look at some of the items completed, fully upgraded there for Huanfeng. You've got a Medjai's Soul Stealer for Angel on the Ahri in the mid lane, and also an Anathema's Chains for the Shy. He's not going to die.
And you know, sometimes we see Ahri's damage fall off quite a bit if she's behind the curve. Angel is still doing really significant damage, and Medjai is coming in big there. Now, 40 seconds on this Dragon. It would be soul for EDG, soul point for Weibo. EDG still want to contest this one, but Weibo have control of the area. I think the big thing is trying to land some poke from the Jace, but there's body blockers in place who are just blocking them from connecting. Like, Shock Blast hits SOFM, he does a bit, but it's not a crazy amount of damage.
you look at SOFM's build, he's got the Black Cleaver, he's got, oh, the dash over the wall. Scout has failed the skill check right there. On goes Golden. Flandre takes a serious amount of crit damage onto him. Scout still hasn't gone down, he will finally fall, but you trade back as the flash in, and Flandre gets killed. Charm comes down from Angel, and that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade now as Weibo is starting to barrel in. Here we go, he flashed forward from the Shy, he gets himself the cast. They're trying to defend the Viper, but he's dead. That's got to be it. There's nothing you can do. The 2021 World Champions are routed. They will not be going any further, and Weibo will proceed to continue in the playoffs.
And with how hard Scout 1v9 the previous game, this one ends with a bit of a misplay, but Weibo are convincing, they're unrelenting, and they secure their spot into the next round.
What a game, what a series from Weibo, and honestly, what a step up. This is just not what we expected. Again, we saw the predictions. Every single one of us, apart from Hysterics and Munchables, thought it was going to be EDG.
Yeah.
We had and I think every single indication of the regular season told us it was EDG.
And you know, based on the play coming in, it would have been.
Yeah.
But honestly, EDG looked sloppy. Individually, you still saw, like, Scout. I mean, the previous game, Game 3, Scout and Viper were absolutely exceptional. But we said coming out of that one, with how hard that was, it's not a good omen. And in this game, the execution was there for Weibo, bringing out some spice with the Z jungle, but they were just consistently making it work. And there was members like Mako getting caught out. You know, JJ finally had a good game, but the rest of the series was rough. Flandre... Anyway, you know...
We'll say some things about that in private.
But Weibo, man, they...
Look great.
They stepped up so... What a different team.
SOFM was with his team. The Shy finally got some agency to him and was able to make things happen with his team. Angel was exceptional all game long. And Huanfeng as well. This Zaya really working out for them. And now your perception of how you approach this team, it changes very, very differently now. Weibo go into the next few rounds where they're kind of saying, cool, we don't need the Jinx. We don't need the Aphelios. We just need a good carry for Zaya, in Zaya, and we can make things work in the bot side.
100%. And the thing is, this is like Huanfeng's natural territory because he was picking up the Zaya even before the changes, right? It was kind of his go-to, particularly if like Jinx wasn't available. And so when we ended up developing this mini meta where it was Zaya's being contested by both these teams, he is so comfortable with it. And I appreciate Viper bringing out the MF. There was definitely times it worked really well. The laning phase went stellar. But later on, you know, I feel like it was almost... With that locked in, that was a signal for SOFM to be like, I can pick the Z. We will kill Viper when it comes to those team fights, and they delivered. And the Shy, man, that was a pretty good series. Off Sion, but still had like the Gragas duty. But man, just really exceptional play.
Honestly, it feels like the Shy has come back in, and there was a couple of, you know, we talk about it. Sometimes we feels like the Shy gets a little bit of a pass. It does feel like sometimes, even when he has terrible games, it's like, oh, whatever, it's the Shy. This is why. This is why he gets it, because it's just... He just pulls this out on everyone. He was solo killing Flandre multiple times, and he nearly did as much damage as the Jace, and
he
it just
more damage than Angel, which is insane.
It's just the way the man can play, the way the man can do it is just. It's just an enigma, and honestly, it did feel like
mojo.
You know what? It is mojo. I'm gonna give that one over to Munch. It is very much the mojo, but. I gotta say, flat out, apart from that literal god tier performance in Game 3, Weibo were a better team.
No, I even think, even with that god tier performance, Weibo were the better team, because I think EDG, Scout just decided to pop one of the best performances I've ever seen in an individual game.
Honestly, best performance of the split, not even close.
But the problem is, you know, at the game, the state it is at the moment, it's not just about individual members, it's about team play. That might have been enough to win that game, but it's not enough to carry through the series. And Weibo, you know, individually, yes, EDG had that advantage on Scout in Game 3, but as a team, they were just flat out better.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. And unfortunately now, we have the unfortunate job as saying that the world champions, the current reigning world champions, are out. They will not be going to MSI.
And they won't even get to defend their LPL title as well.
Yeah, exactly. Their LPL title now will be going to someone new after they have fallen. And honestly, it does feel like this is... kind of a little bit to be expected, even if EDG won today, going up in their next round, either against JDG or LNG, even beyond that V5 RNG, it just became so much harder to really give them the benefit of the doubt beyond that. And yes, they fell short today, but even if it wasn't today, I feel like it would have happened eventually.
It would have been a hard run, and I think you know, we look at Weibo. Weibo stepped up significantly coming into playoffs. That is what we expected from EDG. That a good series up against FPX, and we thought, you know, the momentum can keep going. It didn't kick in. Whereas for Weibo, they drastically changed, and that's the thing. When you come into playoffs, teams can just change so much. We saw it last split when WE and LNG made massive runs, exceeding expectations. Really, it's a different beast, especially since we changed patches. And I think anyone who can watch that can see individually EDG still holds some mammoth weight, but they just didn't have the coordination, didn't have the right read sometimes, and at the end of the day, Weibo just outperformed them.
Yeah, they really, really did. And the funny thing is, that was such an incredibly close series. That was such a fun series to cast in terms of the gameplay. This is round 2. This is round 2 of 4 rounds that aren't even our double elimination yet. So it's kind of, we're just ramping ourselves up towards what's going to be happening in the future. And honestly, I think I'm just excited to see more. I'm excited to see how JDG look. I'm really excited to see how V5 come out with their MVP of the split rookie. And it is going to be just a fun time to see how these teams develop. And honestly, even tomorrow, we got, who do we have tomorrow? It's Top Esports and, I can't remember who it is. LNG, yes, you're absolutely right. So Top Esports versus LNG.
And the day after, we have JG against Weibo.
There you go. So, you know, these are stacked teams, and that's only our top 6. That's not even our top 4 or our top 2. Hell, you know, it's just going to be an insane playoff run. But for the moment, higher seed wins. You know, so far every single match, the higher seed has come out on top.
Wow. Yeah. There you go. So trick is be the highest
seed.
There
you go. Predictions.
Yeah.
That's what I need to do. I just need to listen to myself.
Who'd have thought it'd be that simple?
It's that simple.
You know, I think that's the thing is that you often expect coming into it, like if anyone who hasn't like kept closely up with the playoffs, you know, you'll see like, oh well, shouldn't the top seed win? Doesn't that just make sense by default? But honestly, a lot of these teams, they gained a ton of traction at the start of the split and then fell off hard.
LNG.
That's why, you know, LNG, Weibo, we didn't have as much faith in them, whereas teams like Top Esports and JDG, they came to the end of the split of the hot streak, with a hot streak. But obviously in this situation, this is just Weibo drastically stepping it up, and fair play to them for really exceeding expectations.
Yeah, they really did. And you know who's been exceeding in the top lane? It is the Shy. 3rd player of the game in this best of 5. Every single time they've won, it's been off of his back, and you can't fault it. You can't fault 25% damage on what is supposed to be a tank Gragas.
Yeah. I mean, so good on this pick. I specifically remember that fight where he basically just completely dismembered them, stalled them out for such a long time, did so much damage. Great setup on a Flandre. And you know, as much as this is an individual game MVP, the Shy, I believe he has 3 MVPs from the series. Yeah. Right? All the games that Weibo won. Goes without saying, definitely the series MVP. And really, the difference between him and Flandre was just massive.
Oh man, it was like watching, like, you know, like a race between an F1, you know, world championship winning driver and like your local, and a horse. Yeah, literally, honestly, and a horse. It's like you're never gonna win as the horse, but you gotta try because it's all what it's about. It's all about participation nowadays. But yeah, again, I think Weibo were the better team. I think the Shy stepped up massively. I am super impressed with how SOFM came into this series, and honestly, the pieces are fitting. The pieces are coming together and looking like a cohesive unit. So for me right now, this just feels like it's SOFM and you know, the rest of Weibo Gaming coming into a fantastic piece of form.
Yeah, I think SOFM is someone who, you know, does a lot of criticism towards. I mean, Lyric talks a lot about it, and we're like, yeah, you know.
Some right, some wrong, but most right.
But he really stepped up, very much more proactive in this one, and really, especially the Lee Sin, made it such a hotly contested pick and started drawing bans on it. He had a lot of agency, and I think, you know, as much as we can talk extensively about the regular season, how Weibo looked then, the fact of the matter is they came into playoffs, they stepped up, and that's when it matters. That's when it's important.
That is when it matters. Now they're guaranteed a top 6 finish. And don't forget as well, we got championship points towards the World Championship qualification. So that becomes very, very ready. That becomes very, very relevant as we get later on the season. Bit of a while's way, but not a great start for EDG as they look to try and maybe defend their title in later on in this year. But we can have a look now at the bracket, I believe, from the side of the playoffs as we finally get ourselves done with round 2. So we have round 1, round 2 done. We move on to round 3.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like LNG are in a similar position to Weibo were, where expectations are a bit lower because of their rough second half of the split. But we've seen today that you can absolutely turn that round. They'll face off against Top Esports where, you know, I feel like Doinby against Knight, pretty hype matchup. JDG against Weibo, obviously you've just seen Weibo, but JDG, similar to Top Esports, had a good hot streak towards the end of the split. 369 against the Shy, that one's sure to deliver.
Oh, absolutely. And we are going to have 2 more days of playoffs. And if you're looking at the bracket and seeing slightly different dates, if you missed our announcement due to the developing situation in Shanghai and the abundance of safety and care for players and staff alike, we are delaying our playoffs after the next 2 days of play until the 8th of April. So we're just basically finishing off round 3. JDG versus Weibo in 2 days' time will be our final game. And then we give it a week hiatus and then we come back. It's an unfortunate situation, but better to be safe than sorry.
But it does mean that, you know, you finish those next 2 series, you have some time to go away and prepare.
For the first time, yeah.
And I'm going to say you're going to need it because V5 and RNG, particularly when it comes to best of 5s, look very scary.
Yeah, they look formidable, I think is the word I would look for.
I think that's justifiable.
It's an all right one there. But that is all the time for we have today. Thank you so much to everyone who's watching. Thank you, Ox. The fantastic Mr. Ox. I almost called you the fantastic Mr. Fox. It's the orange.
Yeah, I am a bit foxy as well.
You are very foxy as we come in. Now, of course, thank you to everyone behind the scenes. Without them, none of this would be possible. We will see you guys at the same channel at the same time. A little bit in the same room, I believe, because I believe it's not. I believe it's a half remote cast tomorrow. But regardless, we'll see you guys very, very soon.